FK, I'm dead. The expletive ripped from my throat as a tidal wave of memories crushed my sanity. 1 hour ago, I was just cultivating as usual in my room when suddenly, like enlightenment, I began to gain knowledge beyond what I previously knew. Soon enough, I realized it wasn't enlightenment in martial arts as I thought. Instead, I was regaining memories from what was perhaps my previous life. Earth, my old Life in 5 drudgery, late night, gaming marathons, and a graveyard of cultivation web novels. And now, I stumbled from a silk-draped bed, heart pounding. The jade floors were cool against my bare feet, the air thick with the scent of incense. Gilded screens, spirit lamps, and treasures littered the room, luxury fit for a young master. My room, my name, Bai Clan. Arrogant, cruel, wasteful, a third-rate villain. You could say that I was a person who liked to bully the weak, spending every day picking on other clan members. There was no other reason for what I did than because I could. With my parents being the clan master and matriarch of one of the strongest clans in the empire, there weren't many who could go against me. It was also one of the ways I relieved my stress and anger, knowing that I was a waste whose talent wasn't worthy of being called the heir of the Bai Clan. However, that is not why I'm freaked out right now. After regaining my memories from Earth, my knowledge of different cultivation novels also flowed into me. And the reason why I am freaking out is because, comparing my circumstances with the cultivation novels I read on Earth, I found out that my family is a villain family destined to die. For a week ago, my elder sister broke off her engagement with her fiancé, whose cultivation had been crippled, a walking cliché destined for greatness. There's no need to elaborate on such a cliché story where he would rise up, topple his ex-fiancée, and perhaps even destroy her clan. My sister's ex-fiancé was definitely one of those protagonists, and I might get killed by him. Why now? If only I had regained my memories a week earlier, I could have stopped my sister from antagonizing the inevitable protagonist of this world. Or not. Deep down, I knew the truth. Even if I had regained my memories earlier, I wouldn't have been able to stop her. I was nothing but a was-tea disappointment to the Bai Clan, eclipsed by my genius sister. My talent was a disgrace, and my reputation warsy bully who terrorized weaker clan members and branch families. Our relationship was strained beyond repair due to such repeated behavior. Worse, breaking the engagement with that crippled fiancé was something both the Bai Clan and the Heaven Sword sect me sister sect wanted. No one would have listened to me. They'd see me as a fool stirring up more trouble for the clan. Sigh. And that was just one death flag raised by my sister. Because if that wasn't enough to kill me, my mother made sure to raise the stakes. She ripped a Dao Bone from my cousin and gave it to me in an attempt to salvage my talent. It helped a little, but not nearly enough. Now, my cousin would hunt me down in the future, seeking vengeance for what was stolen. There was a high chance that she would grow stronger and, sooner or later, come to claim her Dao Bone. So, even if I survived my sister's ex-fiancé's inevitable revenge, my cousin would finish the job. And these two death flags were only the start. There were even more things done by my family and clan, definitely things only villains would do. There was also me making trouble and creating enemies everywhere I went. My sister and mother might be major villains who survive for 100 chapters. But me? Looking at my behavior, I'm just a third-rate villain fodder who would die in 3 chapters just after meeting the protagonist. Sigh, my fists clenched, nails digging into my palms. Surveying my family's actions and my reflection, I knew one thing. I'm so screwed. No matter how I looked at it, death flags sprouted around me like weeds. From my family's sins to my own foolishness, it was a perfect storm. And if even one of those flags played out like a standard cultivation novel, I was already dead. What should I do? What should I do? I paced back and forth, trying to think of a way to salvage my situation. Looking at the dire situation, severing ties with the Bai Clan was the only thing that might guarantee my safety from the hands of those protagonists. There was no way to salvage the relationship with those protagonist-like people after what had happened. My sister had already disgraced the Lin clan, her ex-fiancé's clan, and broke off the engagement in front of other clans. There's nothing to say about my cousin, whose Dao Bone my mother stole and gave to me. Not only did my mother commit this horrible crime, but my cousin was also expelled from the clan with her parents' whereabouts unknown. I'm 100% certain that the moment I meet her, she will take my head before any conversation can take place. Additionally, I don't think I treated her well even when she was in the clan. She must definitely be holding a grudge for that as well. However, leaving the clan might be even more dangerous. Like I said, I wasn't the kindest person, and knowing I had my family's protection, you could say that I had antagonized a lot of people. One might even say that those people would be more eager to kill me than the protagonists. The moment they knew I had left the Bai Clan, there was a high chance that I would be killed right after stepping out of the Bai Clan territory. Why do men everywhere love curves? The fascination explained. Her beauty, even if that wasn't the case, this world wasn't safe like Earth, and one careless mistake could lead to death, especially with my current strength. There was a high chance I would die faster outside, without the Bai Clan support, than by the hands of these protagonists. There was also a chance I would meet one of those heaven-blessed protagonists, even after severing ties with Bai Clan, and still get killed. Without Bai Clan protection, getting killed would be much easier. No, I still have this. There was perhaps one thing that could truly save me from my death. Indeed, this is a system screen. Before my eyes was something that refused to leave. It was my golden finger. It had been with me since I was born, though I never knew what it was and couldn't even make it go away before. Host Info Host by Zihan. Age 16. Cultivation Realm. Core Formation. Early. Constitution. None martial arts. None scratching my head. I felt more annoyed than excited, remembering my past suffering because of this. Why the hell is this in English? The reason why I had no idea what it was until now or how to make it go away was because this system was in English the whole time, a language I wasn't familiar with until I got my memories from Earth. Why the hell would a system I've had since birth be in a language that wasn't common in this world? If I hadn't regained my memories, I would have never figured out what this was and would have stayed blinded by the system's inferences for 16 years. Otherwise, with such a cheat, how the hell would I have been treated as a waste? But without knowing about the system or English for the past 16 years, this system has been nothing but a nuisance blocking my sight and ruining my life. Isn't one of the reasons why I was a waste because of this damn system blocking my sight? Of course, my cultivation talent was lacking, there was no denying that. However, my failures extended far beyond my poor aptitude for cultivating chi. My combat skills, reflexes, and ability to learn martial techniques were all severely hindered by this damn thing that had been glued to my vision since birth. At first, everyone assumed I was simply lazy or untalented, but that wasn't the whole truth. When I was a child, my parents even took me to the best doctors, fearing that I had a vision problem when I told them about the system interface. Yet, the results were always the same. My eyes were perfectly healthy. Some even mocked me for this and said that I was making things up, and since only I could see this, I couldn't prove them wrong. But how could they understand that it wasn't my eyes that were the problem? It was this damned system screen constantly obstructing my view. Imagine trying to fight with a thick, translucent panel blocking your field of vision, one that you couldn't swipe away or close. A permanent blind spot, forever lingering in front of me. The system's notifications would pop up randomly, covering vital parts of my view during battles, and no matter how I moved, the screen followed, always hovering in my line of sight. Even when I tried to learn martial arts, the problem persisted. The forms looked blurry, the teacher's movements partially obscured. It was like trying to read a book with a page torn down, the middle, everything important was always out of reach. So yes, I was a waste. But it wasn't just because of my lacking talent. It was because I was fighting with both my hands and my eyes tied behind my back. System close. The words slipped from my mouth, almost instinctive, an unconscious reaction born from years of reading system-based cultivation novels back on Earth. The moment I spoke, the blinding, ever-present interface vanished. That's all it took. 16 years. 16 years of stumbling through life like a blind man. 16 years of being labeled a waste, mocked, and discarded. 16 years of failure, all because I didn't know 2 English words. Ha 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 ha. After laughing at my situation, I chuckled at myself for a few seconds before finally settling down. Sigh. If not for regaining my memories, this suffering might have extended to life, though that might have also been short-lived considering the situation I am in. However, currently I wasn't in the situation to condemn the system which has ruined my 16 years. This system, which has been the source of suffering for the last 16 years, is also my only hope of getting out of this damn situation. System. I called out, and immediately the system interface was back in full display. Forgetting about the resentment, I immediately went to explore what this system is all about and how it could help me out of this situation. Let's see what this system is all about. Bai Zihan's eyes narrowed as he scanned the system interface. Firstly, it was the same system interface that he had seen for the last 16 years with details on his status. Host Info Host by Zihan. Age 16. Cultivation Realm. Core Formation. Early. Constitution. None martial arts. None is focused, then zeroed in on a tab story and alongside it, another labeled rewards. Without hesitation, he clicked on the store tab, and system interface instantly changed to show dazzling treasures before him. Bai Zihan's eyes flickered with awe as he skimmed through the store, his lips moving unconsciously as he read the names aloud. Immortel Dragon Saber. Heaven Tier Treasure. Sharp enough to cleave space itself. Heavenly Rebirth Pill. 7th Tier Pill. Rumored to defy death and restore one's prime. Ninefold Star Scripture. Void Dao Bone. Thunder Dragon King Bloodline. Even a constitution could be brought. Bai Zihan looked through the countless treasures that he never even heard about, but sounded super powerful. From the pills he took daily to powerful bloodlines he had never heard of, there were all sorts of things he could potentially buy. With such powerful treasures that he can buy, he felt relieved and more confident about tackling the future threat. However, there was just a small problem, and that was that to buy those treasures he needed points. Zihan clenched his fists, his voice tight with longing. So many treasures, but without points, they're nothing but dreams. A spark lit in his eyes as he spoke firmly, his voice cutting through the silence. System, what are points? How do I earn them? Bai Zihan tried asking to see whether System would respond, but as expected, there was no response. Let's try this in English. Ahem. System, more points. How do I earn them? Bai Zihan asked again, this time in English. The system responded with words on the system screen. Heaven-defying system, earn points by defying the very fabric of fate and surpassing your limits. Ways to earn points. Defying fate. Twist common cliches and rewrite destiny. Achievements. points for reaching cultivation milestones, and rare accomplishments. Challenging the strong. The greater the disparity, the higher the reward. Stealing fortunes. Seize opportunities meant for heaven's chosen. Zihan's lips curled into a daring smirk. So, to claim these treasures, I must gamble against fate itself and win. Indeed, looking at my background, I was a third-rated villain that could die just by opening my mouth. To defy such, having heaven-defying system is indeed appropriate. Next, his eyes moved to the rewards section as he quickly changed the tab to rewards. Hope that there's something here like newbie gift or something which could help me. Instantly, the screen flashed, revealing numerous unclaimed rewards, glorious fruits of his cultivation milestones. Unclaimed rewards available: Chi Refining Stage Achievement, 10x Cultivation Speed Card, 3 days, Foundation Establishment Stage Achievement, Martial Arts Enlightenment Card, 1 hour, Core Formation Stage Achievement, Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique, First Part Defeated by Lei. 1,000 points. By Zihan's heart pounded as he scanned the unclaimed rewards list. His lips parted with excitement, his eyes blazing with anticipation. His voice trembled with excitement. 10x Cultivation Speed Card? That means I can cultivate 10 times faster for 3 days. With this, perhaps I could finally go from early core formation to mid-core formation stage. His eyes sparkled as he continued. And this Martial Arts Enlightenment Card. It should be something to do with mastery of martial arts. Perhaps I could gain minor mastery after using this. He wasn't exactly sure how effective it would be, but knew that it would have great effect, considering this is a reward from a system. Then there were many more unclaimed rewards for defeating different people, and most of them gave him just points. How did I even defeat them? I don't think that I have even gotten into any official fight with any people. After all, Bai Zihan was a coward and wouldn't fight where he could be injured. Can this be that when I bullied them using my status? That is also considered as defeating by the system. After looking at similarities in the list of people that were defeated and given him points, he came to a conclusion that there were all those he would normally bully with his status. Although they were certainly stronger than him in terms of power, they wouldn't dare go against him as he was direct heir and also the son of clan leader. Looks like I did benefit something from such an act. Bai Zihan now found that although his third-rated villain act was sure to bring his doom, it has also unexpectedly brought in some rewards. With how much he bullied those people, the points given by the system should be quite substantial. Apart from this, there was the reward for breaking through to the core formation stage, and that was some kind of technique. Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique. His brows furrowed. I've never heard of a body refinement technique like this. Primordial Chaos, isn't that the origin of everything? Although he has never heard of such a technique, just looking at the name, one could tell that it wasn't ordinary and quite powerful. And most importantly, anything to do with primordial or the beginning of time should be very powerful, as those were the things that existed before the universe. Of course, there was the chance that the technique was just given some fancy name and wasn't that powerful. System. What is the Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique? The system responded immediately. Lines of text forming on the interface. Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique. First part: forge the body into a vessel of chaos, the source of creation and destruction. Upon reaching the first stage, Chaos Seed Baptism, the user's body can freely break down and reconstruct itself, allowing it to absorb all forms of energy. Note: the pain of each refinement may shatter the mind. Failure means body collapse and certain death. Grade: unspecified. Incomplete. Bai Zihan's eyes widened as he read the description. His heart pounded faster, and excitement flickered in his eyes. Freely break down and reconstruct the body. Absorb all forms of energy? He muttered, his voice a mix of awe and exhilaration. Even the first part was beyond his imagination. Not to mention the perks of being able to absorb all forms of energy. Can I also absorb other people's attacks? After all, those attacks also contained chi, so it wasn't unreasonable to do so. Anyway, that needs to be tested after attaining the first stage of Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique, which doesn't seem easy, but certain death if I fail. Although failure could lead to death, yet his excitement refused to die down. A cultivation technique that could defy all limitations, one that could turn his very body into a conduit for power. But the cost: failure means body collapse and death. It was a terrifying result for failure. However, thinking about his current situation, it didn't seem like he could escape death unless he became stronger. Bai Zihan's expression hardened. If I'm to survive in this world, I can't afford to be weak. The Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique. It's risky, but the benefit. Mastering this technique could potentially change his fate. Although the grade was unspecified due to the technique being just the first part, the description alone was enough to suggest that it was at least comparable to a saint grade technique. Techniques were categorized as yellow, profound, earth, heaven, saint, and beyond. Even heaven grade techniques were extremely difficult to obtain. Despite being the strongest clan in the desolate Heaven Empire, the Bai Clan possessed only 3 such techniques. None of them were for body refinement, though. As for saint-grade techniques, they were practically non-existent in the desolate Heaven Empire. At least, Bai Zihan wasn't aware of any powerhouse possessing them. Maybe those protagonist-like bastards were cultivating them, but he wouldn't know. In any case, This was certainly superior to the Earth-grade body refinement technique Bai Zihan had been cultivating in the Bai Clan. The Bai Clan's refinement technique had made Bai Zihan's body incomparably stronger than normal people, allowing him to withstand sword cuts. However, it wasn't as powerful as the primordial chaos body refinement technique. Additionally, the primordial chaos body refinement technique allowed the body to absorb all forms of energy, which would greatly enhance his cultivation. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to start practicing the technique blindly. He needed to research more to increase his chances of success and determine whether this was truly the best path for him. After all, his primary objective was survival. He wasn't just going to jump from the pot into the fire. Perhaps he wouldn't need to take this risk at all. Anyway, he could finally see some hope in his hopeless situation. System, claim all the rewards. Bai Zihan commanded. Claiming rewards, Qi Refining Achievement. 10x Cultivation Speed Card, 3 days. Foundation Establishment Achievement. Martial Arts Enlightenment Card, 1 hour. Core Formation Achievement. Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique. First part. Defeated by Lei. 1,000 points, total points earned. 27,270. Golden glow envelops Zihan. Knowledge and power flooding into his soul. His lips curled into a determined smirk. Now, let's see how fate fares against me. For the rest of the day, Bai Zihan organized his thoughts and decided on what to do going forward. With the acquired points, there was a lot he could buy, but he wasn't going to make any hasty purchases. As for weapons and protective gear, being a direct heir of the Bai Clan meant that his current arsenal of artifacts was more than sufficient. Most of his artifacts, including weapons and armor, were already Earth-grade and could be considered overgeared. Of course, the system had far superior artifacts, but he wasn't foolish enough to waste precious points on them at this stage. Moreover, wielding higher-grade artifacts required a much larger pool of Qi. With his cultivation, he could properly only use Earth-grade artifacts. Perhaps he could wield a Heaven-grade artifact once or twice, but that was it. So, there wasn't much reason to purchase higher-grade weapons at his current cultivation level. He could reconsider once he broke through to the nascent soul realm. He didn't buy any martial art either for the same reason. His clan's martial arts techniques were already Earth-grade, and rather than purchasing higher-grade techniques, it was better to master what he had already been taught. Although he wasn't particularly interested in fighting techniques, there was one category he was deeply concerned about: cultivation techniques. Among all types of techniques, martial arts, body refinement, and movement arts one reigned supreme in importance. Cultivation techniques, the foundation of power. Unlike martial techniques, which dictated how one fought, or body refinement techniques, which tempered the flesh, cultivation techniques determined how one absorbed, refined, and utilized Qi. A good cultivation technique could mean the difference between a powerful expert and a forgotten nobody. It affected Qi quality, recovery speed, breakthrough probability, and even longevity. His current cultivation technique, the Bai Clan's Earth-grade Azure Dragon breathing method, was respectable. It provided him with a strong foundation, but it was far from enough. When royals ditched the dress code and went viral, her beauty, their glow never left. 8 quiet comebacks that stunned us. Her beauty, even with an Earth-grade technique, Zihan's cultivation speed was only average. But what truly worried him was something else: potential bottlenecks. Many cultivators hit an invisible wall at higher realms: nascent soul formation, or ascension, because their foundation was flawed. A low-grade cultivation technique often caused impurities in their Qi, making breakthroughs increasingly difficult and dangerous. If I rely solely on my Bai Clan technique, my path to nascent soul or beyond will be a dead end. Bai Zihan muttered. Of course, that wouldn't be a big problem if he was truly talented, but he wasn't. With his current talent, the highest he could realistically achieve was the nascent soul realm. While that was considered impressive, it wasn't nearly enough to survive in this villainous clan. Perhaps purchasing a powerful bloodline or constitution could help, but it was beyond his budget. Bai Zihan would need at least 10 times more points to afford a bloodline strong enough to make a real difference. So, the more realistic option was to buy a high-level Heaven-grade cultivation technique. He opened the system store, his gaze flickering to the cultivation technique section. Bai Zihan scrolled through the vast arsenal of cultivation techniques, his eyes sweeping over countless methods. Some drew from the stars, others from the sun, and a few even from the abyss itself. But in the end, his gaze settled on one. Myriad breathing technique. Heaven-grade description. A cultivation technique that refines the essence of the world, allowing the user to absorb and utilize Qi. Absorption efficiency. 200 increased Qi absorption. Bai Zihan's fists clenched in excitement. Compared to his current technique, Azure Dragon breathing method, this new method was on a completely different level. It offered at least twice the Qi absorption efficiency. That meant his cultivation speed could potentially double provided there was sufficient Qi to absorb. But with all the resources available to him from a Bai Clan, that wouldn't be a problem. Bai Zihan had stockpiled a large number of pills, gifted to him by both the clan and his mother. He had been lazy before, but now he understood if he continued down that path, he would die. After much contemplation, he purchased the Myriad breathing technique, which cost an astonishing 15,000 points. Of course, considering this was better than the Azure Dragon breathing method, which was already considered one of the best in the Desolate Heaven Empire, it was justifiable. As soon as Bai Zihan confirmed his purchase, the system interface flickered. Purchase successful. Would you like to learn the myriad breathing technique now? A prompt appeared before his eyes, the glowing text hovering in his vision. Yes. Learning myriad breathing technique in an instant, a golden glow enveloped Bai Zihan's body. A flood of information poured into his mind like a tidal wave, each strand of knowledge integrating seamlessly with his consciousness. He felt his very understanding of cultivation shifting, expanding beyond what he had known before. The myriad breathing technique wasn't just a superior technicite, it was an entirely different way of cultivation. Unlike the Azure Dragon breathing method, which focused on channeling qi in a structured, disciplined manner, the myriad breathing technique was like breathing in the essence of the world itself. It didn't just absorb qi, it refined and transformed it into something purer, more potent. So that's how. Bai Zihan immediately understood how to cultivate using myriad breathing technique, and there was no need to waste time learning it thanks to the system. Immediately, he began to test this new cultivation technique, and indeed, the speed at which his body absorbed qi was faster than before. Although he couldn't say, it was 2 times as the qi in his room wasn't that high and was immediately absorbed by him. This is incredible. Moreover, even without actively cultivating, he could feel the qi naturally gathering around him, seeping into his body at a slow pace. With this, his path to breaking through to higher realms had become much smoother. Although that still didn't change his situation, and he was still too weak to compete with those protagonist bastards, this was a good starting point. Bai Zihan exhaled slowly, a faint mist of qi escaping his lips. He had taken his first step toward changing his destiny. Now, his next objective was to utilize the 10x cultivation speed card he had received as a reward and try to break through to the next level. With his new cultivation technique and the 10x cultivation speed card, he was confident that he could advance at least one realm. Without hesitation, he pulled out the 10x cultivation speed card and used it. 10x cultivation speed. Active. 72 hours remaining. The world around him seemed to hum with energy as the surrounding qi thickened tenfold. It felt like he had stepped into a spiritual spring. Additionally, let's take these pills, Bai Zihan said as he took out the golden core condensation pill from his storage ring. With so many resources together, he refused to believe that he couldn't break through. Without hesitation, Bai Zihan entered a cultivation trance, cycling his qi through the myriad breathing technique. The surrounding energy surged around him, flooding into his body like a raging river. His dantian swelled with power as he guided the refined qi through his meridians. The golden glow of the myriad breathing technique mixed with the dense qi from the 10x cultivation speed card and the golden core condensation pill. His entire body resonated with power, and he felt a breakthrough brewing within him. Hours passed like fleeting moments, and suddenly, boom, a shockwave of qi rippled outward from Bai Zihan's body. His cultivation base surged as he reached the core formation mid-level from the early core formation stage. He exhaled sharply, his eyes snapping open, his gaze bright with newfound power. I've already broken through in just 10 hours? Bai Zihan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the combination of the myriad breathing technique, the 10x cultivation speed card, and the golden core condensation pill to be so effective. He clenched his fists, feeling the newfound strength coursing through him. Although one of the reasons for such a fast breakthrough must be that he was already near a breakthrough, he had never advanced so easily before. So this is what geniuses must feel like. If you have 25,000 tomorrow, you will have 380,000. 28-year-old millionaire shows how to earn 504,000 a day. Millionaire reveals how she earns 43,000 a day thanks to AI. He had never heard about his sister struggling to break through. For her, success in breaking through was always guaranteed, unlike him who failed countless times. This is only the beginning. Without wasting a second, Bai Zihan re-entered his cultivation trance, pushing to make the most of the remaining hours. The qi around him thickened further as he focused on refining the gathered qi, consolidating his newfound cultivation base, and attempting to make further progress. Time blurred as Bai Zihan cycled his qi, tempering his meridians and purifying his dantian. The myriad breathing technique worked tirelessly, elevating the potency of the qi within him. Another 24 hours passed, and Bai Zihan's aura surged once more. Though he hadn't broken into the next major realm, he had pushed himself to the very peak of core formation mid-level, only a step away from top level. Sweat glistened on his forehead, but his expression was one of satisfaction and determination. The remaining time will be spent consolidating my strength. I can't afford to damage my foundation. Perhaps if he truly pushed himself, he could have broken through another minor realm, but that wasn't good for his foundation and could impact his future cultivation. So, rather than pushing forward, he decided to step back and consolidate his current cultivation. He continued cultivating for the remaining hours, ensuring that his foundation was solid and that there were no flaws. As the final minutes of the 10x cultivation speed card ticked away, Bai Zihan opened his eyes, a confident gleam shining within them. Phew! This time, cultivation almost felt like a breeze compared to before. Whether it was because of the myriad breathing technique or the 10x cultivation speed card, he felt that those 3 days had passed by very quickly but meaningfully. In the past, even if he had worked for a month, he might not have achieved what he did in these 3 days. Also, previously he could cultivate for a full day without any gain due to his poor talent. But now, he feels his hard work is very rewarding, and he actually wants to continue to do so as well. He rose to his feet, the air around him crackling with suppressed power. "Shall I take a bath? Shall I take a bath?" He muttered to himself, glancing down at his body. After 3 days of intense cultivation, impurities had naturally been expelled from his body, forming a thin layer of filth on his skin. Though it wasn't as dramatic as when entering the chi refining stage, the difference was clear. His pores were unclogged, his skin had an almost ethereal glow, and his meridians felt utterly refreshed. This was due to the myriad breathing technique, which allowed only the purest chi while immediately expelling any impurities. Bai Zihan dusted off his robes, feeling the lingering energy from his cultivation. The faint impurities clinging to his skin made him uncomfortable, and he had no intention of remaining in this state for long. He took a deep breath, his gaze shifting toward the entrance of his room. With a calm yet commanding voice, he called out, "Luo Qing, come in." A moment of silence passed before hurried footsteps approached. The door creaked open, and a petite young maid stepped inside, her head lowered and hands slightly trembling. Luo Qing was Bai Zihan's personal servant, assigned to him since childhood. In the past, she had been subjected to his unpredictable moods and cruel temperament. He had never raised a hand against her, but his sharp tongue and cold indifference had been enough to instill deep-seated fear in her. Additionally, Bai Zihan hadn't even spared his own cousin when he was displeased, so how could she, a mere maid, not fear him? Her voice was hesitant. "Why, young master? You called for me?" Bai Zihan glanced at her trembling form and let out a sigh. It seemed his past actions had left quite an impression on those around him. Well, he didn't care much about it, especially knowing that his life was hanging by a thread. "Prepare a bath for me," Bai Zihan ordered. Luo Qing's body flinched slightly at the command, but she immediately bowed. "Yes, young master." "All right, away." She hurriedly turned and left, moving with such urgency that it almost seemed as though she feared lingering in his presence for even a second longer. Bai Zihan shook his head slightly, but didn't dwell on it. He sat down, allowing himself a brief moment of rest before the bath was ready. As Luo Qing rushed to prepare the bath, she couldn't help but notice something fell off. Her young master had always spoken with authority, but this time, his voice lacked the usual coldness or irritation. It was firm, commanding but not cruel. She shook her head as she worked. Perhaps I was just imagining things. Anyway, she didn't want to waste time on such meaningless thoughts. If she made the young master wait too long, he could become irritable. Once the bath was ready, she returned to inform him, keeping her head bowed as always. "Young master, your bath is ready." Bai Zihan walked past her without a word, heading toward the bath chamber. Before leaving, he looked at her face carefully. This was because it was the first time Bai Zihan had truly seen this maid's face who had served him for many years previously. Her appearance had been blocked by the system interface. "She is quite pretty." Luo Qing was a delicate young woman, barely in her late teens, with a slender yet graceful frame. Her long, jet black hair was neatly tied into a simple braid, falling over her shoulder in a way that accentuated her smooth, porcelain-like skin. Her features were soft and refined, gentle, almond-shaped eyes of deep, misty brown framed by naturally long lashes, a small, slightly upturned nose, and full lips with a faint rosy hue. Despite her modest status as a servant, she carried an understated elegance that was hard to ignore. Even the plain, light blue maid's robes she wore did little to hide the natural grace in her movements. However, the slight tremble in her stance, the way she kept her gaze lowered, and the subtle way she bit the inside of her lip revealed the fear she still harbored toward him. If this were Earth, she would definitely qualify to become a top idol. Bai Zihan thought. Their glow never left. 8 quiet comebacks that stunned as her beauty. He wasn't sure about the beauty standards of this world, and didn't know whether his maid was special or if such appearances were common. Looking at Luo Qing, his maid, he thought that perhaps due to cultivation, this world was simply filled with beautiful people. Whichever the case, he needed more time to understand. After all, in his memory, everyone's face had always been blurred by the system interface. Luo Qing stood motionless for a moment, her hands unconsciously tightening around the fabric of her sleeves. She had served him for years, yet today was the first time she felt something was different, especially when he looked at her before heading to his bath. She couldn't quite put into words, but there was something about Bai Zihan that had changed. His presence, the way he carried himself, even the way his eyes briefly passed over her, there was no disdain, no irritation, and more importantly, he looked directly into her eyes. This is the first time the young master has looked into my eyes. Normally, he would look irritated whenever she served him, his gaze lowered toward her legs or body. She knew it wasn't because he was lecherous or after her body. With his status, what women would he not get? Rather, he seemed to have a problem distinguishing people through their face and try to identify them through their other body parts. She had also heard from another servant that Bai Zihan was rumored to have some kind of vision problem, although it was just a rumor and had never been confirmed. But having served him for years, she knew it was at least somewhat true. Although she wasn't sure what the problem was, she knew that he had difficulty identifying people's faces and often mistook others, even when they looked nothing alike. Perhaps that was why Bai Zihan had made a habit of identifying people through other features, and his gaze was usually lowered. This is also why Luo Qing had specifically worn the same kind of dress forever to make identifying her easy for Bai Zihan. But that didn't seem to be the case today. The young master was looking directly at her face, and for a moment, he almost seemed fascinated. However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought as mere imagination. There's no way someone like me, a mere servant, could possibly catch the young master's interest. Bai Zihan undressed and stepped in, allowing the warm, soothing water to wash away the impurities. Ah, he let out a satisfied sigh as he leaned back, submerging himself deeper into the pool. The tension in his muscles melted away, and he could feel his body absorbing the residual spiritual energy within the water, further refining his meridians. For the first time in a long while, Bai Zihan allowed himself to relax. After about 30 minutes, he was done with his bath and ready to leave. Bai Zihan stood up, water dripping down his body, and grabbed a nearby towel. He dried himself off with practiced efficiency before slipping into the fresh robes that Luo Qing had left for him. The fabric was smooth and comfortable, a deep shade of black embroidered with faint silver linings. Once dressed, he walked toward the bronze mirror mounted on the side of the bath chamber. It would be the first time he saw his own reflection. He stepped in front of it and froze. A face stared back, flawless skin, sharp eyes, and an expression dripping with arrogance. A face designed for one purpose: to be obliterated by the protagonist before the story even got going. Handsome, sure, but with a sharp, villainous edge that screamed young master cannon fodder. He had the type of sharp, wicked handsomeness that screamed disposable stepping stone. His black hair was slightly damp, clinging to his forehead in strands, making his appearance even more striking with his red eyes. His eyes narrowed as he leaned closer. Seriously? The world gave me this face. It was as if the world had taken extra care in sculpting the perfect young master you must defeat appearance. Bai Zihan let out a low, bitter chuckle. Of course, he would look like this. It all made sense. He didn't just have the name of a doomed antagonist, even had the face to match. His fingers brushed against his jawline as he studied himself further. He sighed, stepping back from the mirror. Well, at least I'm good looking. Still, knowing how he appeared to others helped put a lot of things into perspective. And if this world was truly following the script of a cultivation novel, then he needed to change his role fast. Immediately after, he went out and called for Luo Qing. Luo Qing, are you there? He wanted to ask Luo Qing to prepare lunch for him since it had been many days since he last ate. Normally, he didn't care much about filling his belly, as a cultivator could go weeks without eating, and with pills, there was no need to eat at all. But how could he so easily forget his earthly habits? One of the few things in life he had truly enjoyed in his past life was food. Rather than eating just to live, he also lived to eat. He wasn't particularly rich in his past life and had only eaten normal meals, but here, it was a different story. He could have anything he wanted, especially when it came to food. Luo Qing. Bai Zihan called again. It was strange that she didn't immediately appear. As far as he could remember, Luo Qing rarely made such mistakes. Just as he was wondering what had happened, Luo Qing finally appeared. But what surprised him wasn't her appearance, it was who she had brought along. Bai Zihan. So you were here. A commanding and arrogant tone. There was only one person in the entire desolate Heaven Empire who could speak to Bai Zihan like that, his only sister, Bai Xueqing. The first true genius of the Bai Clan, the pride of the younger generation, and one of the most dazzling figures in the entire desolate Heaven Empire. This is also the first time Bai Zihan has properly seen her face. Long, flowing silver hair cascaded down her back like threads of moonlight, contrasting sharply against her dark, elegant robes embroidered with frost-like patterns. Her icy blue eyes were as piercing as a frozen lake in winter calm, yet unforgiving, holding a sharpness that seemed to see through everything. Her physique was slender yet powerful, a testament to her rigorous training. Unlike the delicate beauty of Luo Qing, Bai Xueqing carried herself with the refined grace of a martial goddess, unshakable, confident, and completely untouchable. She was someone who stood at the peak, admired by countless people in the empire. And right now, she was staring directly at Bai Zihan with a mixture of impatience and mild annoyance. It was only natural, because in the eyes of the Bai Clan, Bai Xueqing was a dragon destined for greatness. And Bai Zihan, he had always been the disgraceful younger brother, the one who could only hide in the shadows of her brilliance. Bai Xueqing's brows furrowed slightly as she folded her arms. She had expected to find him sulking, flinching, or trying to weasel his way out of whatever lecture she was about to give. But instead, he just stood there, calm and composed. Her eyes narrowed. Bai Zihan, what are you doing? She asked, her voice carrying its usual authority. Bai Zihan blinked. What kind of dumb question is that? He crossed his arms and replied casually. I was taking a bath. What does it look like? Silence. Luo Qing's eyes widened in shock. Even Bai Xueqing's expression stiffened for a brief moment, as if she hadn't expected such a direct response. Normally, Bai Zihan wouldn't even dare to meet her gaze, let alone speak to her so nonchalantly. She had been so used to seeing him act meek and fearful in her presence that this new attitude, it was almost unnerving. Luo Qing, who had been standing quietly behind Bai Xueqing, looked between the two siblings with a stunned expression. This isn't normal. Young master Bai Zihan never talks back to Lady Xueqing like that. Even in the past, Bai Zihan had always been arrogant toward those beneath him, but when it came to his sister, he was completely different. He had never once shown defiance toward her, yet now had spoken with confidence, without a trace of hesitation or fear. Bai Xueqing's sharp gaze studied him carefully. There was something different about him. For as long as she had known Bai Zihan, his eyes had always been filled with either frustration, self-loathing, or false bravado. But now there was something else. Something new. He looked straight at her. No avoidance. No cowing. Bai Xueqing observed Bai Zihan for a while before opening her mouth again. Although it was indeed surprising that he dared to speak to her in that way, she thought it was all a ploy to distract her. Bai Zihan, do you know what you did? Bai Xueqing asked. What I did? Bai Zihan repeated, frowning as he tried to figure out why Bai Xueqing was asking that and why she looked a bit angry. Did I do something? After all, if he had to think about all the things he had done that could have made her angry, the list was endless. Whether it was beating up some unfortunate soul, or going against some elders, disturbing others during cultivation, and so on, the list went on and on. The only saving grace was that Bai Zihan hadn't killed anyone. Otherwise, rather than being a cultivator, he would have easily become a demonic cultivator. Anyway, Bai Zihan's questioning made Bai Xueqing irritated, and she couldn't help but yell. Bai Zihan, you've got quite the courage. Why did you tease the senior sisters from my sect, and even dare to fight against my seniors? Do you think you can get away with that? Bai Xueqing said angrily. Oh, it's about that. Bai Zihan immediately realized what Bai Xueqing was referring to. After breaking her engagement, she returned to the Bai Clan, accompanied by both the elders and disciples of the Bai Clan and the Heaven Sword sect. The elders of the Heaven Sword sect had already left, but the disciples had stayed, intending to return to the sect with Bai Xueqing. Since they were disciples of the Heaven Sword sect and had helped Bai Xueqing, they were treated quite well. No one dared to mistreat them. Well, almost no one. These 8 celebs have the best legs you'll ever see. Brainberries who told them to cross paths with Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan was well aware that some disciples of the Heaven Sword sect were staying at the Bai Clan. He truly despises those from the Heaven Sword sect. Because he was not very talented and the Heaven Sword sect only recruited geniuses, he had always felt a sense of discrimination. He hated them for that. Hearing the Bai Clan's servants praise them, saying how gentlemanly they were, only irritated him further. So, he did what he always did. Show them who the real boss was. Bai Zihan smirked, recalling the events from earlier. It all started when he saw the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect strolling through the Bai Clan estate, acting all high and mighty. The male disciples strutted around like peacocks, while the female disciples carried an air of aloof superiority. The sight of them annoyed him to no end, especially since the Bai Clan servants couldn't stop fawning over them. Master Shun is so elegant, truly a disciple of the Heaven Sword sect. Lady Yun is so graceful. Her swordsmanship must be incredible. The disciples of the Heaven Sword sect are truly extraordinary. Bai Zihan gritted his teeth. Extraordinary, my ass. He had no particular grudge against them individually, but he couldn't stand the way people praised them just because they were from a so-called prestigious sect. He wasn't stupid, knew he was far from being a genius, but that didn't mean these arrogant disciples deserved all the attention. So, naturally, he had to do something about it. So when Bai Zihan saw 2 of the senior sisters of the Heaven Sword sect walking near the gardens, chatting amongst themselves, he knew that his chance had come. He recognized them senior sisters of his sister, Yin and Fei, both well-known beauties of the Heaven Sword sect. With a roguish grin, Bai Zihan stepped in front of them, blocking their path. Ah, 2 beauties, what a pleasant surprise. Are you lost? Bai Zihan said. Of course, he didn't actually care whether they were beauties or not, as he couldn't really see their faces. His sudden appearance startled the 2 senior sisters. Don't worry, Bai Zihan, am more than happy to escort you around. His voice was filled with mock sincerity. The 2 women frowned, clearly unimpressed. More importantly, knowing exactly who he was, their expressions held a hint of disdain. After all, there was no way they didn't know about Bai Xueqing's infamous brother. We don't require your assistance, Yin Qingmei said coldly. Please step aside. But Bai Zihan wasn't going to let them off so easily. Oh, but isn't it dangerous to wander around alone? Who knows what kind of scoundrels you might run into? He chuckled, deliberately making his tone sound ambiguous. Fei Ling narrowed her eyes. Are you implying something, young Master Bai? Of course not. I'm merely concerned for our guests. Bai Zihan smirked. When royals ditched the dress code and went viral her beauty. After all, it's quite rare to see such dignified disciples of the Heaven Sword sect gracing us with their presence. If I didn't know better, I'd think the sect sent their beauties to seduce our Bai Clan. Yin Qingmei's expression darkened. You, watch your mouth. Fei Ling's face also turned cold. We are not here for idle chatter. If you continue to speak nonsense, don't blame us for being rude. Bai Zihan pretended to look hurt. Ah, you wound me. I was just appreciating your presence. Yet you treat me so coldly? Truly, the Heaven Sword sect's reputation for being arrogant is well earned. The two women's patience had reached its limit. It was one thing to mock them, and another to insult their sect. But against Bai Zihan and the Bai Clan, they were truly powerless. They couldn't harm him otherwise. There was no telling how the Bai Clan would retaliate. Just when Fei and Yun seemed to have no solution to this problem, a voice interrupted them. What's happening here? Bai Zihan turned to see a group of male disciples from the Heaven Sword sect approaching. At the front was none other than Shun Liang, one of the stronger core disciples. Shun Liang's eyes barely concealed his irritation. Are you harassing my junior sisters? Shun Liang questioned. Harassing? Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow. What a harsh word. I was merely having a friendly conversation. Surely, the mighty Heaven Sword sect doesn't forbid their disciples from talking to people. Enough nonsense. Shun Liang's expression darkened. Junior sisters, who is he? And did he harass you? The atmosphere turned tense in an instant. The disciples behind Shun Liang were already gripping their swords, and the Bai Clan guards nearby were also looking uneasy. If a fight broke out here, it wouldn't just be a personal grudge, it could escalate into a conflict between the Bai Clan and the Heaven Sword sect. Other servants were also watching the conflict from afar. Young Master Bai is making trouble again. This time, it's with the esteemed guests of the Heaven Sword sect. Should we inform Lady Bai Xueqing? Otherwise, this could escalate into a huge problem. Don't. Do you not love your life? If young Master Bai Zihan finds out, you can say goodbye to your life. In the face of Bai Zihan's antics, the servants and onlookers were powerless to do anything. They didn't have the courage to call for help or stop the conflict, knowing that doing so would mean going against Bai Zihan, and no one wanted that. Yin Qingmei and Fei Ling exchanged glances. They might have let it slide if it were just a personal insult, but Bai Zihan had crossed the line by insulting their sect. Fei Ling finally spoke, her tone cold. Senior brother Shun, this is Bai Zihan Bai Xueqing's younger brother. He has been openly insulting both us and the Heaven Sword sect. Shun Liang's expression shifted slightly from anger to reluctant understanding. He had heard of Bai Zihan, the infamous troublemaker of the Bai Clan, known for his lack of talent yet abundance of arrogance. Realizing who stood before him, he took a deep breath and suppressed his fury. He looked Bai Zihan up and down with a condescending gaze before speaking. So, you're Bai Xueqing's younger brother? He continued. In consideration of my relationship with junior sister Xueqing, I'll let you off this time. However, I suggest you stop harassing female disciples of our Heaven Sword sect. His tone carried an air of superiority, as if he were showing mercy to a mere child. Moreover, there was an implicit threat in his words. Bai Zihan might not be talented in cultivation, but he wasn't stupid, understood the underlying meaning. Additionally, being threatened in his own territory? How could Bai Zihan let that slide? Oh, so, you one of those disciples, huh? Bai Zihan chuckled, his tone dripping with mockery. What do you mean? Shun Liang frowned, displeased that someone he considered a waste dared to mock him. Chasing after my sister like a licking dog. Haha, Bai Zihan burst into laughter after throwing his insult. Shun Liang's expression darkened instantly. Bai Zihan continued, acting as if he had just realized something. Actually, now that I think about it, this is a perfect opportunity for you, isn't it? My dear sister just broke off her engagement. A disciple like you must be thrilled at the chance to take advantage of the situation. Shun Liang's jaw clenched. Mind your words, Bai Zihan. His voice carried unmistakable anger like a child caught red-handed. Why? Bai Zihan spread his arms, feigning innocence. I'm just stating the obvious. Maybe you even had a hand in persuading my sister to break her engagement and go against our ancestors' promise? That would explain a lot, wouldn't it? Although he knew it was probably untrue, he said it anyway to further provoke Shun Liang. Haha, but do you truly think you have a chance? Who are you to even dream of being with my sister? Bai Zihan added, wanting to humiliate Shun Liang further. Elsewhere, who would dare to mock and underestimate Shun Liang? He might not be as talented as Bai Xueqing, but he was still a top talent respected by many and admired by his fellow disciples. If any male disciple in the Heaven Sword sect was considered worthy of Bai Xueqing, Shun Liang was one of them. Yet here he was, being ridiculed by a so-called waste. Shun Liang's expression twisted in pure fury. His aura surged violently, but he still had enough rationality to restrain himself. He knew that if he attacked Bai Zihan here, in the Bai Clan's territory, the consequences would be severe. Moreover, even though his relationship with Bai Xueqing wasn't particularly close, attacking her younger brother would definitely leave a bad impression on her. Instead, he took a deep breath and sneered. A dog who only dares to bark behind the safety of his family. No wonder Bai Xueqing never mentions Yuyuri, just a disgrace to the Bai Clan. The moment those words left Shun Liang's mouth, Bai Zihan's expression shifted slightly. Then slap. The slap was so fast and sudden that Shun Liang didn't even register it before his face snapped to the side. A deep red mark instantly formed on his cheek. Silence. Everyone in the courtyard Bai Clan servants, Heaven Sword sect disciples, and other onlookers froze in utter shock. Bai Zihan grinned. You were saying? Shun Liang's entire body tensed as his fury reached its peak. You. Without thinking, his hand shot to his sword, ready to strike. But just as he was about to unsheath his blade boom, a powerful force slammed into the ground between them. shaking the earth. A towering figure stepped forward by Zihan's personal guard. 28-year-old millionaire shows how to earn 504,000 a day. If you have 25,000 tomorrow, you will have 380,000. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out. His presence alone was like an immovable mountain. His sharp gaze bore into Shun Liang, and his voice was calm but carried a chilling weight. Please restrain yourself. Otherwise, I will be forced to take action. Shun Liang's fingers twitched on his sword hilt. He was livid. Every fiber of his being wanted to strike, to wipe that smug grin off by Zihan's face. But the rational part of his mind screamed at him was still in the Bai Clan. If he made a move now, he wouldn't just be fighting Bai Zihan, but the entire Bai Clan itself. He had no choice. With every ounce of restraint he had, he exhaled sharply and released his grip on his sword. Bai Zihan laughed, shaking his head. See, this is the problem with you Heaven Sword sect types. Always barking, always acting superior, but you can't do anything in the end. He smirked. You're nothing more than a licking dog. And I hope you remember that especially while you're my territory. Huh. The Bai Clan servants shook their heads in pity. Even the esteemed geniuses of the Heaven Sword sect had to suffer when dealing with their young master. Shun Liang and the other disciples trembled with fury, but they were helpless. They were merely at the golden core stage, while Bai Zihan's personal bodyguard was at least in the nascent soul realm. And even if they somehow managed to defeat Bai Zihan's bodyguard, there were many other guards who would intervene before they could even lay a finger on Bai Zihan. They stood no chance. This was a complete humiliation for Shun Liang and the Heaven Sword sect disciples. Bai Zihan stretched lazily. Well, that was fun. Shun Liang, make sure to ice that cheek. You wouldn't want people to think Heaven Sword sect disciples go around looking like they lost a fight to a mosquito. With that, he turned and walked away, hands behind his head, as if this entire situation had been nothing more than an amusing little game. The crowd parted for him. Behind him, Shun Liang stood frozen in place, his fists trembling in silent rage. This isn't over, Shun Liang muttered. Not by a long shot. Oh, those disciples of the Heaven Sword sect must have complained to Bai Xueqing. Bai Zihan immediately came to a conclusion. Indeed, in this vast Bai Clan territory, they had no one but Bai Xueqing to turn to for the injustice they faced. You mean to say that I did something to the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect? Bai Zihan asked casually. Yes, and I want you to apologize to them. Bai Xueqing said, irritation clear in her voice. Did you see it? Bai Zihan asked, surprising both Luo Qing and Bai Xueqing. At any other time, he would have obeyed Bai Xueqing without question, no matter the circumstance. Bai Xueqing stared at him, clearly taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor. Normally, he would act arrogantly, laugh it off, or try to weasel his way out of responsibility. But now, he was directly questioning her. Something was different. Her brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Did I see it? Bai Zihan leaned back, his posture completely relaxed. It's simple. If you didn't see me harass your senior sisters or start a fight, then how can you be sure I'm at fault? Bai Zihan knew he was indeed at fault, but he had no intention of admitting it. Unless Bai Xueqing had absolute proof, he was confident she wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He also had no intention of apologizing. His arrogance was ingrained in him, and not even the threat of punishment could change that. Besides, he was certain that Shun Liang and the others would one day get there, just desserts, especially Shun Liang, who was clearly after Bai Xueqing by Bai Xueqing's ex-fiancée. He was clearly a minor villain. Essentially, this meant that avoiding conflict with Shun Liang wasn't necessary, since he was just a minor villain himself. In fact, if he bullied Shun Liang, he might earn the protagonist's favor. Even if that wasn't the case, he simply disliked Shun Liang and would never apologize to him. Are you trying to say that my seniors are lying? Bai Xueqing narrowed her eyes. Bai Zihan chuckled. Perhaps. Who knows? Why would they lie? This is clearly you making trouble, and yet you dare to lie to me. Bai Xueqing's anger flared. She knew Bai Zihan's character well, and between him and her fellow disciples, she would always trust the latter. Bai Zihan smirked. How can you trust them over me without any evidence? Words are cheap, but if we really want to figure out what happened, why don't we ask everyone who was there? Bai Xueqing's expression darkened slightly. She was certain Bai Zihan was at fault, but without solid proof, she couldn't outright accuse him. Crossing her arms, she said, fine. Since you're so confident, let's settle this properly. Without wasting time, Bai Xueqing immediately ordered for all the Bai Clan servants and guards who had witnessed the event to be brought forward. Whispers filled the air as more and more people arrived, creating silent pressure over the courtyard. Then Bai Xueqing called for the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect who had been present that day. The courtyard filled up quickly as the disciples arrived, their expressions still holding lingering resentment. Among them were Shun Liang, Yin Qingmei, and Fei Ling. They stood at the front, their postures stiff, but there was a flicker of satisfaction in Shun Liang's eyes. She had been waiting for Bai Xueqing to handle this matter. He had been humiliated that day, but now he was going to take his revenge. He wouldn't forgive Bai Zihan until he groveled and apologized properly. Shun Liang stepped forward, bowing respectfully toward Bai Xueqing. Junior sister, I appreciate that you are taking this seriously. His tone was measured, but there was a hidden sense of vindication. Bai Xueqing nodded slightly before turning to the Heaven Sword sect disciples. Tell me exactly what happened. Yin Qingmei spoke first, her voice sharp with grievance. It started when Bai Zihan appeared in front of us and blocked our path. He made inappropriate remarks and implied that we were seducing members of the Bai Clan. When we tried to walk away, he further insulted our sect. Fei Ling nodded. That's right. Then senior brother Shun arrived to defuse the situation, but Bai Zihan continued to insult him, even slapping him. Shun Liang frowned, his expression calm, but his tone carrying hidden anger. I endured his provocations for the sake of maintaining peace, but he continued to insult both me, my junior sisters, and the Heaven Sword sect. He took a deep breath before continuing. Junior sister Bai, I know that he is your younger brother, but he cannot treat the Heaven Sword sect with such disrespect. Shun Liang clearly wanted to emphasize the severity of the situation by invoking the Heaven Sword sect's name. Bai Xueqing nodded and replied, Of course, if my younger brother has done this, I will make him apologize and punish him myself. Then, she turned to Bai Zihan. Zihan, what do you have to say for yourself? Clap, clap. Bai Zihan clapped his hands mockingly. Haha, if you only listen to them. Of course I'll be the villain in this story. He sighed, looking toward the Bai Clan servants and guards who had been gathered. But surely, there were other people watching that day? Perhaps some neutral witnesses who don't belong to the Heaven Sword sect. Servants and guards felt chilled when Bai Zihan acted that way. They clearly knew what he meant by those words. Bai Xueqing, though irritated by Bai Zihan's antics, knew he had a point. The servants and guards had been there that day. If she wanted to make this fair, she needed to hear their side as well. So, she turned toward the Bai Clan servants and guards. You all witnessed the event. Speak truthfully. The gathered servants and guards hesitated. On one hand, they did not want to go against Bai Zihan, who was known to be ruthless when offended. On the other hand, Bai Xueqing had personally ordered them to speak the truth. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out, 28-year-old millionaire shows how to earn 504,000 a day. If you have 25,000 tomorrow, you will have 380,000. No one wanted to step forward. After waiting for a long time, still no one spoke. Bai Xueqing pointed to one of the guards at random and asked him to step forward. You, tell me what you saw. The guard had no choice but to curse his bad luck as he stepped forward to answer. Lady Bai, it is true that young Master Bai approached the Heaven Sword sect disciples first. Yin Qingmei and Fei Ling smirked slightly. But, the guard continued, he never physically harassed anyone, nor did he stop them from leaving. He was merely helping them, seeing that they were lost. Between Bai Xueqing and Bai Zihan, the guard knew who was more dangerous. True, Bai Xueqing was more powerful, but she was also compassionate and understanding. Even if she found out he was lying, the worst she would do was punish him and dock his pay. But if he got on Bai Zihan's bad side, he could kiss his job and possibly his safety goodbye. His family might even suffer for it. So, he gave a favorable answer to Bai Zihan while avoiding outright lies. Bai Zihan smiled and nodded in approval, which relieved the guard. Yin Qingmei's expression stiffened slightly. And while young Master Bai did slap Master Shun, it was Master Shun who first called him a disgrace to the Bai Clan. Shun Liang's expression darkened. Bai Zihan clapped his hands. See, it's them who are trying to frame me. I was generous enough to let them go. Yet they accuse me in return. Lies. Shun Liang snapped, unable to tolerate the blatant distortion of events. Junior sister, don't listen to them. This guard is clearly lying. Bai Xueqing was conflicted. Based on the testimony, Bai Zihan didn't seem to be the instigator. Of course, she wouldn't just trust one guard. She turned to the other servants and guards. Is what he said true? They exchanged glances before answering in perfect unison. Yes. After all, siding with the Heaven Sword sect would only bring them trouble. At least in the Bai Clan's estate, it was wiser to stand with Bai Zihan. Shun Liang's face turned deathly pale as he realized the situation had turned against him. The Bai Clan servants and guards, all of them, had sided with Bai Zihan. He had no idea just how far Bai Zihan's influence extended over them or how little they feared Bai Xueqing in comparison. He and the other disciples had always assumed that, given Bai Xueqing's status as a genius and Bai Zihan's reputation as a waste, the servants and guards would naturally obey Bai Xueqing. But who would have thought? Compared to a benevolent ruler, people would always fear and obey a tyrant. Shun Liang clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. This is ridiculous. His voice trembled with suppressed rage. He hadn't expected all the servants and guards to take part in lying for Bai Zihan. Yet what could he do? Even if all the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect protested, the result wouldn't change. It would still be concluded that Bai Zihan had no fault as there is a lack of evidence from different parties. Moreover, just like now, they could always justify Bai Zihan slapping Shun Liang by claiming that Shun Liang had insulted him first. Damn it, Bai Xueqing frowned slightly. She wasn't blind, she could tell the servants were likely favoring Bai Zihan. But at the same time, there was no concrete evidence against him. And it did seem that Shun Liang had insulted Bai Zihan first, which technically gave Bai Zihan the right to retaliate. While his response may have been excessive, it happened within the Bai Clan's territory. Shun Liang had insulted a direct heir of the Bai Clan in their own estate. That was already a mistake. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xueqing finally spoke. The matter is settled. Yun Qingmei and Fei Ling's eyes widened. Junior sister Bai. A simple trick to earn up to 26,000 a day BTC income, she raised a hand, cutting them off. I've heard both sides. Senior sisters. While my younger brother's actions were excessive, senior brother Shen insulted him first, which cannot be ignored. Shen Liang's face contorted. Junior sister Bai, you enough. Bai Xueqing's tone turned sharp, leaving no room for argument. Yun Qingmei and Fei Ling's lips quivered in frustration, but they could only lower their heads and swallow their pride. Using their status, they were used to retaliating tenfold at the slightest grievance. But against Bai Zihan, in his territory, they were the weaker party. Even with the fault lying on the other side, they couldn't do anything. Their status as geniuses of the Heaven Sword sect was useless against Bai Zihan. Shen Liang, on the other hand, looked like he was about to explode. Unlike Yun Qingmei and Fei Ling, who were merely insulted, he had been slapped in front of everyone and had received no justice. Bai Xueqing turned to Bai Zihan. And you? Bai Zihan smirked, knowing he had won. Yes. She narrowed her eyes at him. I will be watching you. If I catch you causing trouble again, I won't be so lenient. Bai Zihan simply shrugged. Of course. Of course. Shen Liang could only grit his teeth, his fists clenched in frustration. However, Bai Zihan suddenly spoke again. Why doesn't the Heaven Sword sect's disciple apologize for falsely accusing me? Silence. The entire courtyard froze. Even Bai Xueqing was momentarily stunned by Bai Zihan's audacity. Shen Liang's face twisted in fury. Apologize? After all of this? He hadn't received an apology for being humiliated, yet Bai Zihan dared to demand one from him? It was like a thief stealing from you, then demanding you pay him back for the money he never lost. The other Heaven Sword sect disciples, including Yun Qingmei and Fei Ling, looked equally outraged. You, Shen Liang gritted his teeth. Bai Zihan, don't push your luck. Bai Zihan tilted his head in amusement, a leisurely smirk on his face. Push my luck. He chuckled. I merely pointed out the truth. He spread his arms as if addressing the entire crowd. I was accused of harassment. False. I was accused of stopping people from leaving. False. I was accused of picking a fight. False. He looked straight at Shen Liang and grinned. You wanted me to apologize when you accused me, but when you're proven wrong, you can't do the same? He clicked his tongue, shaking his head. You people are such hypocrites. You demand an apology when you're wronged, but when the tables are turned suddenly, it's a different story. TSK. Tis. Shen Liang was trembling in anger. The humiliation of being slapped and, now, being asked to apologize was unbearable. Bai Zihan's smirk widened as he took a step closer. Their glow never left. 8 quiet comebacks that stunned us her beauty. Or, do you think the Bai Clan is just some pushover? Shen Liang clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. The Bai Clan servants and guards whispered among themselves, their gazes full of pity for the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect. They knew Bai Zihan was the troublemaker yet now. He wanted his victims to apologize to him. Would the so-called geniuses of the Heaven Sword sect accept such an injustice? Well, injustice was something they, as servants, were all too familiar with when dealing with Bai Zihan. Some even thought the disciples should have let it go when they had a chance. Now, they had only suffered more by trying to retaliate. Shen Liang took a sharp breath and turned away. Junior sister Bai, I will take my leave. Fei Ling and Yun Qingmei quickly followed, their faces pale with shame. The other disciples hesitated, but eventually followed their senior, their backs stiff with anger. Bai Zihan watched them leave, shaking his head in mock pity. Such a shame, he sighed dramatically. I thought they would own up to their mistake. Such petty people. The servants and guards wanted to roll their eyes. If anyone in the world was petty, it was definitely Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan stretched lazily. Flawless victory. He turned to leave, but before he could, Bai Xueqing's voice stopped him. Bai Zihan. He turned, still smirking. Yes, dear sister. Do you still have something to say? Her gaze was cold. Don't think no one sees through your tricks. You might have slipped past the situation, but don't think you can do it again. Bai Zihan smiled innocently. What do you mean, dear sister? Oomph. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Bai Zihan merely grinned at her words. If there's nothing else, I'll be going then. The servants and guards were shocked. This was the first time Bai Zihan had ever gone against his sister and won. Not only that, his ability to twist the truth with such ease, turning black into white, was so terrifying that they couldn't help but shudder. Once again, they realized going against Bai Zihan was no different from courting death. Even if you were the victim, even if you were wronged or even killed unjustly, Bai Zihan could twist the narrative and make you the villain instead. Bai Xueqing kept her gaze fixed on Bai Zihan until he disappeared from sight. She found that her brother had changed. Same arrogance, same temperament, but something was different about the way he handled the situation. Still, she didn't dwell on it for long. Right now, she had more pressing matters to attend to. She needed to prepare for her departure to the Heaven Sword sect. Initially, she could afford to take her time, ensuring that the Heaven Sword sect disciples were comfortable during their stay. But after what had happened, she was certain they would want to leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Bai Zihan wasn't thinking much about what had transpired. To him, This was just another consequence of his past actions catching up to him, except the other party had no idea who they were messing with. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated Shun Liang. You have earned 1,000 points. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated Yun Qingmei. You have earned 1,000 points. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated Fei Ling. You have earned 1,000 points. As expected, as long as he completely defeated someone in some form, the system would recognize it as a victory. A millionaire from Hyderabad shows how she earns 1,440,000 per week BTC income, considering that almost every disciple of the Heaven Sword sect had a higher cultivation realm than him. It was no surprise that he was rewarded with so many points. Bai Zihan let out a low chuckle. Not bad. Not bad at all. Shun Liang was nothing more than a minor villain, existing solely to elevate others. Except this time, it wasn't a protagonist who benefited, it was him. Anyway, let's get back to business. Bai Zihan didn't spare another thought for Shun Liang or what he might do next. The only advantage Shun Liang had over him was his greater talent and higher cultivation level. Apart from that, there was nothing he could do to retaliate. His only backing was the Heaven Sword sect, and given that I am Bai Xueqing's brother, they would do anything to me. Between Shun Liang and Bai Xueqing, the Heaven Sword sect would undoubtedly value the latter far more. Not to mention, the Bai Clan was in existence they could easily afford to offend. Moreover, Bai Zihan was certain that in the coming days, he would easily surpass Shun Liang in terms of cultivation as well. With that in mind, Bai Zihan made his way to the private training hall. The private training hall was reserved exclusively for direct members of the Bai Clan. The vast room was lined with reinforced stone walls engraved with complex formations to prevent damage from training accidents. At its center, a large jade formation disc radiated a soft, glow-the-gravity training array designed to increase the user's body weight to temper their physique. On one side, racks of weapons lined the walls, ranging from simple iron swords to high-quality spirit weapons that radiated an oppressive aura. Rows of training dummies, reinforced with protective talismans, stood like silent sentinels, waiting to be struck. And at the farthest end of the hall, a massive mural of a Bai Clan ancestor wielding a sword was etched into the wall, a testament to the generations of martial refinement within the Bai Clan. Today, Bai Zihan will take his first step toward mastering one of those techniques. He wasted no time, settling onto a jade meditation platform at the center of the room. He reached into his storage ring. Martial Arts Enlightenment card. Without hesitation, he activated it. Martial Arts Enlightenment card, active, 1 hour remaining. A strange sensation washed over him. His mind became sharper, clearer, as if a fog had been lifted. Suddenly, he could see the essence of martial arts more vividly than ever before. 9 shadows, flowing light, sword, let's begin. What he wanted to practice today was the Bai Clan's strongest martial art, the 9 shadows, flowing light sword. One of the 3 heaven-grade techniques of the Bai Clan, and it was considered one of the most powerful in the Heaven Desolate Empire. Even within the Bai Clan, it was strictly restricted when passing down to the next generation. Only those who made great contributions or were acknowledged as geniuses could learn it. As the next clan leader, Bai Zihan had been required to learn it. He was granted access to it the moment he broke through to the Qi refining stage. But in the past, Bai Zihan had never cared to practice it. With system interface obstructing the demonstrations shown by his father, all he could do was struggle through half-baked attempts at practice. Perhaps, if he had been a true genius, he might have figured something out by just reading martial art. But as a third-rate villain, he had no such luck. He had given up on martial arts altogether. But this time, things are different. He could clearly sense that his comprehension of the 9 shadows flowing light sword had improved drastically. He reached for a lightweight long sword from the weapons rack, its blade shimmering under the spirit lamp's dim glow. Stepping into the center of the room, he prepared to begin. First form, flickering shadow step. Bai Zihan dashed forward, his footwork light yet erratic, moving in sudden, unpredictable bursts. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out. If you have 25,000 tomorrow, you will have 380,000. Millionaire reveals how she earns 43,000 a day. Thanks to AI, the essence of this technique was misdirection, moving just fast enough to create afterimages, confusing his opponent's perception of his actual position. At first, his movements were unrefined, but with the Enlightenment card's effect, he quickly adjusted. His afterimages became clearer. His steps became faster. Within 15 minutes, he could leave behind 3 distinct afterimages. Bai Zihan smirked. Not bad, but he wasn't done. He shifted into the second form. Second form, Phantom Light Strike. This form was the true heart of the 9 shadows flowing light sword. It revolved around delivering a single, unpredictable strike from an untraceable angle. The moment Bai Zihan moved, his shadow split into 3, making it nearly impossible to tell from which direction his real sword was coming. He slashed at a training dummy. Shing! A deep gash appeared across the dummy's torso. If this had been a real opponent, they wouldn't have known what hit them. He refined his execution, blending fake slashes with real strikes. Within 25 minutes, he felt like he could properly utilize the Phantom Light Strike. But now it was time for the third form. Third form, 9 shadows flowing light. This was the technique's true killing move. It combined a flickering shadow step and phantom light strike, allowing Bai Zihan to unleash multiple slashes in the blink of an eye. He took a deep breath, fingers tightening around the hilt of his sword. Then boom, Bai Zihan exploded forward, his body flickering like a mirage. His sword blurred as he struck once, twice, 4 times. By the time he stopped, the training dummy behind him collapsed into pieces, sliced apart from multiple angles. Bai Zihan exhaled slowly, lowering his sword. 1 hour was up. System. Host info host. Bai Zihan age. 16 cultivation realm. Core formation. Mid. Constitution. None martial arts. 9 shadows flowing light sword. Minor mastery. He looked at his status, and then shifted his focus to the martial arts section, which until recently has none, but now has changed. Then he chuckled. In just 1 hour, he had reached minor mastery in one of the Bai Clan's most advanced sword techniques. If any of the Bai Clan members, or even the Heaven Sword sect disciples saw this, they'd probably spit blood. However, he also knew that while this was a great achievement for him, in the grand scheme of things, it was probably not enough. To put in context, Bai Xueqing, who was also allowed to learn 9 shadows flowing light sword, had already achieved greater mastery over this martial art. She might even achieve perfection in 9 shadows flowing light sword before turning 20. That was talent, something he needed to surpass. If even his sister was this talented, he was sure that her ex-fiancée would be even more talented and, in the coming years, perhaps wield powerful techniques at full mastery. Compared to those monsters outside, his achievement might as well be non-existent. Moreover, this achievement was mostly thanks to the martial arts enlightenment card. Without that, who knows how many days or months it would have taken. While that was the case, he also didn't forget that he was only just starting to cultivate properly. After all, before reaching the top of the mountain, one must start from the bottom. And it was already commendable that he has reached somewhere around the top of the mountain, albeit slower and behind everyone else. Let's practice more. Although the martial arts enlightenment card was used up, it didn't mean he couldn't train longer. Moreover, his mind was still fresh from all the insights he had gained, making it a perfect opportunity to refine the technique further while everything was still fresh in his mind. While Bai Zihan was training, his father, Bai Tianheng, was having a headache as he looked at the report in his hands. This brat. What trouble did he cause this time? Bai Tianheng muttered, referring to Bai Zihan. Bai Tianheng could be said to be both blessed and cursed at the same time. He had 2 children, one of them turned out to be heaven-blessed, a talent ranked #1 in the desolate Heaven Empire, and the greatest genius the Bai Clan had seen in 1,000 years. But on the other hand, his only son heir of the Bai Clan and the future clan leader was the complete opposite. Despite pouring countless resources into him, Bai Zihan's progress was disappointing to say the least. To make matters worse, he wasn't just talentless, but also lazy and constantly creating trouble everywhere. Because of this, many elders had repeatedly come forward to complain and demanded that Bai Zihan be punished for the problems he caused. A bigger issue was that some elders had even begun bringing up the topic of changing the heir of the Bai Clan, suggesting that someone else should take Bai Zihan's place. Sigh. Bai Tianheng couldn't help but think if only Bai Xueqing had been born a male, then none of this would have been a problem. It wasn't that he didn't love his daughter, cherish her deeply, but because she was a woman, there was no way she could become the head of the Bai Clan. After all, in the future, Bai Xueqing would inevitably marry and join her husband's family, no matter how talented she was. Bai Tianheng looked at the recent report from his shadow guard, detailing the conflict between Bai Zihan and disciple of Heaven Sword sect staying in Bai Clan. Of course, he wasn't too worried about Heaven Sword sect, as this is just a minor problem, which was between the children. He would have come forward to handle the things if it turned serious, but since Bai Xueqing already handled it, he has no intention to do so. At least he's training. Bai Tianheng muttered, if you have 25,000 tomorrow, you will have 380,000. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out, 28-year-old millionaire shows I earned 504,000 a day. While most of the reports on Bai Zihan were as expected him causing trouble, there was one surprising detail. He was cultivating and had gone to practice his martial arts. This was rare, especially for him to do so on his own. Bai Tianheng had forced Bai Zihan multiple times in the past, and even been given severe punishment when he refused to train. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to train. This was the only good piece of news he had heard in a long time. After all, he had to handle matters like those involving the Yi family Bai Xueqing's former fiancé's clan. Although the status of the 2 clans was vastly different, they were once allies and had a good relationship. Canceling an engagement that had been arranged by their ancestors regardless of how logical the reason would have a huge impact on their reputation and trust with other allies. The branch family elders would also not miss this chance to criticize him and Bai Xueqing, despite knowing that what they did was in the best interest of the clan. Moreover, due to his wife taking the Dao Bone of one of the geniuses from the branch family, most branch families didn't have a good opinion of the main family, causing a crack in their relationship. The only reason why there wasn't outright retaliation and chaos within the Bai Clan was because he, Bai Tianheng, was the strongest of his generation and had done a good job of making the clan stronger. However, starting from the next generation, the head of the family might come from the branch family unless Bai Zihan changes, which seems impossible. Knock, knock, clan leader. Suddenly, one of the servants called out. The meeting is about to start. Sigh. I understand. He knew very well what topic those old geezers were going to bring up once again in a meeting. But then he smirked. Time to reveal my trump card. Clan leader, are you serious? The elders of the Bai Clan couldn't help but find what they had heard unbelievable. Do I look like I'm joking? Bai Tianheng responded arrogantly, his piercing gaze sweeping across the hall. None of the elders truly believed that Patriarch Bai Tianheng would joke about such a matter, but what he had just said was difficult to accept. Clan leader, did the Chu clan leader really agree to the marriage? An elder asked again, still in disbelief. Bai Tianheng sighed, his patience wearing thin. How many times must I repeat myself before you understand? Yes, Chu Xing has accepted the proposal. Unbelievable. Is there something wrong with Chu Xing? Why would he agree to marry his daughter to a waste like Bai Zihan? This is great news. With this marriage, our alliance with the Chu clan is as good as sealed. A murmur spread among the elders. Some still refused to believe the news, while others were delighted by it. This sudden announcement completely disrupted the original purpose of the meeting. A few minutes ago, the elders had gathered with a singular goal to convince Bai Tianheng to strip Bai Zihan of his status as heir and pass it to a more suitable candidate. Of course, they knew Bai Tianheng would not agree so easily. Thus, they had brought the Grand Elders. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out, BTC income. The Grand Elders were from the previous generation. Although they rarely interfered in clan affairs, choosing instead to focus on their cultivation, they would step in when necessary. The elders had called upon the Grand Elders to exert pressure on Bai Tianheng, forcing him to name a new heir. And the most favored candidate was Bai Jian, the son of Bai Feng. Bai Feng, the younger brother of Bai Tianheng, had always harbored resentment for not becoming the clan leader himself. Although he eventually accepted it due to Bai Tianheng's superior talent and leadership, he had never approved of Bai Zihan being the heir. Instead, he firmly believed that his son, Bai Jian, who was more talented and far more disciplined, should inherit the position. Many elders, including the Grand Elders, supported this notion. Thus, when Bai Tianheng walked into the meeting hall with a smile on his face, the elders were confused. They had expected Bai Tianheng to be in a sour mood, knowing full well what today's discussion was about. Yet, instead of gloominess, he appeared rather pleased. Many were puzzled by his smiling face, while others suspected it was intentional, meant to throw them off, knowing that he couldn't possibly change the outcome of today's meeting. Bai Tianheng walked forward and took his seat at the head of the council hall, his hands resting casually on the armrests. Elders, Grand Elders, Bai Tianheng greeted, his voice steady and deep. I assume you all did not call me here simply to enjoy the morning. The Grand Elders remained silent, watching with piercing eyes, allowing the current elders to speak first. After all, their sole purpose was to decide the outcome and to deter Bai Tianheng from making any excuses. If Bai Tianheng has a good enough reason why Bai Zihan should still remain the heir, then they could also support Bai Tianheng. Bai Feng, Bai Tianheng's younger brother, immediately stepped forward. His blue robe swayed as he clasped his hands together. Clan leader, we appreciate your time. However, this matter is urgent. We must discuss the future of the Bai Clan, specifically the position of heir. Bai Tianheng smirked slightly. Here it comes. Bai Feng continued despite feeling that there was something wrong with Bai Tianheng. If it were other times, the topic itself would have made Bai Tianheng lose his cool and become defensive. I believe it is time for us to acknowledge what many have known for years: Bai Zihan is unfit to be the heir of the Bai Clan. Some of the elders nodded in agreement, their faces serious. Bai Tianheng remained silent, allowing Bai Feng to continue. Time and time again, Bai Zihan has shown himself to be lazy, arrogant, and completely unmotivated in cultivation. Bai Feng's voice carried a sharp edge, clearly meant to provoke. The elders have personally seen his reckless behavior, wasting resources, getting into pointless conflicts, and making enemies out of valuable allies. He cast a glance around the hall, his voice growing louder. Just recently, he humiliated the Heaven Sword sect's disciples, causing unnecessary friction with one of the most powerful sects in the empire. What if they take offense? What if this escalates? More elders nodded in agreement. Although most of them did know that conflict between juniors would matter much, but they had to agree that Bai Zihan unnecessary, making trouble. Furthermore, Bai Feng continued, his talent is abysmal. Even with our clan's best resources, he remains stuck at the core formation realm, while geniuses his age have already stepped into the golden core realm. Some of the elders whispered among themselves. Indeed, compared to Bai Jian, Bai Zihan is too far behind. He isn't interested in working hard either. He has ditched most of the class and even dared to argue with the teachers. We can't afford to let an incompetent person inherit the clan. Bai Feng paused, letting the murmurs settle before delivering his final argument. If you have 25,000 tomorrow, you will have 380,000. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out, 28-year-old millionaire shows how to earn 504,000 a day for the good of the Bai Clan. I propose that Bai Zihan be stripped of his status as heir and that a more suitable candidate, one with true talent and discipline, be chosen in his place. He turned his gaze toward a young man standing near the back, Bai Jian, his own son. Bai Jian stepped forward, his expression humble yet confident. Unlike Bai Zihan, Bai Jian was known for his diligence and talent. He was already at the Golden Core realm, far ahead of Bai Zihan in cultivation. Although it was enough to match Bai Shiweqing, who is already in the nascent soul realm, he was indeed one of the most talented in Desolate Heaven Empire. Many elders regarded him favorably. I second this motion. I agree. Bai Zihan is unfit. Bai Jian would make a much better heir. The discussion quickly shifted in Bai Feng's favor, with multiple elders supporting the proposal. It was clear that if things continued like this, Bai Zihan would lose his position as heir today. But just as Bai Feng was about to press his advantage, Bai Tianheng raised a hand. Enough! His voice wasn't loud, but it carried absolute authority, and the entire hall fell silent. Bai Tianheng leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table. His gaze turned sharp, and his once amused expression vanished. You all gathered here to discuss my son's faults, Bai Tianheng said slowly. But before we continue this discussion, I have some good news to share. He let his words hang in the air, allowing the weight of his presence to settle over the room. News? Bai Feng frowned. He was unhappy that Bai Tianheng was trying to change the topic when he was clearly at an advantage and was going to achieve his goal. However, he still remained calm. No matter how much you delay, the air would definitely change today. Bai Feng thought, and didn't say much to Bai Tianheng's tactic of changing topic and delaying the matter of changing air. Bai Tianheng smirked. Indeed, I am pleased to announce that the Bai Clan and the Chu Clan have agreed on a marriage between Bai Zihan and Chu Zian. Bai Tianheng's announcement sent waves of shock through the Bai Clan's council hall. Even the Grand Elders, who had initially been observing in silence, were now engaged in serious discussions among themselves. The implications of this marriage alliance were immense. Although the Bai Clan was one of the top 3 strongest clans in the Desolate Heaven Empire, his position was constantly challenged by the other two. For years, these rival clans had been subtly working against the Bai Clan, perhaps even forming secret alliances to weaken its influence. If the Bai Clan stood alone, it was only a matter of time before these forces would try to swallow them whole. Thus, securing strong allies was not a luxury, it was a necessity. The Chu Clan was the strongest force outside of the top 3, sitting just beneath them. If the Bai Clan was a mountain, the Chu Clan was a rising star, not yet at the peak, but close enough to be feared. Their businesses, trade routes, and number of experts were vast, making them one of the most influential factions in the empire. More importantly, the daughters of the 2 clan leaders Bai Shiweqing and Chu Zian had always been close. Some even said they were like sisters in all but blood. For years, the Bai Clan had sought closer ties with the Chu Clan, but political differences had made such an alliance difficult. Yet now, with this marriage proposal, the strongest non-top 3 force and the Bai Clan were one step closer to standing side by side. Such an alliance could potentially rival even the other 2 strongest clans of the Desolate Heaven Empire. It was an opportunity no one in the Bai Clan could afford to ignore. Even those who disliked Bai Zihan had to admit if this marriage went through, it would be an unparalleled strategic victory. Despite their shock and excitement, the elders weren't completely at ease. Bai Zihan, even with this proposed marriage, was still Bai Zihan a young master, known more for arrogance and troublemaking than for talent or ambition. One of the elders, Elder Bai Mu, spoke cautiously. Clan leader, while this is indeed a great opportunity, there is still a problem. Bai Tianheng raised an eyebrow. Oh, Bai Mu hesitated, then spoke clearly. Even with this proposal, Bai Zihan himself has yet to prove his worth. If the Chu Clan finds him lacking, what's stopping them from retracting their agreement in the future? Some of the elders nodded in agreement, murmuring among themselves. Even though Patriarch Chu Xing had accepted the proposal, nothing had been finalized yet. If Bai Zihan remained the same as he was now, the Chu Clan could still find a way to break the engagement without damaging their reputation. And if that happened, Bai Clan could find themselves in a bad position. Bai Feng, who had been silent until now, suddenly smiled. Elder Bai Mu makes an excellent point, Bai Feng said, his voice calm, but laced with hidden intent. Knowing Bai Zihan's behavior, he could very well ruin our relationship with the Chu Clan. He glanced toward Bai Tianheng, feigning politeness. Surely, the clan leader understands this as well. Bai Tianheng's gaze darkened slightly. This was Bai Feng's counterattack. He had been backed into a corner earlier, but now, he was pushing back with logic. It was true. The Chu Clan had agreed, but if Bai Zihan caused trouble for them, the alliance could easily crumble. Worse, if Bai Zihan embarrassed himself publicly, it could give the Chu Clan a reason to withdraw their support entirely. The Bai Clan might be one of the top 3 clans, but that didn't mean they could force the Chu Clan into an alliance they didn't want. The Grand Elders exchanged knowing glances. This was the real issue at hand. So how about this, clan leader? Bai Feng continued. Shouldn't we change the person who is going to marry Chu Zian? Only someone truly capable could make this marriage work. His meaning was clear, was now trying to secure Chu Zian for his own son. Bai Jian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he heard his father's words. Chu Zian, who in the empire didn't know of this fairy, who could captivate men with a single glance? Not to mention that with the Chu Clan support, his own standing would rise significantly. Even without her background, Bai Jian thought that her beauty and talent made her worthy of him. Other elders shared the same sentiment. They assumed that the Chu Clan likely sought an alliance with the Bai Clan itself, not Bai Zihan specifically. If they could replace Bai Zihan with a more exceptional Bai Clan member, they wouldn't have to worry about the groom being unworthy of the bride. Additionally, their original goal removing Bai Zihan as heir would also be accomplished. Yes, we need to choose a worthy groom for Chu Zian. If you have 25,000 tomorrow, you will have 380,000 28-year-old millionaire. Shows how to earn 504,000 a day. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out. Bai Zihan will only embarrass us and ruin our relationship with the Chu clan. We propose that Bai Zihan should not be the groom for Chu Zian. The elders immediately seized the opportunity. Even the Grand Elders seemed deep in thought, likely considering the same thing. Grand Elder Rin stepped forward to make a suggestion. Clan leader, how about this? Bai Zihan can keep his title as heir, but we must change the groom for Chu Zian. Grand Elder Rin knew that Bai Tianheng wouldn't easily agree to remove his son as the groom, but if they assured him that Bai Zihan could retain his status as heir, he might compromise. After all, it was clear that the marriage alliance was arranged to solidify Bai Zihan's position as heir. As long as they promised that the heir wouldn't change, Bai Tianheng might accept this demand. I support this as well. Bai Feng added, his voice carrying confidence. In Bai Feng's mind, if his son could marry Chu Zian, it was worth far more than securing the heir position. After all, an heir was only a temporary title. Nothing was guaranteed until Bai Tianheng stepped down. And with Bai Zihan's lack of talent, there was no way he could ever inherit the clan leadership in the long run. Moreover, with Bai Jian's marriage to Chu Zian, he could influence the Chu clan and eventually pressure Bai Tianheng to change the heir altogether. By then, even the Grand Elders and other elders would likely support the decision. We also support this. With Bai Feng in the lead, others also nodded in agreement, showing that they were willing to let Bai Zihan keep his status as heir as long as the groom was changed. Bai Tianheng smirked as he observed their reactions. He knew exactly what they were thinking. He also knew that Bai Zihan would inevitably lose his position as heir if he lost the marriage alliance with the Chu clan. But Bai Tianheng wasn't worried. Sorry to disappoint you all, but the Chu clan has specifically requested my son, Bai Zihan. The Chu clan specifically requested Bai Zihan. Bai Feng asked, dumbfounded. It would be one thing if Bai Zihan was a genius or the certain heir to the Bai Clan leadership, but he was neither. Not to mention his terrible personality and behavior, which had made him infamous throughout Desolate Heaven Empire. Clan leader, Bai Feng said, keeping his tone respectful but pressing forward. Are you certain about this? Could it be that the Chu clan merely sought an alliance with our Bai Clan and not Bai Zihan personally? Some elders nodded in agreement. The words came directly from Chu Xing himself. Bai Tianheng replied smoothly. Chu Zian wants Bai Zihan. Bai Tianheng confirmed, making it clear that it wasn't just Chu Xing who conveyed this message. Chu Zian herself had personally expressed her desire for Bai Zihan. How could that be? Why would a peerless beauty and genius like Chu Zian be interested in someone like Bai Zihan? That's impossible. They found it hard to believe that someone like Chu Zian would be interested in Bai Zihan. The only things he had going for him were his bloodline and appearance. But with Chu Zian's qualifications, she could easily have both of those and much more. Haha, my son indeed inherited my abilities. Don't you think so too? Bai Tianheng said, blowing his own horn. Though it wasn't entirely false, as he certainly charmed many girls when he was young. The entire hall fell into silence, unsure how to respond to Bai Tianheng's words. Ahem. Anyway, if you don't believe me, you can ask the Chu family head yourself. In any case, this is great news for the Bai Clan, and I expect you all to prepare for it. In a few days, we will announce their engagement. Bai Tianheng declared after realizing the embarrassing comment he made. Understood. The elders replied immediately. Although the meeting had taken an unexpected turn from its original purpose, looking at the bigger picture, this was indeed beneficial for the clan. Even Bai Feng knew he shouldn't push for what he originally came for and bowed in agreement. The only one whose emotions showed clear defiance was Bai Jian, his hand clenched in anger. Bai Zihan, you're always taking what should be mine, he muttered bitterly. Meanwhile, Bai Tianheng, having dealt with the elders, now had one major concern. Now, how shall I break this news to Zihaner? Knowing his son's personality, there was little to no chance that he would agree. I'm doing this for his own good. If he disagrees, then I'll just have to knock some sense into him. Bai Zihan had finished his practice and was now waiting for his food. Luo Qing, is the food still not ready? Bai Zihan called out. Why, young master? The cook said he needs 10 more minutes. Luo Qing replied in a somewhat nervous tone. She knew just how impatient Bai Zihan could bay. His temper was infamous. She was also a little confused. Cultivator usually didn't eat normal food after reaching the core formation stage, and it was same for Bai Zihan. Cultivators at that level primarily ate monster meat, which could aid in cultivation. But Bai Zihan had refused such meals. The reason? Unlike what he had read in novels, monster meat tasted almost completely bland no matter what type of beast it came from. However, most cultivators didn't care about taste. They cared only about cultivation. Monster meat was rare, especially high-quality ones, so they consumed it regardless of its lack of flavor. But Bai Zihan, he wanted food that actually tasted good. Luo Qing immediately informed the kitchen about Bai Zihan's request, which caused a commotion among the cooks. The kitchen primarily served the Bai Clan servants or those below the core formation stage, occasionally preparing tea for guests. They had almost been freed from Bai Zihan's torment when he advanced to core formation, but now, the devil had returned. The Bai Clan's head chef, Chen Guang, was sweating bullets as he rushed to prepare a proper meal. He knew that making Bai Zihan wait could make him angry, but serving him bad food would be even worse. After all, the previous head chef had been fired because Bai Zihan found the salt in his dish to be slightly off. Working for the Bai Clan was challenging, but it also came with rewards 3 times the salary of even the imperial family. That's why no servant wanted to risk angering Bai Zihan and getting fired. 10 minutes later, the food was finally ready and served. Although Bai Zihan was the only one eating, the amount of food could easily feed 20 people. It was a feast fit for a king. Finally, it had been years since he had eaten anything other than pills and monster meat. Bai Zihan looked at the extravagant meal before him. Dozens of dishes, each meticulously prepared roasted duck, fragrant jasmine rice, glazed honeyed vegetables, steamed river fish, and even rare delicacies that ordinary people could only dream of tasting. It was practically a royal banquet. Luo Qing and the other servants stood quietly, waiting for Bai Zihan's reaction, their expressions tense. The head chef, Chen Guang, stood off to the side, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Although he had worked in the Bai Clan for years, nothing made him more nervous than serving young master Bai Zihan. After all, the previous head chef had been fired instantly just because Bai Zihan found the seasoning in his food unsatisfactory. Chen Guang had taken over ever since and had never once been ordered to cook for Bai Zihan until today. Now, he could only pray that his meal was satisfactory. Bai Zihan picked up his chopsticks, taking his time to examine the food before him. The servants held their breath as he took the first bite. The moment the food touched his tongue, his expression stiffened slightly. So plain. The food wasn't bad. It was cooked perfectly, seasoned well, and made with the highest quality ingredients. But when Hollywood said no, misfits who became icons her beauty, their glow never left. 8 quiet comebacks that stunned us her beauty, it lacked something. Compared to Earth, this is way too plain. Back on Earth, he had tasted a variety of rich, complex flavors, spicy, sweet, savory, umami, tangy. But here, food was prepared solely for nourishment, not enjoyment. It wasn't that the chefs were untalented, it was that this entire world lacked refined culinary traditions. Cultivators didn't care about taste. That's so damn sad. Back on Earth, food was one of the greatest joys of his life. To think that these lavish dishes, made from the finest ingredients, couldn't even compare to simple street food was a huge disappointment. Bai Zihan sighed internally, but didn't make a big deal out of it. He continued eating at a normal pace, showing little expression. However, to those around him, his lack of visible enjoyment was a terrifying sign. Chen Guang, who had been watching anxiously, felt his stomach drop. Bai Zihan wasn't smiling. He wasn't nodding in approval. He wasn't saying anything. He was just eating. No, for a chef, this was a nightmare. If the food was bad, Bai Zihan would yell or throw a tantrum. If it was great, he might at least make a satisfied remark. But this silent disappointment was worse than anything. Chen Guang's legs trembled as he imagined the worst possible outcome. Was he about to be fired, beaten, banished from the Bai Clan, and left to beg on the streets? He couldn't let that happen. Chen Guang immediately dropped to his knees, bowing deeply. Young Master Bai, please have mercy. Cough. What? Bai Zihan, who had been casually eating, almost choked on his food. The entire room froze as Chen Guang, the Bai Clan's esteemed head chef, suddenly fell to his knees, his forehead nearly smashing against the floor. His voice was trembling, yet loud enough to echo through the dining hall. Young master, please give me another chance. Who can fix this? Just give me a little more time. The servants gasped, their faces turning pale. Bai Zihan blinked, his chopsticks paused in midair. What the hell is happening right now? Chen Guang was groveling as if his life depended on it. The other kitchen staff were bowing deeply as well, some even trembling, their faces filled with fear and regret. Bai Zihan slowly put his chopsticks down and rubbed his temples. Why are you begging for your life? Chen Guang looked up, his face full of despair. Because young master was not satisfied. Bai Zihan stared at him. Are you out of your mind? Though he found it ridiculous, he also understood why they were acting this way. Previously, he had fired the former head chef over something as petty as slightly lacking salt, though. In truth, he had just been bored and wanted to make trouble. Chen Guang clutched his chest dramatically, as though he had suffered a serious injury. Young master, please, just give me one more chance to prove myself. 2 will improve the flavors. I swear, I will recreate the most exquisite taste this world has ever known. I will use every ingredient available to mankind. I will reinvent cultivator cuisine itself. Please have mercy. The kitchen staff nodded furiously, shouting in unison. Please have mercy. Bai Zihan felt a massive headache coming on. This situation was too ridiculous. I wasn't even going to punish you. The entire room fell into silence. The kitchen staff froze in mid-grovel. Even Luo Qing looked at Bai Zihan as if he had just said the most shocking thing imaginable. Chen Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. You weren't. Bai Zihan sighed. No, the food is fine. Chen Guang's jaw dropped. It is, yes. A millionaire from Hyderabad shows how she earns 1,440,000 per week BTC income. The kitchen staff exchanged confused glances. For a moment, no one knew what to do. This was young master Bai Clan, the infamous troublemaker. He had fired the previous head chef for a slightly off amount of salt. He had once thrown an entire meal onto the floor because it didn't look appetizing. Chen Guang's hands trembled. Tin, young master, why do you look so unsatisfied? Bai Clan sighed again and looked at his plate. It's just a bit plain, that's all. Bai Clan thought back to the flavors of earth. Plain. Chen Guang couldn't understand what Bai Clan meant. The food here was exquisite, rivaling even royal banquets. If this taste was plain, then perhaps every dish in this world might as well be plain. Although Bai Clan had assured them that he wasn't going to punish them, the head chef and the other kitchen staff couldn't help but feel nervous, especially after this comment. Bai Clan stared at their anxious expressions and sighed again, resting his chin on his hand. If this was the best food this world had to offer, then wouldn't that mean his love for food would be extinguished if this was all he had to eat? Is this really the best? Bai Clan thought. He remembered that the food was more tolerable than this previously, but he found it very lacking. It must be because he now knows and remembers the taste of something far better. Like experiencing fine wine once you've had it. It's hard to go back to plain water. What should I do? If this is all that the world has to offer, Bai Clan thought that he could forget about food and focus on his cultivation. Just then, thud. A spark of realization ignited in his mind. You know what? Bai Clan suddenly said, standing up. I'll cook it myself. A long silence followed. The servants froze, their eyes widening in horror. The kitchen staff, who had just barely recovered from their panic, looked as if the sky had fallen. Even Luo Qing, who rarely showed emotion, had a rare moment of disbelief. Young master, she said hesitantly, are you saying you will cook? Bai Clan stretched lazily, a grin on his face. That's right. Chen Guang, who had just begun breathing normally again, felt his soul nearly leave his body. And no, young master, you don't have to trouble yourself. How could he allow the esteemed heir of Bai Clan to do something like cooking? The other kitchen staff quickly nodded, desperate to stop him. Yes, young master. Cooking is our job. We will improve the flavors, just tell us how you want it. Bai Clan waved them off. TCH, I don't have time to waste on explaining myself. Don't waste my time. Chen Guang grabbed his chest, looking like he was on the verge of a heart attack. Young master Bai Clan cooking. This was a disaster waiting to happen. This was madness. Bai Clan walked toward the Bai Clan's grand kitchen, the staff reluctantly following behind him. Word of this strange event quickly spread. By the time he reached the kitchen, there were already servants and guards peeking from a distance, whispering among themselves. Young master Bai's going to cook? Is this a punishment for the chefs? Wait, is he actually serious? I never thought I'd see the day. The kitchen staff, still terrified, hurried to prepare the station for Bai Clan. Chen Guang wrung his hands nervously as he watched Bai Clan roll up his sleeves. Young master, have you ever cooked before? Bai Clan smirked. Of course, this wasn't a lie. Back on Earth, Bai Clan had lived alone for years. If he didn't cook for himself, he would have starved. His skills weren't professional, but he was more than decent. And compared to this world's food, these people are in for a shock. He looked around the kitchen, scanning the available ingredients. There were various types of meat, vegetables, grains, and spirit herbs. However, Bai Clan scanned the kitchen, his brows furrowing. No proper seasonings, barely any variety. No wonder everything tastes so bland. His eyes landed on a few basic ingredients: spirit beast meat, some grains, a few spirit herbs, and most importantly, oil. A slow grin spread across his face. All right, if this world has never experienced real seasoning, then let's blow their minds. He grabbed a slab of spirit beast meat and quickly sliced it into bite-sized pieces. Then, using the back of his knife, he began tenderizing it with sharp, precise movements, drawing curious glances from the kitchen staff. What is young master doing? One of them whispered. Others just shook their heads, not knowing just what kind of cooking Bai Clan is doing. Bai Clan grabbed a few of the available herbs and crushed them in his palm. They were mostly used for medicinal purposes, but if used right, they could add depth to flavor. If I mix these with salt and a little oil. He rubbed the crushed herbs onto the meat, making sure every piece was coated. When Hollywood said no, misfits who became icons her beauty then, he let it sit while he turned his attention to the grain, something similar to rice, but less fragrant. He quickly rinsed them before setting them in a pot to cook, adding just enough water to balance the texture. Next, he turned to the oil. He poured a generous amount into the wok and let it heat up until it shimmered. Then, he added the marinated meat. Sizzle. A rich aroma filled the air instantly. The kitchen staff staggered back, their eyes wide as the scent wrapped around them. It was nothing like the plain roasted meats they were used to. The smell, what is that? Is young master refining a pill? Bai Clan smirked. They have no idea what's coming. As the meat cooked, he took a few of the stronger smelling herbs and ground them into a paste using a stone mortar. Mixing it with some oil and salt, he created a thick, fragrant sauce, something this world had likely never seen before. Once the meat was perfectly seared, crispy on the edges, juicy on the inside, he tossed in the sauce, letting it coat every piece. The moment the flavors combined, the fragrance intensified, making even the bystanders in the hallway inhale deeply. This is making me hungry just from the smell. I've never smelled anything this good in my life. Even Luo Qing had her gaze locked onto the sizzling pan, her mouth almost drooling. Chen Guang, the head chef, was gripping the counter for support. His face was pale, his body trembling. This can't be real, it's just meat and herbs, but the aroma. Finally, Bai Zihan plated the dish, pairing the richly glazed meat with the soft, steaming grains. He stepped back, crossing his arms. All right, try it. No one moved at first. Then, Chen Guang, swallowing hard, reached out and picked up a piece. Let me try first. The moment it entered his mouth, boom. It was like fireworks exploded on his tongue. The outer layer was slightly crisp, the inside tender and bursting with flavor. The sauce, though simple, carried layers of taste, salty, rich, with an addictive depth he had never imagined possible. Chen Guang's legs wobbled. He covered his mouth, his eyes welling up with tears. Young master, his voice shook. Well, what is this? The servants watching from the sidelines exchanged nervous glances. Look at the head chef's face. Is it really that good? I've never seen him react like this before. Could young Master Bai's cooking truly be on another level? If even the head chef is speechless, then I can't take it anymore. I need to taste it for myself. Just as the murmurs grew louder, the kitchen staff, unable to hold back their curiosity, scrambled to grab pieces for themselves. The moment they tasted it, their reactions were almost identical. By the heavens, this is divine food. How can something taste like this? Indeed, compared to young master's cooking, our food is shit. It was as if Bai Zihan had introduced an entirely new way of eating to their world. Bai Zihan watched their reactions with a smug grin. Bai Zihan watched with amusement as the kitchen staff descended into utter chaos. He then grabbed 2 plates, one for himself and one for Luo Qing. As he turned, he saw Luo Qing staring at him. She knew Bai Zihan better than anyone else present and was certain that he had never stepped into a kitchen before. Heck, she was sure he didn't even know what the ingredients looked like or what they were for. Even roasting a simple piece of meat should have been impossible for such a pampered lord. Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow. Oi! Luo Qing's gaze snapped up to meet his. He smirked and held out the plate toward her. Here, try it. Luo Qing hesitated for a brief moment, but then reached forward and took the plate. Carefully, she picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and took a bite. The moment it hit her tongue, her eyes widened slightly. It was so flavorful, so different from anything she had ever eaten before. It's good, Luo Qing said, feeling how unbelievable it was. Not only could the young master cook, but his dish was far better than anything the Bai family chefs had ever made. Huh, of course it is, Bai Zihan said arrogantly. He took a bite of his own meal, savoring the flavor. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Although he wouldn't call this his best dish, lacking many ingredients to make it the same as the one on Earth. Despite the lack of certain ingredients, the ingredients used were of premium quality, making it great. Bai Zihan grinned to himself, pleased with his decision. As he ate, he glanced back at the kitchen staff. Most kitchen staff were frantically taking notes, trying to figure out what Bai Zihan had done differently. The head chef, Chen Guang, was also one of them. As someone who loved and took pride in cooking, he was always eager to learn. If someone was better, he would naturally try to learn from them. However, knowing Bai Zihan's status, he couldn't possibly ask him to teach. His time was far too valuable. But that didn't mean he couldn't analyze the dish the young master had made. Those ingredients by themselves, they're considered unappetizing by most. But mix them together, and a unique flavor is born. Chen Guang thought as he noted down all the ingredients Bai Zihan had used. Bai Zihan leaned back, tapping his chopsticks against his empty plate with a satisfied sigh. Luo Qing, having finished her portion as well, looked satisfied. But Bai Zihan noticed something. Despite finishing her food, her fingers still lightly gripped her chopsticks. Oh, so she wants more. Well, his stomach wasn't fully satisfied either. Moreover, with a cultivator's body, eating even 20 pounds of food wouldn't be an issue. Then he turned his attention to the still kneeling head chef, Chen Guang, whose face was a complex mix of awe and determination. Well, chef. Bai Zihan tapped his plate lightly. What do you think of my cooking? Chen Guang's body trembled. Then with a deep breath, he slowly raised his head, his eyes full of respect and humility. Young master, how? His voice was no longer desperate or panicked. Instead, it carried a genuine sense of wonder and disbelief. How did you know? Where did you learn to cook like this? His eyes narrowed slightly, scanning Bai Zihan as if he harbored secrets beyond comprehension. This technique, these unique yet harmonious flavors, it's unlike anything I have ever encountered. Chen Guang bowed his head deeply. This dish, it has shown me flavors I never imagined possible. I've spent my entire life refining my craft, yet I now realize that I have only been scratching the surface of what food can truly be. He looked up, his eyes burning with passion. Young Master Bai, please accept my utmost respect. Bai Zihan burst into laughter. Haha, of course, of course. This young master is amazing at everything. His arrogance was so thick that the servants had to resist the urge to roll their eyes. But even they couldn't deny a dish Bai Zihan made was something out of this world. He stood up, placing his plate down. This is just the beginning. Why do men everywhere love curves? The fascination explained. Her beauty, he pointed a dramatic finger at the kitchen staff. Remember how I made this dish and try to recreate it? With head chef skill, Bai Zihan was certain that he could mimic his cooking in a few tries. And it wasn't as if he had made a complex dish that required exceptional skill. He didn't have that himself. All he needed was to understand the ingredients and how to combine them. The chefs nodded furiously, some clutching their notebooks like they had just obtained sacred scripture. Bai Zihan grinned, but then his expression turned serious. He glanced at the various ingredients in the kitchen. There was no flour and no proper seasoning, but he could work with that. Fine. I'll introduce them to a whole new world of food. Listen up. Bai Zihan clapped his hands, gathering everyone's attention. I'm not done yet. Bai Zihan cracked his knuckles. I'll show you a variety of dishes. Try to remember how I cook them. If these people can learn to recreate these dishes, then I can eat them anytime I want in the future. With a smug grin, he turned back toward the kitchen. All right, it's time to make fried chicken. By the time Bai Zihan was done, he had cooked nearly 10 different dishes, and every single one was eaten clean. He himself had likely consumed around 10 pounds of food, yet his body felt no discomfort. Indeed, it was good to have a cultivator's body. The head chef and the kitchen staff were utterly bewildered, some even beginning to see Bai Zihan as a god of cooking. Just as he finished his meal, a servant approached him with a message. Bai Zihan didn't even need to hear the words. Just by looking at the servant, he knew who the sender was. This was the servant who exclusively served the head of the Bai Clan, his father. The clan leader is looking for you, young master. Why did father call for me? Bai Zihan wondered. Is it because of the Heaven Sword sect disciple? That was the most recent problem he had caused, but he didn't think it could be that. It had already been mostly resolved. Resolved in the sense that the Heaven Sword sect couldn't do anything to him. Could it be something I did before that? If all the trouble he had caused were listed down, it probably wouldn't fit on a single sheet of paper. Well, we'll find out. Whatever it was, he figured he could handle it. When Bai Zihan arrived at the main hall, he found his father seated on the clan leader's throne, his usual serious expression in place. Bai Zihan stepped forward lazily, his hands behind his head. You called for me, father? Bai Tianheng looked at his son, his eyes unreadable. For a moment, he said nothing. Then Bai Tianheng tapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair. You are aware of the political situation within the clan, correct? Bai Zihan's eyes sharpened slightly. Here we go. This is about my position as heir, isn't it? He leaned slightly to the side. More or less. Bai Zihan was well aware that the clan didn't want him as heir and sought to replace him. Of course, he ignored those concerns and instead focused on bullying the other geniuses, including Bai Jian, the one most likely to take his place. Bai Tianheng had warned Bai Zihan multiple times about his behavior and how it made his position as heir vulnerable, though he didn't care. Bai Tianheng leaned forward slightly, his piercing gaze locking onto his son. Then let me get straight to the point. You are to be engaged to Chu Zian of the Chu clan. Silence. Bai Zihan's smirk froze. What? Bai Tianheng sat back, completely calm. The engagement will be officially announced in a few days. The Bai Clan and the Chu clan have reached an agreement. Bai Tianheng stated as if everything had already been decided. Bai Zihan stared at him, his mind slowly processing the words. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Then PFT ha. He burst out laughing. Bai Tianheng remained expressionless. Bai Zihan wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, shaking his head. You're joking, right? Silence. Bai Zihan's laughter faded. You're serious? Bai Tianheng nodded. Bai Zihan's smirk disappeared entirely. Chu Xianthi, genius of the Chu clan and one of the top beauties in the entire desolate heaven empire. Others might see her as kind, talented, and fairy-like, but to Bai Zihan, she was nothing more than a bigger bully than himself. With Chu Zian being Bai Xueqing's senior sister and close friend, there was no way he didn't meet her. Bai Xueqing had brought Chu Zian home after getting a vacation from the Heaven Sword sect, a year after she had entered the sect. At the time, Bai Zihan was just 9 years old, while Chu Zian was 11. Without Bai Xueqing around, Bai Zihan had been causing trouble left, and right there was no one to stop him. So, when Bai Xueqing brought Chu Zian home, he thought she would be another easy target. People in the Bai Clan couldn't go against him, and that was especially true for guests who feared the Bai Clan's power. At the time, Bai Zihan was 9 years old, a proud troublemaker without equal in the Bai Clan. He ruled over the servants, bullied the younger generation, and even dared to play pranks on the elders. No one could stop him, and even if they wanted to, they didn't dare. Why? Because he was the young master of the Bai Clan, a direct heir to one of the 3 most powerful clans in the desolate heaven empire. Even if someone had the guts to punish him, his mother would protect him, while his father was too busy managing clan affairs to personally interfere unless things got out of hand. With no one to discipline him, Bai Zihan did whatever he pleased. And then Chu Zian arrived. It was one afternoon when Bai Zihan first laid eyes on her. His sister, Bai Xueqing, had finally returned from the Heaven Sword sect after a full year of training. Normally, Bai Zihan would avoid his sister like the plague. However, this time, she had brought someone with her. She carried a wooden practice sword on her back, her posture firm and upright like a proper martial artist. Even though she was young, her presence carried an air of confidence and authority that most people lacked. This was Chu Zian, Bai Xueqing's close friend and fellow genius of the Heaven Sword sect. Bai Zihan watched them from afar, his interest piqued. At that time, he had no idea who she was, nor did he care. To him, she was just another guest, and guests were perfect targets for his pranks. With a mischievous grin, Bai Zihan quickly formulated a plan. Bai Zihan waited for the perfect moment. That evening, Bai Xueqing and Chu Zian were in the courtyard, training together while a few Bai Clan servants watched from the sidelines. Seeing his sister occupied, Bai Zihan made his move. He sneaked into Bai Xueqing's room and found her personal tea sita gift from their father. He carefully added a strange powder of harmless but incredibly spicy herb that would set the drinker's mouth on fire. Let's see if that girl can handle it. Once the trap was set, he ordered a servant to deliver the tea to Chu Zian and Bai Xueqing. Then, he hid nearby, eagerly waiting to witness Chu Zian's suffering. The moment Chu Zian lifted the cup, Bai Zihan felt his excitement rise. Here it comes. She took a sip, then nothing. Chu Zian's expression didn't change at all. Bai Zihan watched, confused. Didn't she taste it? That spice was supposed to make people scream and cry. Instead, Chu Zian simply placed the cup down calmly and continued speaking with Bai Xueqing. She didn't even blink. Bai Zihan felt something was wrong. A moment later, Bai Xueqing also took a sip. Bai Xueqing spat the tea out instantly, coughing violently. Who put this in my tea? Bai Zihan froze. Shit. Bai Xueqing immediately turned toward the nearest servant, her eyes burning with rage. Who made this tea? The terrified servant fell to his knees. Tu only delivered it. I don't know anything else. Chu Zian slowly turned her head. Her red eyes locked onto the bushes where Bai Zihan was hiding. For the first time, Bai Zihan felt a chill crawl up his spine. Come out. Her voice was calm and steady, but there was no room for argument. Bai Zihan gulped, but before he could even think of escaping, a cold voice interrupted. He's over there. It was Chu Zian. Unlike Bai Xueqing, she didn't sound angry. She sounded interested, like a hunter that had just found its prey. Bai Zihan knew that his sister was terrifying when she was mad. But for some reason, Chu Zian's calm gaze scared him more. Still, Bai Zihan wasn't the type to back down. He stepped out boldly, putting on his most arrogant smirk. TCH, so what if I did it? I was just having some fun. His tone was casual, but he made sure to look down on Chu Zian as he spoke. After all, he was Bai Zihanthe feared an untouchable young master. Who did this girl think she was to tattle on his location? However, he had made a mistake. Chu Zian tilted her head slightly. Oh, just fun. She slowly stood up, dusting off her sleeves. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out. If you have 25,000 tomorrow, you will have 380,000. A Kardashian fight that shocked the world. Humph. Zian, you can take care of him, Bai Xueqing said as she left the place. Bai Zihan suddenly felt danger despite his sister leaving. But before he could react, Chi Zian's knuckle hit his head, almost breaking it apart. Gah! Bai Zihan rolled on the ground, his arms clutching his head as pain exploded through his body. He coughed violently, barely able to process what just happened. Did she just hit me? Before he could even stand up, another hit, this time straight to his back, pinning him face first into the dirt. Bai Zihan gritted his teeth, his rage boiling over. Do you know who I am? Chu Zian gazed down at him. Who are you? She asked arrogantly. Ignorant girl. I am the young master of the Bai Clan, destined to lead it one day. Bai Zihan boasted and waited for Chu Zian to realize her grave mistake and grovel before him. However, what he expected didn't happen. She just kept looking at him. So, she said, her voice carrying zero respect, zero fear. Chu Zian most likely knew who he was before he even introduced himself, though she acted ignorant. Bam! Another hit on his head. Why you? You will regret this. Bam! Regret, my. How dare a 9-year-old think he is invincible? Let this big sister teach you some lessons. She had no regard for Bai Zihan at all and continued beating him up. Bai Zihan wasn't the one to back down easily and try to threaten her in various ways, only to end up getting more beaten up. The servants watching the scene froze in horror. Chu Zian had beaten up the Bai Clan's heir in broad daylight. But what can they do? They were aware of Chu Zian's status. Not to mention Bai Xueqing was supportive of Chu Zian when she said she would let Chu Zian handle Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan's hands clenched into fists. No one had ever spoken to him like this. No one had ever dared to lay a hand on him. But this girlless outsider had just beaten him to the ground like he was nothing. Bai Zihan slowly lifted his head, glaring at her with pure hatred. Chu Zian leaned down, her eyes boring into his. It looks like my vacation at the Bai Clan won't be too boring. Her voice was filled with amusement, as if she were looking at her new toy. And indeed, for the next 2 weeks, during her entire stay at the Bai Clan, he was treated worse than a servant. He had to bring tea and follow her orders, otherwise more suffering awaited her. Chu Zian treated him worse than his sister, and there was nothing he could do, as he soon found out that Chu Zian was the precious daughter of the Chu clan, a clan the Bai Clan was trying to establish a good relationship with. Of course, he tried to take revenge, but always ended up getting his ass beaten by Chu Zian. And now his father wanted him to marry that demon woman. Impossible. There's no way I'm going to marry her. Getting married off to her could get me killed faster than any other protagonist. And even if I survive, my life would be miserable. Bai Tianheng watched him calmly, waiting for his response. Bai Zihan clenched his jaw, his fingers twitching as memories of Chu Xian's tyranny resurfaced in his mind. And now father wants me to marry that demon woman. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Then, with a dry chuckle, he looked up at his father. "Ha, father, I think there's been some mistake." Bai Tianheng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what mistake?" Bai Zihan gestured at himself lazily. "Me? Getting engaged? To Chu Xian?" He leaned back and scoffed. "Come on, father. I know I've caused some trouble, but do I really deserve this level of punishment?" Bai Tianheng's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't react to Bai Zihan's antics. Instead, he said calmly, "What punishment? This is your blessing. With your personality and talent, how could you find a girl like Chu Xian?" Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow. "Blessing? Father, can I decline such a blessing?" "Do you think you can?" Bai Zihan scoffed. Looking at his father, he knew that there was no chance he had any right to decline. Chu Xian is one of the strongest geniuses of her generation. Her talent is nearly on par with Bai Xueqing's, and she is the heir to the Chu clan. This marriage will solidify our relationship with the Chu clan and ensure that your position as heir remains unchallenged. Bai Tianheng explained. Bai Zihan's eyes twitched. What use is being the heir when all I see is a dead end for this clan? Perhaps not being the heir would guarantee that he wouldn't be killed alongside his clan. Although, he knew that leaving the Bai clan wasn't an option either. "Father, I don't need a marriage to stay as heir." Bai Zihan was confident that given enough time, perhaps 6 months or so, could become the undisputed heir of the Bai clan. With his regained memories and the system on his side, he wasn't too worried that someone could replace him. But would Bai Tianheng know that or believe in a son whose only talent was making trouble? The answer was obvious. "You do," Bai Tianheng answered with confidence. He was certain that without Bai Zihan marrying Chu Xian, his position in the Bai clan would vanish faster than light. Bai Zihan frowned. Although he was well aware that, given his past, there wasn't much proof to argue otherwise. He was a changed man at least. He believed he was no longer the trash he used to be. Bai Tianheng leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp. "The elders have already started making moves to replace you. Bai Jian is growing stronger every day, and without strong support, your position is not guaranteed." Bai Zihan clicked his tongue. "TCH, even so, why her? Why choose Xian of all people? What, was no one else available?" "Oomph. No one is better than her. You should be thankful that the Chu clan agreed to this." Bai Zihan was in a big dilemma. He knew that no matter what he said, his father was not going to change his mind. Damn me and my past behavior. If he had stayed quiet and behaved well, there might have been a chance that his father would listen to him. But after everything he had done, there was nothing he could say to change his father's mind. Shit, what do I do now? He already had to worry about all the death flags set by his family. And now, there was this marriage with Chu Xian. Bai Zihan couldn't help but think his future was full of suffering. Wait, then a thought struck him. My words won't change my father's mind. But what if it was Chu Xian? She's probably being forced into this by her family too. His eyes narrowed slightly. If I take things too far, there's a high chance Chu Xian will object to this marriage. Unlike me, she's a genius and the darling of the Chu clan. They will definitely listen to her. I'm a genius. Making trouble and making people hate him was his specialty, and it felt like it was time to put that talent to the test. I'll agree, but I have to meet her first before the engagement. Millionaire reveals how she earns $43,000 a day thanks to AI. 28-year-old millionaire shows how to earn $504,000 a day. If you have $25,000 tomorrow, you will have $380,000, Bai Zihan said. Bai Tianheng's brow lifted. Oh, he didn't know what his son was planning, but he was confident that no matter what Bai Zihan did, the result wouldn't change. Why? I haven't seen Chu Xian in years. We were kids back then, so I want to meet with her first before the engagement. Bai Tianheng raised an eyebrow. Meet her? And then what? Bai Zihan smirked. Well, you can't have strangers engaged to each other, right? It's good for our relationship if we meet before the engagement. Don't you think so? Bai Tianheng's fingers tapped against the armrest. For a brief moment, he was silent. Then fine, Bai Tianheng agreed, seeing no issue with the request. It also seemed that by doing so, Bai Zihan would no longer protest his marriage to Chu Xian. Bai Zihan blinked. That was easier than I expected. Bai Tianheng leaned forward slightly. You will meet Chu Xian, but make no mistake, this engagement is happening. Bai Zihan crossed his arms and huffed. Bai Tianheng smirked. And let me remind you, if you do anything to Chu Xian, I will personally deal with you. You'd better be on your best behavior. You hear me? Sure, father. Bai Zihan turned on his heel and walked toward the exit. All right, step 1 is complete. Now, I just need to figure out how to make her reject me. That should be easy, right? A sleek, luxurious flying ship glided through the skies, descending toward the Bai clan's grand estate. The vessel bore the insignia of the Chu clan, one of the most powerful noble families in the desolate Heaven Empire. Standing at the bow, Chu Xian gazed at the sprawling Bai clan estate below, her red eyes calm, yet slightly amused. The wind tugged at her robes, and her long, jet-black hair fluttered behind her. It's been years since I was last here, and now I'm returning as Bai Zihan's fiancé. Who would have thought? She smirked to herself. Of all the possibilities, this was one she hadn't expected. Her fingers traced the hilt of the sword at her waist as she recalled her first encounter with Bai Zihan. A bratty 9-year-old with too much arrogance, too little self-awareness, and an annoying tendency to think he was invincible. Well, he was a good toy. A chuckle escaped her lips. It had only taken a few hits to put him in his place. She remembered how he had gone from an overconfident young master to a miserable little lackey, forced to serve her tea and follow her every order. For 2 weeks, he had been her personal errand boy. Even back then, she had been stronger than him, far stronger. And now, I wonder, has he changed at all? Somehow, she doubted it. She had seen many people like Bai Zihan in the Heaven Sword sect drunk on power that wasn't truly theirs, though. He was the weakest of them all. The ship landed smoothly in the Bai Clan's courtyard. Several Bai Clan elders and attendants were already waiting to receive her. With graceful movements, Chu Xian stepped off the ship. Her presence was commanding, yet effortless, an undeniable aura of confidence and strength surrounded her. The elders bowed respectfully. Lady Chu, we welcome you to the Bai Clan. She nodded in acknowledgement. I appreciate the hospitality. A servant stepped forward. Lady Chu, we have prepared a residence for you during your stay. Would you like to rest first, or would you prefer to meet with the young master? She waved a hand dismissively. I'll rest later. For now, take me to Bai Xueqing. A millionaire from Hyderabad shows how she earns 1,440,000 per week BTC income. The servant hesitated. Lady Xueqing is currently training. Would you still want to meet her? Yes. The servant nodded and led the way. Others weren't allowed to disturb Bai Xueqing during her training, but it was a different story if the person in question was Chu Xian. Chu Xian arrived at the Bai Clan's sword training grounds, where Bai Xueqing, the Heaven Sword sect's rising genius, was practicing her swordsmanship. Each of Bai Xueqing's movements was sharp, precise, and deadly. Her sword carved through the air with a sound akin to ripping silk, leaving faint traces of sword intent lingering in its wake. Chu Xian watched for a moment before stepping forward. Still as sharp as ever, I see. Bai Xueqing stopped mid-strike, her gaze shifting toward the familiar voice. When she saw Chu Xian, a rare smile crossed her usually cold face. Xian, she sheathed her sword and walked over. I heard you were coming, but I wasn't expecting you to arrive so soon. Chu Xian shrugged. Well, the elders of my clan want me to take care of my business with the Bai Clan as soon as possible. The Bai Clan had a strong reason to align themselves with the Chu clan, but the same was true for the Chu clan, perhaps even more so. Their competitors were receiving support from 2 of the other top 3 strongest clans, and their market share was shrinking. So, they hoped that Chu Xian could finalize her engagement with Bai Zihan as soon as possible before the situation worsened. Bai Xueqing's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. What business do you have? Bai Xueqing asked, confused. She didn't think Chu Xian was mature enough to meddle in the affairs between the Chu and Bai clans. Even she wasn't qualified to do so. Chu Xian smirked. What? You don't believe me? Bai Xueqing crossed her arms. Knowing you probably isn't here for any important business. Chu Xian chuckled. Well, maybe. She stepped forward and placed a hand on Bai Xueqing's shoulder. I have good news for you. Bai Xueqing raised an eyebrow. What news? Chu Xian's smile widened. I'm going to be your big sister now. Silence. Bai Xueqing blinked, not quite understanding at first. Then her expression darkened. You can't mean? Chu Xian not dead? That's right. Your clan and mine have arranged for me to marry your dear little brother. She leaned in slightly, amusement dancing in her eyes. So from now on, you should call me Big Sister Xian. Bai Xueqing's lips twitched violently. For a moment, she was utterly speechless. Of all the things she had expected Chu Xian to say, this was the last. Bai Xueqing, or anyone else outside of that meeting, had no idea about Bai Zihan's soon-to-be engagement with Chu Xian. And until the engagement was officially announced, the matter was to be kept secret. Bai Xueqing had only been informed that Chu Xian would soon be visiting the Bai Clan, nothing more. She hadn't known the reason until now. You're joking. No, you're serious? Very. Bai Xueqing exhaled deeply and rubbed her temples. She would have been happy if Chu Xian was marrying her brother, if only Bai Zihan wasn't her brother. Her voice was low. You're really going to marry that annoying brat? Chu Xian Godin. Their glow never left. 8 quiet comebacks that stunned us. Her beauty, Jennifer Lopez's moments. She wishes you'd forget her beauty. I am. Bai Xueqing stared at her friend for a long moment, searching for any sign of hesitation. There was none. Why? Chu Xian tilted her head. Why not? Bai Xueqing's face twitched. Because he's Bai Zihan? That reason alone should have been enough for most people to avoid marriage with him. Chu Xian let out a light laugh. True. He's an idiot. Then why? I think it'll be fun, and I get to be your big sister. Bai Xueqing closed her eyes, exhaling through her nose. A part of her wanted to say, I'll call off this engagement myself. But she knew it wasn't that simple. The marriage wasn't just about Bai Zihan, and Chu Xian. It was an alliance between their 2 clans. Moreover, this could also stabilize Bai Zihan's position as heir. Although she didn't like him very much, he was still her brother, and she knew this marriage alliance could benefit him greatly. But was Xian truly okay with it? Bai Xueqing shook her head. She felt a headache coming on. Whatever. If you really want to do this, I won't stop you. Chu Xian, my. Good. Then go ahead and say it. Bai Xueqing frowned. Say what? You know what? I don't. Chu Xian's eyes gleamed mischievously. Call me big sister. Bai Xueqing's expression darkened. Chu Xian, Juk. Oh, don't worry. There's plenty of time for you to say it later. After all, we re family now. Bai Xueqing stared at Chu Zian, who seemed determined to go through with marrying Bai Zihan. I'll go and meet my soon-to-be fiancée now, little sister. Meanwhile, Bai Zihan, he had been hatching countless plans to make Chu Zian cancel or reject this engagement. If it were anyone else, it would have been easy. Not just easy, most people wouldn't have even wanted to be engaged if they knew it was him they were betrothed to. But his opponent was Chu Zian Somyeon, who could treat him like a mere servant. His usual tricks wouldn't work on her. But, in the end, he felt that tricks weren't necessary. As long as I convince her and take all the blame, Chu Zian will definitely be willing to reject the engagement. He was fairly confident after all. There wasn't anyone who would willingly marry him. He was more self-aware of his own reputation than anyone else. He assumed that Chu Zian had been forced into this by her parents or the elders of the Chu clan and had no choice but to marry him. However, if he could take the blame and perhaps shift her marriage to someone else from the Bai clan, he was certain that Chu Zian would agree to cancel the engagement. Oomph. Sister, see this? This is how you cancel an engagement. Bai Zihan cursed his sister in his mind. He believed Bai Xueqing could have taken a similar approach to cancel her engagement if she had truly wanted to, reaching a mutual agreement while ensuring a smooth resolution without negatively impacting either party. But Nash had to humiliate the protagonist and turn him into an enemy. Although Bai Xueqing and the other Bai clan members didn't take her ex-fiancée seriously, Bai Zihan was confident that, in a few years, they were going to regret it. Anyway, he had his own problems to worry about and couldn't really check what's up with that ex-fiancée. A report from the guards confirmed that Chu Zian had arrived and had gone to his sister's place. Should I send someone to bring her here? Bai Zihan pondered. But before he could decide, young master, Lady Chu wants to see you. A guard arrived to inform him. Finally, Bai Zihan immediately stood up and made his way toward Chu Zian. As Bai Zihan stepped out of his courtyard, he took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself. All right, time to make sure this engagement never happens. Soon, he arrived at the reception hall. The moment he stepped in, his eyes locked onto a familiar figure. Chu Zian sat leisurely on a cushioned chair, one leg crossed over the other, sipping tea as if she owned the place. Her eyes shimmered with amusement the moment she saw him. So, we finally meet again, young Master Bai, she said with a smirk. Bai Zihan felt a shiver run down his spine. That damn smirk, just seeing it brings back trauma. Still, he quickly regained his composure and forced a smile. Lady Chu, he greeted, giving a polite bow. It's been a long time. Chu Zian tilted her head, her smirk widening. Oh, that's new. So, why did you want to meet with me? Chu Zian asked. Lady Chu, I believe we both know why I wanted to meet with you. Chu Zian raised an eyebrow, but didn't interrupt. This engagement, I think it's a mistake, Bai Zihan continued, feigning deep regret. I know the elders arranged it, but let's be honest, would you really want to be married to someone like me? Chu Zian leaned back, resting her chin on her hand. Go on. Encouraged, Bai Zihan pressed forward. I'm well aware of my reputation. I'm not talented. I've made countless mistakes, and I don't have the best character. Everyone in the Bai clan knows this. I am the last person worthy of being your fiancé. He looked her in the eyes, trying to appear as sincere as possible. I have no doubt that you were forced into this, but I don't want you to suffer because of me. If you cancel the engagement, I will take all the blame. I'll make sure no one blames you or your clan. He gave her his most self-sacrificing look. Silence. For a moment, Bai Zihan felt hopeful. That was perfect. There's no way she'd want to marry me after that. Right? Right? Then Chu Zian smiled. Not just any smile. A slow, knowing smile filled with amusement and something far more dangerous. Bai Zihan's heart dropped. Wait, why does she look like that? Chu Zian rested her cheek on her hand, her red eyes gleaming with pure delight. When royals ditched the dress code and went viral, her beauty, I see. Bai Zihan gulped. Why you do? Yes. She sat up straight, crossing her arms. However, I have no intention of canceling this engagement. Chu Zian declared. Bai Zihan was confused. He was certain she would accept his proposal to call off the engagement. You seem to be mistaken about something, Bai Zihan. Chu Zian continued, watching his bewildered expression. Neither my parents nor my elders forced me into this engagement. I was the one who suggested this engagement. Chu Zian made a shocking announcement. What? Bai Zihan couldn't help but be stunned. She was the one who suggested it. How? Why? His mind reeled, unable to process what he had just heard. Looking at Chu Zian's face, Bai Zihan was sure she wasn't joking. He wanted to yell, shout, and demand to know what the hell was wrong with her, but he knew that would only make things worse. So, he forced himself to calm down, realizing that losing his composure wouldn't change anything. Why? Bai Zihan couldn't help but ask. I'm the worst person to marry. Although I am the heir to the Bai clan, with my lack of talent, there's no way I can keep this position. Bai Zihan continued, perhaps driven by a genuine curiosity about why she chose Heimer, maybe in a last attempt to convince her that she had made a mistake. My personality isn't the best, and although my appearance is decent, I don't think you're particularly attracted to it either. Lady Chu, why would you want to marry me? Bai Zihan asked seriously. This had now shifted from both of them simply being in the same unfortunate position to Chu Zian being the one responsible for putting him in it. There was a momentary silence as Chu Zian looked outside, then back at Bai Zihan. Everyone praises me for my talent and beauty. Countless marriage proposals are sent to the Chu clan every year, she said, her voice calm, yet carrying an underlying weight. But in the end, I'm still just a girl. Bai Zihan blinked in confusion. Chu Zian leaned back, resting her chin on her hand. No matter how strong I am, how talented, how accomplished my clan still wants to marry me off to a powerful family. That's just how things work. She sighed, twirling the teacup in her fingers. I didn't want to leave my fate in the hands of some unknown man, someone chosen by my clan for the sake of alliances or benefits. So, instead of waiting to be married off to a stranger, I made my own choice. She looked at Bai Zihan and smirked. I chose you. Bai Zihan felt a chill run down his spine. But why me? He couldn't understand. Of all people, why would she willingly choose him? Zhuzian Zhuge. Of course, my clan wasn't exactly thrilled when I suggested marrying you. Bai Zihan, the infamous good-for-nothing young master of the Bai Clan. She gave him a teasing look. They thought I was joking. Bai Zihan clenched his fists. Even they look down on me, well, they're not wrong. It was one thing for him to insult himself, but another to hear it coming from someone else. But the Bai Clan is still a powerful family, one my clan wants to befriend. And since I insisted, they eventually agreed. Bai Zihan's lips twitched. God damn it. Elders, please work harder. Can you really give away your princess to a villain like me? Bai Zihan thought. Chu Zian tilted her head, looking amused. Now, as for why I want to marry you specifically. She leaned in slightly, her red eyes gleaming with mischief. The first reason is simple. I want to become Bai Xueqing's sister. Bai Zihan choked on his own breath. What kind of reason is that? She's my close friend and almost like a sister. Zhuzian Mu said, wouldn't it be fun to be an actual part of her family? To have that connection? Bai Zihan stared at her in disbelief. The second reason, Chu Zian continued, ignoring his shocked expression, is that you're easy to contract. I mean that you're quite obedient. Bai Zihan's body stiffened. I mean, look at you. She gestured at him playfully. You wouldn't dare do anything to me unless I allowed it, right? Her smirk deepened. If I want the freedom I've always desired, a little sacrifice is inevitable. Marrying you gives me almost all of it, so why not? She smiled at him like a cat playing with its prey. Indeed, the main reason was that Bai Zihan was someone who feared the strong and oppressed the weak. He was also lazy and lacked ambition. While such traits were typically looked down upon, they were exactly what Chu Zian wanted. As the stronger person, she knew that Bai Zihan would never dare to challenge or demand anything from her. Moreover, unlike other suitors, she had never been ogled by Bai Zihan, whether because he was used to beauties or simply didn't find her type appealing. Either way, she felt that by marrying Bai Zihan, her clan would secure the desired marriage alliance, while she would finally be free from the burden of marriage. As for what Bai Zihan felt, well, she didn't particularly care. With you, I lose nothing. Bai Zihan felt his soul leave his body. This woman, he finally realized that she had thought this through thoroughly and wanted to marry him not out of love, but because he was an easy target. His lips trembled as he tried to find a way to counter this insanity. But what if I refuse? What if you won't? Chu Zian cut him off smoothly, her confidence unwavering. You don't have the option. Uncle Bai would surely not let you. She sipped her tea, completely at ease. Bai Zihan opened his mouth, then closed it. She was absolutely right. His entire plan to escape this engagement had been crushed before it even started. FK. Father must have known. No wonder he was confident and didn't object to me meeting with Chu Zian before the engagement was announced. Chu Zian placed her cup down and smiled. Now then, let's talk about when our engagement is going to be announced. Bai Zihan wanted to cry. I've been trapped. But isn't there a better option? Like what about Bai Jian? Bai Zihan suggested, refusing to give up just yet. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out. 28-year-old millionaire shows how to earn 504,000 a day. Millionaire reveals how she earns 43,000 a day thanks to AI. Although he was aware that doing so would ultimately mean losing his position as heir, that was a small sacrifice he was willing to make. Chu Zian shook her head. You know I can't. Doing so would be equivalent to becoming Xueqing's enemy. Chu Zian et lai. She was well aware of the political situation within the Bai clan and how the branch family was trying to replace the current head of the clan. Her marrying someone other than Bai Zihan would be the same as supporting them, and she knew it could cause a rift between her and Bai Xueqing. Moreover, that person is quite controlling and dominant. He seems hard to manipulate. That should be her real reason. Bai Zihan thought. In the end, Chu Zian simply wanted someone weak and easy enough that she could continue to do whatever she pleased without being ordered around in. He was the perfect candidate. Bai Zihan scratched his head, trying to come up with an idea to change Chu Zian's mind and escape this engagement. Actually, this is also good for you too. Chu Zian suddenly said. Bai Zihan turned to her, his expression clearly asking how in the world this could possibly be good for him. Do you have someone you like? Chu Zian asked. Bai Zihan shook his head. Then there's no problem being engaged to me. That's the problem. Bai Zihan thought, though he didn't say it out loud. You won't interfere in my business, and I won't interfere in yours. Chu Zian stated. But Bai Zihan still had a sullen face. Even if he wasn't engaged to her, he had all the freedom in the world. Seeing his expression, Chu Zian added another advantage. How about this? In the future, even if you find someone you love, I wouldn't mind if you kept her as mistress. Chu Zian said. Unbelievable. Bai Zihan muttered. It wasn't just her words that were unbelievable, but the sheer lengths she was willing to go to. Bai Zihan had no choice but to relent after numerous attempts to cancel the engagement proved futile. When I get stronger, she'll realize what a big mistake she's made. Bai Zihan fumed and muttered angrily. Of course, this was just a way for him to console himself after his plan had failed miserably. If only there was someone who could help me. But unbeknownst to him, many of his enemies were already plotting to make his goal a reality, including the elders of the Bai Clan, who wished to dethrone Bai Zihan as heir. They knew that with the Chu clan involved, removing Bai Zihan as heir would become nearly impossible, at least as long as he was announced as Chu Zian's fiancé. However, they weren't about to let that happen so easily. You know what is happening in the clan, right? Bai Feng asked. Bai Jian nodded. Of course, he knew. He was furious. Not only had Bai Zihan's position as heir been solidified, but he had also gained Chu Zian as his fiancé. Chu Zian had arrived at the Bai Clan, and in 3 days, the engagement would be officially announced, making it known throughout the entire empire. Don't worry, you still have a chance. A millionaire from Hyderabad shows how she earns 1,440,000 per week BTC income, Bai Feng said with a smile. What? Bai Jian asked in confusion. He had assumed his father's plan had been crushed and that there was no way to change Bai Zihan's position as heir. Haha, Bai Zihan, ma ding Chu Zian. How could that be possible? Chu Zian must surely detest the idea. Bai Jian's eyes narrowed at his father's words. You mean? Bai Feng smirked, his eyes gleaming with cunning. The other elders must have realized this as well. It's obvious whoever wins Chu Zian's heart before the engagement is officially announced will also secure the position of heir. Bai Jian clenched his fists. It made perfect sense. If Chu Zian herself rejected Bai Zihan, then the engagement would fall apart. And without the backing of the Chu clan, Bai Zihan's position as heir would become vulnerable once more. But they also knew that while the marriage with Chu Zian was necessary for the Bai Clan, the groom needed to be replaced. Everything else would remain unchanged. Bai Feng leaned closer, lowering his voice. I don't know why Bai Tianheng claimed that Chu Zian wants Bai Zihan, but it's clearly a scheme. However, what if she finds a better option? Someone stronger, more capable, someone truly worthy of standing by her side? Bai Feng continued with excitement. If she falls in love with someone else and chooses to cancel the engagement with Bai Zihan, it would be entirely possible and no one, not even the clan leader, would interfere. No matter what, Bai Feng believed that as long as Bai Jian could change Chu Zian's mind or seduce her into canceling the engagement and choosing someone else, there would be no problem. Even Bai Tianheng wouldn't object. Otherwise, that will be going against the interest of the clan. Among your peers, you're the most promising candidate. Even the elders acknowledge your talent. If you manage to win her over, then Bai Jian felt his heart pound. Indeed, among the younger generation, he was the most talented and the one most deserving of Chu Zian. The heir's position is as good as mine, Bai Jian finished, his eyes flickering with ambition. That's right, Bai Feng nodded. No matter what, before the engagement is officially announced, you must make Chu Zian yours. Bai Jian took a deep breath. Chu Zian, he had always admired her talent, her beauty, her reputation as one of the most extraordinary geniuses of their generation. And yet, she was about to be wasted on by Zihan, that useless fool. Bai Jian's lips curled into a determined smile. She'll realize soon enough who the better man is. Bai Feng patted his son's shoulder. If you have 25,000 tomorrow, you will have 380,000. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out. 28-year-old millionaire shows how to earn 504,000 a day. Good. Chu Zian will be staying at the Bai Clan manor for the time being. Use this chance well. No matter what, you must make her change her mind. Bai Jian nodded. No matter what, he would not let Bai Zihan win this time. Such schemes were not exclusive to Bai Feng. Other elders were also giving similar instructions to their sons. Although they supported Bai Tianheng and were willing to help Bai Jian become heir, that didn't mean they had no other candidates in mind, especially their own children. Bai Jian was indeed the most talented, but even if their sons were less capable, as long as one of them could win Chu Zian's heart, they knew they would have a chance at the heir's position. Meanwhile, Bai Zihan remained completely unaware of the brewing conspiracies. Still dejected over his failed attempts to cancel the engagement, he hadn't realized just how many eyes were now on Chu Zian. However, that didn't mean he intended to stay in this state for long. He was too weak. He knew that if the engagement proceeded, he would have no choice but to grow stronger. Knowing Chu Zian, he had to be prepared not just to resist her dominance in the future, but also for the possibility that an admirer of hers might one day rise up to challenge him. After all, wasn't this the typical cliché scenario? A powerful young genius is forced into an engagement with someone they don't love due to family politics, only for their true love to train desperately, gain recognition from the girl's family, and eventually defeat their unwanted fiancé in a grand battle. Even though Chu Zian had refused to cancel the engagement, meaning she likely had no lover, Bai Zihan knew his own situation well enough to recognize that he could easily end up playing the villain in a similar story. Even if that wasn't the case, There were plenty of admirers of Chu Zian, and there might be some who could try to kill him, believing he had forced the marriage upon her. This was another reason why he hadn't wanted this engagement in the first place. Whatever. In the end, it all boiled down to one thing: was too weak. If he were stronger, none of this would be a problem, even if he did marry Chu Zian. And for that, the most important step lay ahead: cultivating the primordial chaos body refinement technique. Bai Zihan had already ordered his servants to gather the necessary ingredients for cultivating the primordial chaos body refinement technique. The materials required were incredibly rare and precious, each one a treasure that would make even powerful cultivators envious. Like grade 3 dragon blood marrow extracted from the bones of dragon-type beasts, it could vastly strengthen one's physical body, making it tougher than steel. Grade 4 netherfire essentia, flame-infused mineral capable of tempering the body's meridians, increasing their resilience and energy flow. Grade 4 void spirit grassa, mystical herb that enhances bodily endurance and allows one to recover from injuries at an astonishing rate. And there were almost 20 other ingredients, all of which were above grade 2. Each of these materials was exceedingly difficult to obtain, but Bai Zihan had the backing of the Bai Clan. Within the Bai Clan, all the required ingredients were available. Of course, that didn't mean he could simply take whatever he wanted, since they didn't belong to him. As the heir, Bai Zihan has many privileges, but he wasn't allowed to squander the clan's resources without justification, especially the grade 3 and above ingredients. However, he had already anticipated this hurdle and obtained permission from his father. As for how he convinced his father, when he approached his father, Bai Tianheng, with the request, he emphasized that it was solely for his training and also promised that he would not sabotage the engagement. Of course, sabotaging the engagement seemed difficult, so he didn't want Tonat that he wouldn't if he could. But his father didn't know that, and he wanted to take advantage of that. Given Bai Zihan's past behavior, Bai Tianheng was obviously worried that his son would do something reckless. With that promise, Bai Tianheng could be less worried about Bai Zihan interfering in the engagement, though if he did, his father's belt was waiting for his ass. Moreover, upon hearing that it was for training, Bai Tianheng was more than pleased. And although those ingredients were precious to Bai Tianheng, they weren't worth as much as Bai Zihan's future. Of course, Bai Tianheng assumed that Bai Zihan would ask the clan alchemist to refine a pill or something, had no idea that Bai Zihan was going to directly use these ingredients for body refinement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so easily, knowing just how potent those grade 4 and grade 3 ingredients were when directly consumed or refined. Anyway, Bai Zihan had no problem with collecting the ingredient for his body refinement, unlike the protagonist who probably would have to search far and wide to obtain it. With these resources in hand, Bai Zihan was ready to cultivate the primordial chaos body refinement technique. However, Bai Zihan knew that the process wouldn't be easy. There was a chance that he could die if he couldn't endure the pain, and it would be a gruesome death. But he was ready, at least he thought he was. He was going to cultivate in isolation and instructed the servants not to disturb him or allow anyone else to interfere. Until he came out, nobody was allowed to interrupt his training. Bai Zihan took a deep breath as he stepped into his personal training chamber. The room was reinforced with formations to suppress energy fluctuations, ensuring that no one would sense what he was about to do. The ingredients had already been delivered, each one glowing with an aura of power. The lower grade ingredients emitted faint energies, while the higher grade ones radiated overwhelming pressure. The first step was to take the grade 2 ironwood root, a temporary material that strengthened bones. Let's start. He swallowed the ironwood root. The moment it entered his body, a dull pressure spread through his skeleton, like a slow, rhythmic pounding deep within. His bones vibrated, reinforcing themselves under the root's essence. It was uncomfortable, but not unbearable. Silently, he endured. Next came the grade 2 thunderleaf vinea, plant known for stimulating the nervous system, making the body more responsive. The moment he absorbed its essence, a sharp tingling sensation ran through his body, his nerves twitching involuntarily. His muscles stiffened, the sensation spreading like countless needles pricking beneath his skin. His fingers trembled slightly, but he took deep breaths, keeping himself steady. Still, he did not make a sound. Then came the grade 3 bloodstone extract, which stimulated blood regeneration and increased vitality. The moment the extract merged with his body, his heart pounded violently. Gah! A torrent of energy burst through his veins, surging like a raging flood. His blood felt like it was boiling, his skin turned bright red, and his organs threatened to rupture from the overwhelming force. His breathing became ragged. He clenched his jaw, but a low groan escaped his lips. I can't. No, I have to endure. The excruciating pain nearly shattered his mind, but Bai Zihan forced himself to stabilize it. With each new herb that he consumed, the pain multiplied, but there was no going back. If he stopped, then death was the only outcome awaiting him. His only path to survival was to continue and endure until the end. Minutes passed. With each refined ingredient, his body experienced pain unlike anything before, so excruciating that he wished for death instead. However, Bai Zihan still persisted. He knew that this pain was only temporary, something he had to endure. Otherwise, given his circumstances, death could claim him at any moment. Let's continue now. It was time for the grade 3 dragon blood marrow. He swallowed the thick liquid, and instantly, a powerful surge of vitality spread through his veins. Gah! His bones cracked and reshaped, his muscles twisted violently, and his skin split open, revealing raw flesh underneath. Ark! His veins bulged as red-hot energy stormed through his body, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. It felt like he was being ripped apart and reforged at the same time. He gasped, black spots dancing at the edges of his vision. His body trembled uncontrollably, but he bit his lip hard enough to draw blood, refusing to pass out. With so many herbs already in his system, it was a miracle that his body hadn't exploded, but he still had to endure the overwhelming power they unleashed. Just as he barely stabilized the dragon blood marrow, he proceeded with the grade for netherfire essence. The instant it fused with his meridians, it felt as though his entire body had been set ablaze. Millionaire reveals how she earns 43,000 a day thanks to AI. If you have 25,000 tomorrow, you will have 380,000. 28-year-old millionaire shows how to earn 504,000 a day. Gahhhhh. Bai Zihan let out a blood-curdling scream as hellish flames scorched his internal organs. His meridians strained, expanded, then burned as the energy coursed through him. His skin was charred and cracked, and his bones radiated searing heat. Aha! Bai Zihan thrashed violently, every fiber of his being engulfed in endless torment. This was hell, perhaps even worse than hell itself. Why am I suffering like this? Doubt crept into his mind. No reason seemed sufficient to justify the torment he was enduring. It felt meaningless, unbearable. Wouldn't it be easier to simply give up and let death take him? Wouldn't that be a relief? But he wouldn't. He couldn't. No matter how agonizing it was, surrender was not an option. I am Bai Zihan, someone who will rise to trample over everyone. I refuse to give up. Bai Zihan might have been a coward, but he was never one to give up easily. As long as even the faintest glimmer of hope remained, he would cling to it with everything he had. Although his body screamed in pain, he took the final step grade, 4 void spirit grass. An icy surge followed the fire, sending a chilling force through his burning body. Gah! It felt as though his body was being torn apart and rebuilt, only to be shattered again in an endless cycle of torment. His organs quivered, his bones hardened to an unnatural degree, and his flesh continuously regenerated each time, stronger than before. Seconds? Minutes? Hours? Bai Zihan had no way of knowing. Trapped in the depths of agony, time lost all meaning. He screamed. He thrashed. He endured. For what felt like an eternity, his body and mind were pushed to the brink until, at last, something changed. The unbearable pain began to fade. The suffocating pressure gradually subsided. His shattered body mended itself, his skin toughening, his muscles reforging into something far beyond human. With a shaky breath, Bai Zihan slowly opened his eyes. Did I survive? Bai Zihan slowly opened his eyes, his vision unfocused as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. His body still ached, though the unbearable agony had finally faded. For a long moment, he simply lay there, staring at the ceiling, his mind sluggishly piecing together his experience. He had survived. Barely. Ha! His breath came in ragged gasps, his chest rising and falling heavily as he tried to steady himself. The pain was beyond anything he had ever imagined, and so unbearable that only a madman would willingly go through it a second time. And yet, despite everything, he knew this was only the beginning. The primordial chaos body refinement technique wasn't a one-time process. He would have to undergo this torment again, and again, and again. The thought alone made him shudder. I really don't want to do that a second time, he muttered hoarsely, but he had no choice. If he wanted strength to stand above everyone he had to endure, and if he could do it once, then he could do it twice. With a deep breath, Bai Zihan pushed those thoughts aside and focused on his body. Before cultivating the technique, the sheer brutality of it made it seem like it would leave him crippled, his meridians shattered, and his foundation ruined. Yet now that he had cultivated the primordial chaos body refinement technique, he found no lingering side effects. In fact, he felt stronger, much stronger. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of raw power coursing through his veins. His muscles felt denser, his bones tougher, his very flesh seemingly more refined. It was as if his body had been reforged from the inside out, every part of him now stronger than before. It seems like the suffering was perhaps worth it. The pain he had endured wasn't something just anyone could withstand, even knowing that it would make them stronger. Although he felt a newfound strength, he wasn't entirely sure if it justified what he had gone through. He needs to test that out before drawing a conclusion. It also seemed like he had also broken through to the late stage of core formation. System, show me my status. Host info host, Bai Zihan age, 16 cultivation realm. Core formation, late. Constitution, none martial arts. 9 shadows flowing light sword, minor mastery. While considering all those high-grade ingredients that he consumed, it was no wonder that he has broken through a minor realm. It was an unexpected gain, but a welcome one. Regardless, the primary increase in his strength wasn't his cultivation, but his body, and he wanted to know just how much stronger he had become. Curious, he slowly stood up, stretching his limbs and rolling his shoulders. His movements felt smoother, lighter, as if his body had been unshackled from invisible restraints he hadn't even known were there. Flexing his fingers, he clenched and unclenched his hand. The subtle shifts in his muscles, the way his tendons pulled everything felt different. Testing further, he took a step forward only to nearly stumble as he moved faster than expected. His speed had increased. His control over his own body had changed. A smirk tugged at his lips. This isn't bad. Bai Zihan's smirk deepened as he flexed his fingers, a surge of excitement replacing the exhaustion that still lingered in his body. He had endured unimaginable agony, but now it was time to see if the suffering had truly been worth it. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, feeling the flow of energy within his body. His blood coursed like a raging river, his muscles coiled like steel cables, and his bones radiated an unshakable sturdiness. Then moved. Boom! The moment his foot pushed off the ground, the stone beneath him cracked, spider web-like fissures spreading out. His body blurred, reappearing on the other side of the chamber almost instantly. Exclamation point. Bai Zihan blinked in mild astonishment. He hadn't expected that. His speed had tripled, no, possibly even more. This wasn't just fast, this was explosive. He clenched his fist and thrust it forward. Boom! The air in front of him rippled violently, a compressed shockwave blasting out, shaking the chamber walls that had been strengthened by formations. 3 times or perhaps 4 times stronger. That was his initial estimation. His physical strength had increased at least threefold, maybe more. If this was the result of just the first session, he could only imagine how terrifying his power would become after fully attaining the first form of the primordial chaos body. Perhaps then, no one in the desolate Heaven Empire would be able to kill him. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out. Millionaire reveals how she earns 43,000 a day thanks to AI Hyderabad. Woman shares how she became rich with the help of AI, of course. That was still a distant goal. He would need to collect even rarer ingredients and withstand even greater pain to refine his body further through the primordial chaos body refinement technique. Still, his current body was already vastly superior to most, something that others might not be able to achieve even after years of hard work. His current physical strength was it already superior to a core condensation cultivator? That didn't necessarily mean he could defeat a core condensation cultivator. But if they only compared raw physical ability, Bai Zihan wasn't sure if any of them could overpower him now. A chuckle escaped his lips. This is good. Although he might not yet be able to win against those in the core condensation realm and beyond, he could at least survive if he fought one. His survivability had drastically increased with this. And yet, he wasn't done testing. If his strength had increased this much, what about his defense? Bai Zihan lifted his hand, his fingers tightening into a fist. He hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath and BEM. He punched himself in the chest. A dull thud echoed in the chamber, but that was it. Bai Zihan frowned, looking down. He had felt the impact, but it didn't hurt. The power he used was 50 of what he could muster, but with the increased strength, it was enough to knock out anyone in the core formation stage. Let's increase the power. This time, he focused, drawing on his full power, which is enough to even seriously hurt core condensation cultivator. Boom! His fist slammed into his torso, sending a powerful shockwave outward. The air trembled, the chamber walls quaked slightly, and yet although he felt a slight ache where he had struck himself, it was so insignificant that even 10 such attacks wouldn't make a difference. Even he was momentarily stunned. His body had already surpassed the level of ordinary body refinement cultivators. No, it was beyond that. His defense was so high that most physical attacks would be useless against him. Even powerful techniques might struggle to break his body now. Although he hadn't yet achieved the first form of the primordial chaos body, the ability to absorb all types of energy even without that, his physical resilience was superior to those with powerful constitutions. Bai Zihan took a deep breath, his smirk returning. Perhaps this body is already comparable to those of the Golden Core realm cultivator. Bai Zihan stepped out after testing his newfound strength. Only a day had passed since he had gone into seclusion to refine his body, yet it seemed like major events had unfolded in the Bai Clan during his absence. Preparations were in full swing for his engagement with Chu Zian. However, that wasn't the biggest surprise awaiting him. The moment he emerged, Luo Qing approached him in a hurry, an anxious look on her face. "Young master," she called out urgently. Bai Zihan glanced at her, wondering why she was in such a hurry. "What happened? Lady Bai Xueqing has been looking for you. She wanted to talk with the young master and instructed me to inform you as soon as possible," Luo Qing said. What? What did I do now?" Bai Zihan was immediately alerted when Luo Qing mentioned that his sister was looking for him. Bai Xueqing only looked for him when he caused trouble. Whenever she did, he knew he was in some kind of predicament, just like the time with the Heaven Sword sect disciples. "Did she say why?" Bai Zihan asked. "Lady Bai Xueqing hasn't told me her reason and just instructed me to inform the young master," Luo Qing replied nervously. She seemed to have some idea about what it might be, but didn't dare to speculate on Bai Xueqing's thoughts or intentions. Bai Zihan also didn't press for details. If Bai Xueqing had something important to say, he would find out soon enough. Without wasting any more time, he made his way toward his sister's residence. Knock, knock. Who is it? A cold voice came from the room it obviously belonged to Bai Xueqing. It's me, sister, Bai Zihan answered. Meet the horse girl. Surprising secrets about Isla Christine. Brainberries, come in. Bai Zihan immediately entered the room and saw his sister sitting on her chair. She glanced at him, her sharp gaze assessing him. There was something different about Bai Zihan, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. She didn't dwell on it either. Sister, why did you call for me? Bai Zihan asked immediately, not wanting to waste time. I won't waste words with you. First, your engagement with Chu Zian has been finalized. This is good for you. Bai Zihan remained silent, though he wanted to complain. How is this good for him? However, complaining would yield no results. Instead, she might question why he was complaining when he was getting more than he deserved, just like their father. He was well aware that Bai Xueqing cared more about Chu Zian than him. Even if he was dissatisfied, she wouldn't necessarily care. Perhaps if it were the other way around and Chu Zian wanted to break off the engagement, Bai Xueqing would have supported that decision. I don't need to tell you what will happen if you don't treat her well, Bai Xueqing warned. Knowing Bai Zihan's past behavior, she was well aware that the chances of him causing trouble were high. Mistreating Chu Zian was also a possibility, perhaps by seeking a mistress or some other nonsense. So, Bai Xueqing was warning him not to pull any of that and to treat her well. Though, with Chu Zian's cultivation compared to Bai Zihan's, she didn't even need to get involved. If Bai Zihan dared to mistreat her, Chu Zian could deal with him herself. Still, as Chu Zian's good friend, Bai Xueqing thought she had a responsibility to make sure her brother became a suitable husband. More importantly, this engagement secures your status as the Bai Clan's heir, Bai Xueqing stated, ensuring that Bai Zihan understood the benefits. But don't let that make you complacent. You're still far from being worthy of her. Hearing that, Bai Zihan's expression remained unreadable. Who wants to be worthy of her? I am indeed unworthy. Please cancel the engagement. Bai Zihan cursed inwardly. Work hard, Bai Xueqing continued. If you want to stand beside her, you need to prove yourself. Bai Zihan couldn't help but want to complain that he didn't want to stand beside her, nor did he want to prove anything. Why is my engagement successful when I have trashy talent, while the protagonist's engagement gets cancelled for the same reason? Bai Zihan couldn't help but realize how opposite his life was compared to the protagonist's. Perhaps my sister's ex-fiancé is relieved to have had his engagement cancelled? Bai Zihan began to suspect. If he had to be engaged to someone as fierce as Bai Xueqing, he would be overjoyed to have it cancelled. Of course, he could only think this way because, even if his engagement was broken, it wouldn't affect him or the Bai Clan too much. It was different for Bai Xueqing's ex-fiancé. Bai Zihan knew that he would definitely return for revenge. Bai Xueqing let her words settle before delivering the next piece of news. Secondly, you have been admitted to the Heaven Sword sect. Bai Zihan's eyes narrowed slightly. What? That's impossible. To be admitted into the Heaven Sword sect, one had to meet strict requirements such as reaching the core condensation realm before the age of 15. As a 15-year-old who was only in the core formation stage, Bai Zihan didn't meet any of the requirements. He lacked both cultivation talent and hard work, two things the Heaven Sword sect valued. Make good use of this opportunity, Bai Xueqing said. Wait, what? Bai Zihan interrupted his sister, despite initially planning to just listen and get it over with. But this unexpected news left him questioning her. Just what kind of medicine had the Heaven Sword sect taken to suddenly accept him as a disciple? Sister, what do you mean that I have been admitted to the Heaven Sword sect? Bai Zihan asked. He knew that, with his talent and personality, there was no way the Heaven Sword sect would accept him. It is what it is. After this engagement with Zian, you are coming with us to the Heaven Sword sect. I hope you behave yourself there. Otherwise, even father won't be able to protect you from punishment. Bai Xueqing said. 28-year-old millionaire shows how to earn $504,000 a day, do this 15 minutes a day, and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out. Millionaire reveals how she earns $43,000 a day thanks to AI. How is this possible? I don't meet any of the Heaven Sword sect's requirements. Bai Zihan protested. They made an exception because they know you have a Dao Bone. Bai Xueqing replied, looking disgusted. She knew how Bai Zihan had obtained it, and in her opinion, it was utterly disgraceful. Of course, outsiders didn't know that. Only a few high-ranking members of the Bai Clan were aware. More importantly, being Chu Zian's fiancé helped. The elders of the Heaven Sword sect are already aware of the engagement and accepted their father's request for the two of you to be together. Of course, that wasn't all. Bai Tianheng must have sent plenty of bribes to the Heaven Sword sect as well. Additionally, being Bai Xueqing's brother helped, but she wouldn't admit that. Bai Zihan didn't know how to respond. It seemed like ever since he learned about his engagement to Chu Zian, everything had gone downhill for him. Of course, he wouldn't admit that most of it was due to his own behavior. His father was only making decisions he believed were best for his son. And lastly, I called you here for this reason. What? There's more. Bai Zihan groaned internally. He had already heard enough shocking news. Zian is being approached by other Bai Clan boys. It seems the elders are making their moves. Bai Xueqing said. Oh. Hearing this, instead of getting angry, Bai Zihan felt a glimmer of hope. He He hadn't expected to have allies within the Bai Clan, though. Of course, he understood their intentions. But as long as they succeeded, he would be free from this engagement. You need to stop them. Bai Shiweching ordered. Huh? What? Bai Zihan asked. Why? You're her fiancé. What? You don't want to? Bai Shiweching glared coldly at him. It looked like a long lecture was incoming if he said no. Of course, of course. I will as you say. Bai Zihan quickly agreed, knowing better than to argue with his sister. That's all. You may leave. Chu Zian stood in the Bai Clan's garden, surrounded by ancient pavilions and a small artificial lake. The fragrance of blooming spirit lotuses drifted in the air, but her mood was anything but peaceful. It could have been the most peaceful place in the world, but that serenity was shattered by the presence of multiple individuals, primarily the Bai Clan's male geniuses and their attendants, all flocking around Chu Zian. Ever since the talk with Bai Zihan, she had been approached by various Bai Clan geniuses. Most of them were subtle in their intentions, expressing polite admiration, dropping hints about their own strengths, and trying to cancel her engagement with Bai Zihan. However, one person among them was neither subtle nor polite. Bai Jian, the undisputed, most talented male of the younger Bai generation. Bai Jian was tall, handsome, and possessed an innate arrogance that came with knowing he was superior to almost everyone his age. Having already reached the golden core stage at just 17, he was considered one of the Bai Clan's future pillars. Unlike the others who were merely probing, Bai Jian made his intentions clear. Miss Chu, you deserve better. Bai Jian stated. His voice carried confidence, as if he were merely stating a fact. Chu Zian arched an eyebrow, her expression unreadable. She had been dealing with this since yesterday, with them trying their best to persuade her to cancel the engagement with Bai Zihan. And you believe that better choice is you? Chu Zian asked, her tone indifferent. Of course, Bai Jian replied without hesitation. Everyone knows Bai Zihan is a disgrace to the Bai Clan. A lazy, arrogant fool who has squandered all his opportunities. He has no thing, no talent, no discipline, no future. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Do you think someone like him can protect you? Can he stand by your side? If anything, he will be the greatest burden of your life. Chu Zian wasn't too interested in what Bai Jian had to say, as she was already well aware of that. Perhaps that is precisely why she felt much more relieved to marry Bai Zihan than someone like Bai Jian. Bai Jian smirked. I could be your true partner, one who is worthy of standing beside you. You and I are alike, both blessed with talent, both destined for greatness. Bai Zihan is nothing but an obstacle. If you refuse this engagement and choose me instead, not only will you gain a powerful ally, but the Bai Clan elders will also support the decision. Everyone wants you to be with someone who matches your worth. Bai Jian continued babbling about his greatness and how he was the only one worthy of Chu Zian while Bai Zihan wasn't. It might be somewhat true, as Bai Jian was a rare genius, and apart from Bai Shiweching, he could be said to be the greatest talent of his generation within the Bai Clan. However, to Chu Zian, it was worthless. After all, while talent like Bai Jian's was rare, it wasn't exactly difficult to find, especially in the Heaven Sword sect, where geniuses gathered. Moreover, compared to her own talent, Bai Jian was nothing noteworthy. She had already reached the nascent soul realm at 17. Young Master Bai, Chu Zian finally said, I will keep what you said a secret, but you are not allowed to insult my future husband. Refrain from saying that again and leave. She wasn't too concerned about Bai Jian insulting Bai Zihan, but wanted to use that as an excuse to chase away the nuisance. Bai Jian frowned. He hadn't expected to be rejected like this and refused to accept it. How could he, the genius of the Bai Clan, be rejected while Bai Zihan, a mere waste, was accepted by someone like Chu Zian? Miss Chu Zian, please stop joking. Future husband? You don't seriously consider marrying that waste, do you? Bai Jian scoffed. Miss Chu Zian, you might not know, but Bai Zihan can only keep his position because of his engagement with you. As long as you agree to cancel the engagement with him and engage with me, the result will be the same. The Chu clan and Bai Clan will still be united through our marriage. Bai Jian explained. Like all the others, he believed that the only reason Chu Zian had accepted the engagement with Bai Zihan was because the Chu clan sought a marriage alliance with the Bai Clan. I don't need to, she replied. My engagement is already decided. Bai Jian's expression darkened, but he quickly masked his irritation with a smile. I see. You're bound by duty, he said smoothly, taking another step forward. But duty is not absolute. A marriage between two people should be based on compatibility, strength, and mutual respect. You and Bai Zihan have none of that. He reached out, as if to take her hand, but Chu Zian shifted slightly, evading his touch without making it obvious. Bai Jian's eyes flickered with something unreadable, perhaps frustration, perhaps amusement. If you're worried about the Chu clan's interests, rest assured. The Bai Clan elders will not only approve, but will actively support our engagement. It seems like no matter what she says, Bai Jian will refuse to believe that Chu Zian would want to marry Bai Zihan. His persistence was beginning to grate on her nerves. She didn't show it, of course. If you have 25,000 tomorrow, you will have 380,000. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out. 28-year-old millionaire shows how to earn 504,000 a day. Her face remained calm, her posture relaxed, but an unmistakable coldness seeped into her gaze. How troublesome. If Bai Jian only crossed the line, she could teach him a lesson like she had done with Bai Zihan. But she couldn't. Bai Jian was just pestering her no good reason to beat him up. Where the hell is Bai Zihan? Shouldn't it be his responsibility to protect me from such problems? Chu Zian began to get angry as she remembered Bai Zihan, who had seemed to disappear after that conversation with her. If he were present, he could at least deter these people from casually approaching her. With his reputation as a bully and someone who doesn't care about the rules, he was the kind of person other members of the Bai clan didn't want to deal with. Is he intentionally avoiding me? Chu Zian thought. After all, she knew Bai Zihan didn't want to be engaged to her. It would make sense that Bai Zihan wouldn't interfere with Bai Jian and the others if they were doing something he desired. He might even encourage these Bai clan members to pester her more, in order to cancel the engagement. Just thinking about that, Chu Zian's anger grew. Not only because she, someone admired by many, was willingly getting engaged to him, but he also dared to think of her as some kind of burden. Many boys would be willing to do anything to marry someone as beautiful as her, and she had thought Bai Zihan would be no different. Who would have thought that he was actually planning to cancel the engagement, rather than begging her to stay? Bai Jian continued to pester her, relentlessly trying to convince Chu Zian to dissolve the engagement. Chu Zian grew increasingly annoyed and thought that maybe it was time to take more drastic action to make them stop bothering her. Just then, a voice echoed in the Bai clan's garden. What the hell are you all doing here? It was Bai Zihan's voice. Hearing Bai Zihan's voice, everyone turned toward the source. Bai Zihan stood at the entrance of the garden, his expression twisted in irritation. While others might see this as him being angry due to these Bai clan members approaching his fiancée, in reality, he was angry because he, Bai Zihan, had to come here to help Chu Zian. His presence, while not particularly domineering, carried a certain arrogance, though those who knew him understood it was just his usual attitude. Chu Zian glanced at him, her expression unreadable, so he finally decided to show up. Chu Zian was certain that Bai Zihan wouldn't show up at all, yet he did, which added some points in her opinion, although that would be until she learned that Bai Zihan was forced by his sister. Bai clan members began to flatter him at his presence, with some already fleeing the scene, wanting nothing to do with the problematic child of the Bai clan. Others were also planning to do the same. It's like he's some kind of plague. Chu Zian thought when she saw many of those people who had been pestering her run away at the speed of light. The people she had difficulty trying to chase away were immediately leaving at the mere presence of Bai Zihan. Although that could just show how bad a reputation and personality Bai Zihan had, at the moment, she felt good about this trait of his. Bai Jian, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly. Zihan, I was just speaking with your fiancé, Bai Jian said with a smirk. Although he didn't like dealing with Bai Zihan most of the time, today wasn't a situation where he could easily back down. Huh. Bai Zihan sounded irritated as he looked around. And I reckon that you all are here for the same reason as well. If you have 25,000 tomorrow, you will have 380,000 pi passive income, Bai Zihan said as he glared at them. They didn't know what to say and merely nodded in agreement. Sigh. He didn't sigh because of their answer. Rather, even with so many people gathered here, Bai Zihan knew that they had failed. Just looking at Chu Zian's face, Bai Zihan knew that they could never succeed in seducing her even if he gave them 3 years. She looked more like she was ready to beat them up just, as she had beaten him years ago rather than someone who could fall in love. Useless, he thought. If so, then you should all leave. Bai Zihan directly commanded them, as if he owned the Bai clan's garden. Bai Jian turned toward Bai Zihan with a composed smile. Zion, no need to be so aggressive, Bai Jian said smoothly. We were merely having a friendly conversation. After all, Miss Chu is going to be part of our Bai clan. Isn't it only natural for us to get to know her better? Some of the other Bai clan geniuses nodded in agreement, feigning innocence. Cut the bullshit, Jian, Bai Zihan said coldly. I know exactly what you're all thinking. A brief silence fell over the group. Bai Zihan let out a low chuckle. I don't care what fantasies you have, but let me give you a piece of advice: leave it alone while I'm still being nice. Bai Zihan didn't want to deal with them anymore, and if he didn't help Chu Zian while they were still harassing Chu Zian, then he knew that he would be called again by Bai Shueching. Since that was the case, and these useless fools weren't going to succeed anyway, he wanted them to give up right then and there to avoid wasting his time. What? Still not going? Bai Zihan asked, now visibly annoyed by the lack of obedience from these people. One should know that he, Bai Zihan, was always domineering in the Bai clan, and no matter how strong one was, they had to listen to him. Just because you think my position is unstable, you want to be disobedient? Bai Zihan thought, just because I've been behaving particularly well these days, you now think that you can go against me? Lies. Everyone thought, as Bai Zihan lied through his teeth about being on his best behavior. If he had truly been on his best behavior, he wouldn't have made trouble for those Heaven Sword sect disciples. Especially you, Bai Jian. I don't think you've forgotten, have you? Bai Jian's fingers curled slightly, but he kept his face calm. I have no idea what you're talking about, Bai Jian replied nervously. Oh, maybe I should remind you, Bai Zihan said, tilting his head. Don't you remember begging me to spare you? And I died in the condition that you'd obey whatever I said. What? Have you forgotten already? The surrounding Bai clan members stiffened as they all knew what Bai Zihan was talking about. Even Chu Zian raised an eyebrow as she wasn't aware of such an interesting thing. Bai Jian's eyes darkened, but he kept himself composed. If you have 25,000 tomorrow, you will have 380,000. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17250 per hour. Check it out. 28-year-old millionaire shows how to earn 504,000 a day. That was a long time ago. Bai Jian yelled as his hand trembled. Was it just a little boy who got a bit stronger, and now you think you can go against me? Bai Zihan said, poking a finger against Bai Jian's forehead. Bai Jian's jaw tightened. Indeed, he was once just a boy who was thoroughly bullied and humiliated by Bai Zihan. Of course, it wasn't just him. Perhaps almost every Bai Clan member of his generation had suffered at least once at the hands of Bai Zihan. Before cultivation, Bai Zihan was much stronger than others, and talent didn't matter much, because all of them couldn't cultivate. But Bai Zihan had always been the heir and, as such, wielded much more authority than others. It didn't help that he was nurtured well due to being the heir and also because of his doting mother, who spared no resources to help him since birth. They, the Bai Clan's younger generation, knew that Bai Zihan was the heir and someone that they had to listen to. Therefore, Bai Zihan could do whatever he wanted to them, and during that period, they were indeed helpless against Bai Zihan to the point that they're still scared of Bai Zihan to this day. They might be powerful, much more powerful than Bai Zihan, but their mental scars made them fear Bai Zihan, despite them insulting and backbiting him in his absence. This was especially true for Bai Jian, who had likely suffered the most under Bai Zihan's hand. While Bai Zihan didn't always resort to violence, he treated the Bai Clan members like servants, often pushing them around, and Bai Jian, in particular, found himself blamed for things he hadn't done, things that were actually Bai Zihan's fault. This treatment was what drove Bai Jian to work relentlessly to escape Bai Zihan's bullying and the suffering that came with it. It was also the reason why he became obsessed with the position of heir, so that one day, Bai Zihan would understand the pain of losing everything and suffering like he did. Zihan, don't think you can threaten me like before. I'm not that same person anymore. I've changed, Bai Jian declared, his voice firm with newfound resolve. This time, I'll overcome my trauma. In the past, he would have been too afraid, his instinct forcing him to bow down before Bai Zihan due to the scars of his previous humiliation. Even now, deep down, he knew he was stronger than he used to be, but the memories of his torment would have usually made him hesitate. But today, something had shifted. Bai Jian felt a surge of courage he hadn't felt in years. The time had come for him to finally confront the shadows of his past and break free from the chains that Bai Zihan had once wrapped around him. Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smirk as he heard Bai Jian's declaration. Oh, you've changed? Interesting. Bai Zihan, his voice dripping with amusement, as if the mere idea of Bai Jian standing up to him was laughable. Although Bai Zihan was aware that Bai Jian had high cultivation and could easily defeat him in a direct battle previously, it was a different story now, considering that he had cultivated the primordial chaos body. Even if that weren't the case, he didn't believe Bai Jian could actually dare to harm him. He had 1,001 methods to make Bai Jian submit, using all sorts of means. Of course, that wasn't necessary now that he has a powerful body. For a moment, the entire garden fell into silence, the tension thick in the air. Every Bai Clan member stood still, knowing they couldn't afford to offend either of them. At the same time, many secretly hoped that the two would fight and destroy each other, giving them a chance at the heir position. With Bai Zihan and Bai Jian around, the others had little to no hope of claiming that position for themselves. So, you plan to continue disobeying me, Jian? He asked, his tone sharp, as though daring Bai Jian to answer. Bai Jian's fist clenched at his sides. His mind screamed at him to stand firm, to finally take control of his own destiny. But as the weight of Bai Zihan's gaze bore down on him, a part of him instinctively recoiled. He had been bullied by this very person for years, humiliated, broken down. It wasn't so easy to erase those memories. At first, his throat felt dry, but then, mustering all the courage he could, he said, "That's right. You, Bai Zihan, don't get to dictate what I should do." Bai Jian's voice was steady, but his gaze flickered briefly, uncertain. At first, Bai Jian trembled slightly. Perhaps out of fear, this was the first time he had openly opposed Bai Zihan. But the moment the words left his mouth, a sense of relief washed over him, quickly replaced by newfound confidence. That's right. There's no need to fear Bai Zihan. He's just a bully abusing his position. Beyond that, he has no real power. Bai Jian thought as he felt that the trauma that has been haunting him for years is finally coming to an end. Haha, Bai Zihan laughed, as though finding his uncertainty amusing. Is that so? He stepped forward, closing the gap between them with casual ease, his steps light yet purposeful. As he stood face to face with Bai Jian, Bai Zihan looked down at him, his smile widening. You know, Jian, he said with a gleam in his eye, I find it amusing that you think you can disobey me. But let me remind you of something very important. Before Bai Jian could react, Bai Zihan's hand shot out, fast and firm, slapping him across the face. Slap. The sharp sound of the strike echoed in the garden, silencing even the wind. Even Chu Zian, who had been watching the entire exchange, was surprised by Bai Zihan's sudden and unexpected slap. Bai Jian staggered slightly, the sting of the slap burning his cheek. His eyes widened in shock, and for a moment, he almost thought that he was dreaming or something. Bai Zihan stood tall before him, his presence overwhelming, his eyes burning with authority. "Remember this, Jian," he said coldly, his eyes staring right at Bai Jian. "I'm the future leader of the Bai Clan, and I don't have time for disobedient fools who think they can disobey, now or in the future," Bai Zihan declared, a clear warning to Bai Jian and also to the others present. Bai Zihan's sudden action surprised them, and at the same time, sent a shiver of fear through the crowd. It wasn't that the slap itself was particularly strong, but the sheer audacity of the act the way Bai Zihan struck Bai Jian without hesitation was a chilling reminder of his past behavior. Many had thought that, due to his low cultivation talent, Bai Zihan would finally lay low and avoid making enemies, especially with his position at risk. Without the protection of his heir status, continuing to offend others could very well lead to his downfall. But Bai Zihan was still the same Bai Zihan bully who didn't think twice before slapping even someone like Bai Jian. "Know that this slap is not only for disobeying me, but also for speaking those foolish words," Bai Zihan said arrogantly. The other Bai Clan members, who had been watching with bated breath, let out a collective sigh of relief. At least it was Bai Jian who got slapped by Bai Zihan and not them. But as Bai Jian stood there, the sting of the slap still fresh on his cheek, he couldn't believe it. He, who had cultivated tirelessly and became the second strongest in the clan, had just been slapped in the face by a so-called waste. Perhaps he could have accepted it if it had been by Xueqing, but Bai Zihan? Although he had endured it in the past, he was a different man today. At least, that's what he wanted to believe. Bai Zihan. Bai Jian growled angrily as he glared at Bai Zihan. Although a flicker of nervousness remained his instinct screaming at him to submit, there was also anger and determination burning in his eyes. "How dare you slap me? Do you think you can get away with this just because you're the heir?" Bai Jian snapped. "You only got away with your actions in the past because you were the heir. But with your lack of talent, there's no way you can hold on to that position for long. Don't think I will still endure whatever you do like before." Bai Jian's aura flared as he prepared to strike Bai Zihan. The gathered Bai Clan members gasped. "Should we stop him? Zihan is too weak. He might die if Jian attacks him with full power." "Oh no, Jian is serious. He's really going to strike Zihan." Worry spread through the crowd. Although many didn't like Bai Zihan and would have loved to see him suffer, killing a fellow clan member, especially the heir, would have dire consequences. But even if they wanted to stop Bai Jian, they were too far away and too weak compared to him. Chu Zian also moved, intending to interfere. If Bai Jian really struck Bai Zihan with his golden core cultivation, he could kill him. However, just as she was about to step in, she caught sight of Bai Zihan's confident smile. She halted in her tracks. Does he have some kind of trump card? Chu Zian wondered. As the heir of the Bai Clan, Bai Zihan must have some life-saving artifact or another hidden trick up his sleeve. Since Bai Zihan was the one who had slapped Bai Jian first, and Bai Jian was merely reacting, she decided not to interfere just in case she ended up ruining Bai Zihan's plan. Besides, knowing Bai Zihan's reputation, she had never heard about him suffering any real setbacks. In the moment of his anger, Bai Jian forgot to control his strength and launched himself at Bai Zihan with full force. Only at the last second did he realize what he was doing. Oh no! Bai Jian tried to suppress his strength, but it was already too late. His fist, containing the chi of the Golden Core realm, was heading straight for Bai Zihan, who stood there without moving an inch. Everyone watching held their breath, expecting Bai Zihan to be sent flying, perhaps even crippled on the spot. But then thud. A single hand rose, fingers closing around Bai Jian's fist in an effortless grip. Bai Zihan, whom everyone had believed to be weak, had just completely stopped Bai Jian's full-powered punch. Silence fell over the garden. The Bai Clan members stared in stunned disbelief. Even Chu Zian, who had refrained from interfering due to her suspicions, felt her heart jolt. What? She knew Bai Zihan's strength better than most. He was weak. His cultivation was shallow compared to theirs, and his body was even frailer, had never been one to train physically. And yet he had just stopped Bai Jian's full-force punch, despite Bai Jian being in the Golden Core stage. It was one thing to barely withstand or survive the blow, but Bai Zihan hadn't even taken a single step back despite being only at the core formation stage. There was a two-major realm difference between them. Even a core condensation realm cultivator might not have been able to stop Bai Jian's punch. Bai Jian, the second strongest of their generation, stood frozen, his arm trembling. His mind couldn't process what had just happened. He caught it. Just a second ago, Bai Jian had feared that he might accidentally cripple or kill Bai Zihan. Now, he had completely forgotten about that. Overwhelmed by shock, his attack had been effortlessly stopped by Bai Zihan, of all people. No, that's impossible. Before Bai Jian could fully register his shock, Bai Zihan's grip tightened around his fist. Is that all? Bai Zihan asked, while his expression remained unchanged. Internally, he was both excited and pleased with how powerful his body had become. In that moment, he felt that all the pain he had endured was worth it. Of course, he didn't show the satisfaction on his face, as he still needed to deal with Bai Jian. Bai Jian's pupils shrank as the reality of the situation sank in. Bai Zihan, whom he thought he could easily handle, had effortlessly blocked his attack. In the next instant, bang, a powerful kick struck Bai Jian directly in the stomach. Bai Jian's body lurched backward violently, his feet leaving the ground as he was sent flying. He crashed onto the stone pavement. Coughing as pain exploded through his abdomen. Normally, He could have reacted in time and dodged such an attack, but he was too mentally shaken by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Of course, while Bai Zihan's kick was painful, it hadn't dealt any serious injuries after all. Bai Jian was still a golden core cultivator, while Bai Zihan didn't use any qi. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Bai Jian, the mighty genius of the Bai Clan, had just been kicked to the ground like an insect. And the one who did it was Bai Zihan, the supposed waste. You should think twice before trying this kind of shit again. Bai Zihan said arrogantly, dusting off his robes. His blood-red eyes swept across the gathered clan members, his tone filled with lazy contempt. What? Still watching? He asked sharply. It had been quite a while since he had ordered them to leave, yet they were still here, testing his patience. Not wanting to anger Bai Zihan further, the other Bai Clan members quickly obeyed and began to disperse. However, what had happened at that moment was etched into their memories. They couldn't forget the sight of Bai Zihan stopping Bai Jian's punch. Many speculated whether Bai Zihan had relied on his own strength or used some mysterious artifact. Most believed the latter, as that was the only explanation that made sense. Of course, if they were as powerful as Chu Zian, they would have known that Bai Zihan had used no artifact. It was purely his own power. Bai Jian slowly stood up, now the only other Bai Clan member left apart from Bai Zihan. Come se pregatesque stereal pen true posal firebenny brainberries. He stared at Bai Zihan with a mix of contempt and confusion. But one thing was clear: no longer had the courage to attack again. It would be humiliating to attack twice only to fail again. More than that, the confidence he had gathered to overcome his trauma and stand up to Bai Zihan had been crushed. That familiar fear, which had tormented him years ago, was creeping back into his heart. What? Want to go again? Bai Zihan asked unreservedly, his tone laced with anger. He didn't care about Bai Jian whether now or in the past. He was already irritated that Bai Jian had dared to defy him, and he had mercifully spared him. Of course, in reality, this was merely Bai Zihan's arrogance speaking. To others, it could be said that this was simply his karma, his past cruelty coming back to bite him, although it didn't quite work well. It was like the devil proclaiming himself to be a saint. But regardless of perspective, one fact remained: Bai Jian could do nothing now. To save himself from further embarrassment, especially in front of Chu Zian, he merely glared at Bai Zihan one last time before leaving. Bai Zihan watched Bai Jian's retreating figure, and only then did he finally turn his gaze to Chu Zianwo, was still staring at him. Her intense gaze made him shiver slightly. What? Bai Zihan asked. When did you become this strong? Chu Zian asked, her voice laced with suspicion. Huh? Can't I train? Do you think that only a genius like yourself can grow stronger? Bai Zihan scoffed. He didn't think there was any need to explain his strength. After all, while his improvement was significant, it wasn't at a level that would make people too suspicious. Most would simply assume that his parents had spent valuable resources to strengthen his body using medicinal pills. Having settled everything, Bai Zihan was finally free to do what he wanted. Well, at least until his engagement. In any case, now that he was done dealing with Bai Jian and others, he was craving something to eat. Luo Qing asked the head chef to make me some fried chicken. Bai Zihan said. Luo Qing quickly nodded and went to inform the kitchen about Bai Zihan's request. Thanks to Bai Zihan's teachings, the chefs were now able to recreate many of the dishes he had introduced. Fried chicken? What's that? Chu Zian, who had been lost in thought about Bai Zihan's newfound strength, was suddenly distracted by the unfamiliar words. Although she was curious about how Bai Zihan had improved so much in such a short time, she wasn't as obsessed with power as most people. Otherwise, with her talent, she could have remained in the sect, cultivating day and night, and would have achieved far more than she had now. In any case, when she heard Bai Zihan mention fried chicken, her curiosity was piqued. What kind of dish was it that the young master of the Bai Clan favored? She assumed it must be some kind of fancy name for the meat of a bird-type monster or something similar. How about you come with me and try it? I'm sure you'll like it, Bai Zihan said with a grin. He was certain that someone like Chu Zian wouldn't have eaten something like fried chicken. Sure, Chu Zian agreed. Now that all those annoying people had been dealt with, she had nothing better to do. Luo Qing quickly returned to inform Bai Zihan that the head chef had begun preparing the dish. Master, the food will be ready soon, she said softly, keeping her head slightly lowered. Bai Zihan gave a satisfied nod. Good. Let's go to the dining hall then. With that, he turned to Chu Zian and gestured for her to follow. She did so without hesitation, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Luo Qing trailed behind them, as always, maintaining a quiet presence. The dining hall of the Bai Clan was grand, with intricately carved wooden pillars and golden lanterns casting a warm glow over the room. The long dining table was already set, and before long, servants arrived, carefully placing down plates filled with golden, crispy pieces of fried chicken. Chu Zian's nose twitched as she caught the unfamiliar, yet enticing aroma. The rich, savory scent mixed with a slight crispiness in the air made her stomach grumble before she could stop it. She frowned slightly, feeling embarrassed, but Bai Zihan smirked. Don't hold back. You'll regret it if you don't try. Without waiting for a reply, he picked up a piece with his hands, ignoring the chopsticks on the side, and took a bite. A loud crunch echoed through the hall as the crisp outer layer shattered in his mouth, revealing the tender and juicy meat inside. Oomph. What could make me feel hungry just from the smell alone? Chu Zian thought. She, for one, didn't believe that fried chicken was just some normal dish. Such simple foods were meant for poor mortals. 4 Bai Clan members and Chu clan members. Only the meat of spirit beasts and rare delicacies like enlightenment tea were worthy of their status. She reached for a piece, still feeling a bit skeptical, but as soon as she took a bite her eyes widened. The outer layer was crispy and flavorful, seasoned with a mix of herbs and spices she couldn't even recognize, while the inside was soft and juicy. The contrast of textures, along with a burst of rich umami flavor, made her pause in surprise. This, she mumbled, quickly taking another bite before she could even finish her sentence. Bai Zihan laughed. Good, right? Compared to the bland food in this world, a simple fried chicken is 10 times better. Bai Zihan thought. Chu Zian didn't even answer as she was too busy eating. The meal continued, with Bai Zihan eating at a relaxed pace while Chu Zian, despite trying to maintain her elegance, clearly couldn't resist reaching for more. Once they were finished, Chu Zian wiped her mouth and finally leaned back with a satisfied sigh. I admit this is good. I've never had anything like it before, Chu Zian said, attempting to regain her elegance, though it was already too late, given how eagerly she had been devouring the fried chicken. Of course, Bai Zihan said smugly. This is the cuisine of Earth. How could you have had anything like this? Chu Zian would normally do something about Bai Zihan's smug face, but today, she let him have his moment. It was indeed something out of this world. She also realized that fried chicken wasn't made from the meat of a spirit beast. After all, if it were, her cultivation would have advanced at least a little. It was just a normal chicken that mortals ate. However, the taste was heavenly so much so that she craved more. Just where have you been hiding something like this? Chu Zian asked, staring at Bai Zihan and demanding an answer. Ahem. Of course, this was entirely the creation of this young master. Sorry, whoever invented fried chicken on Earth. Bai Zihan shamelessly took the credit, though he felt a bit guilty. However, in this world, he was the first to introduce it, so it wasn't exactly a lie. Oh, really? Chu Zian asked skeptically. After all, Bai Zihan was a lazy young master of the Bai Clan. How could he have found the time to create something so delicious? True, Bai Zihan insisted. Is he telling the truth? Chu Zian, still unconvinced, directed her question to Luo Qing. Aplica será vez porul crescut dimineața. Încearcă pentru 5 lei doar, 5 lei pentru băutura care topește grăsimea abdominală. Chipul meu este din nou fără riduri. Încearcă crema cu 5 lei, lady cu. Young master taught the chefs how to make this fried chicken. Luo Qing confirmed. Not only this, there's also steak, something called ramen, and many other delicious foods the young master has introduced to the kitchen. Luo Qing spoke enthusiastically, unable to hide her excitement. Her praise was genuine. Her most cherished time of the day was now when she got to eat these dishes. Chu Zian carefully observed Luo Qing's expression. Judging from the genuine praise in her voice, she wasn't lying. Though it was still hard to believe that Bai Zihan had created such out-of-this-world dishes, she was now more interested in something else. Other dishes? Are they as delicious as this fried chicken? Yes. Then I must try them. As you say, Lady Chu. Luo Qing quickly went to inform the kitchen to prepare the other dishes. Bai Zihan stared at Chu Zian, amazed that she still wasn't full after devouring so much fried chicken. However, he was smart enough not to question a lady about her appetite. Soon enough, an array of dishes that Bai Zihan had previously taught the cooks was placed in front of Chu Zian. Without hesitation, she began eating heartily, just as she had with the fried chicken. By the time Chu Zian had finished eating, 5 empty plates were stacked on the table, all of them hers. Ugh, she's more gluttonous than me. Even Bai Zihan, a self-proclaimed food lover, was surprised that someone as thin as Chu Zian had finished 5 plates of food. Delicious. I never thought food could be this good. Bai Zihan, you must give me one of your chefs. Chu Zian declared. After experiencing such flavors, the idea of returning to bland cultivation pills and tasteless meals seemed unbearable. Yeah, you can take one if you like, Bai Zihan answered straightforwardly. There were many chefs who knew how to make these dishes, so giving one away wouldn't make much of a difference to him. As long as she offered good compensation, most chefs would be more than willing to follow her. It seems like marrying you isn't such a bad idea after all. Chu Zian's my. Bai Zihan suddenly regretted his decision. The more she enjoyed herself, the less likely she was to break off the engagement. Still, looking at it from another perspective, if the marriage was inevitably at least keeping her happy meant he would suffer less. The grand halls of the Bai estate stood as a beacon of power and influence, its towering pillars adorned with golden dragons and crimson phoenixes, symbolizing the union that was about to take place. The engagement of Bai Zihan and Chu Zian had become the most talked-about event in White Cloud City, drawing the attention of the entire desolate Heaven Empire. At one of the most crowded tea houses in White Cloud City, merchants, scholars, and commoners alike gathered, their voices blending into a chaotic hum of excitement and disbelief. Did you hear? The Bai Clan is holding the grandest engagement ceremony in decades. A tea house owner leaned over the counter, speaking in a hushed but excited voice. Of course, who hasn't heard? A customer scoffed. But what I can't understand is why Lady Chu Zian, a once-in-a-generation genius, is marrying Bai Zihan of all people. Aya, you're looking at it the wrong way. An older man stroked his beard and shook his head. It's not about love, it's about power. The Bai and Chu clans together would be unstoppable. Who cares if Bai Zihan is a waste? His family background alone makes it worth it. TCH, this is ridiculous. A guy like Bai Zihan doesn't deserve someone like Chu Zian. Another customer sneered. It was clear that many were dissatisfied that someone like Chu Zian was getting engaged to Bai Zihan. In a way, it was similar to the engagement between Bai Xueqing and her ex-fiancé. O linguro pistomacul, gol arde no kilograme de grasime entro subtamuna. Keto probiotics, but this time, Bai Zihan had someone with extremely powerful backing, unlike Bai Xueqing's ex-fiancé. Even a phoenix like Lady Chu Zian has fallen into Bai Zihan's hands. If not for his background, how could someone like him marry her? Even I am more worthy than that trash. Lady Chu is going to suffer at his hands. Alas, it seems that even a genius like Chu Zian couldn't escape her fate. People knew that the engagement between the two wasn't because of mutual love. In fact, they doubted that there was a single woman in the empire who could love Bai Zihan, given his reputation. They all believed it was purely an alliance between the two clans, with Chu Zian as the sacrifice. If Bai Zihan knew what they were saying, he would likely cough up blood. Not only had he been forced into this engagement, but now people thought Chu Zian was the one being forced to marry him. Regardless, both mortals and cultivators shared the same sentiment. Chu Zian was pitiful to be engaged to the infamous Bai Zihan. The Bai Clan, however, had gone to great lengths to ensure the event reflected their standing in the empire. They wanted the world to know that the Bai and Chu clans were uniting through marriage, a stark warning to their enemies that provoking one clan meant provoking the other. Golden lanterns lined the roads, red silk banners fluttered in the wind, and an immense spiritual array enveloped the estate, casting a divine radiance that showcased their prestige. Inside the Bai estate's grand hall, lavish tables overflowed with exotic delicacies, the finest wines and fragrant teas. Yet, more than the extravagant setting, it was the presence of powerful figures that made this engagement a political spectacle rather than a mere celebration. This was no simple engagement, it was an event that could shift the balance of power in the empire. Among the distinguished guests were the heads of rival clans, powerful sects, and even a representative of the imperial family. The Bai Clan, one of the three great clans of the empire, had long been a dominant force. Despite whispers of their decline, their foundation remained solid. And with the emergence of a genius like Bai Xueqing, their future seemed secure once more. Bai Zihan's father, Bai Tianheng, presided over the event, his gaze sharp as he observed the gathered nobles. By his side stood Bai Xueqing. Her mere presence was enough to capture the attention of many men in the hall. With Bai Xueqing having broken off her engagement, it was now the perfect opportunity for them to try to win her favor, not only a peerless beauty of the Bai clan, but a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. On the opposite side of the hall sat the Chu clan, their demeanor calm but authoritative. Chu Xing, the Chu clan patriarch, exuded an aura of quiet intimidation, his strict and calculating nature evident in every movement. Beside him sat Madame Lan, Chu Zian's mother. Despite her age, still possessed a striking and graceful beauty. The two of them were the most worried about their daughter, who had taken matters in her own hands by deciding to marry the infamous Bai Zihan. Now that the engagement was finally being announced to the world, they couldn't help but scrutinize their future son-in-law. Bai Zihan sat lazily in his seat at the center of the hall, draped in an opulent robe embroidered with golden dragons. Doar cinci pentru băutura care topește grăsimea abdominală, chipul meu este din nou fără riduri încearcă, crema cu 5 lei aplică, ser aveți părul crescut dimineața. In circa Pentru 5 Romanian, Lei his features were undeniably handsome, sharp, well-defined, and exuding the natural elegance of nobility. Yet, despite his striking appearance, no one in the hall looked at him with admiration. If anything, their gazes were filled with a mix of contempt and disgust. Bai Zihan had always been an enigma within the Bai clan. Heir to one of the most powerful clans in the empire, blessed with wealth and privilege beyond measure, yet, when it came to cultivation, he was an utter disgrace. Compared to his sister Bai Xueqing, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, Bai Zihan was nothing short of a joke. His cultivation was embarrassingly low for someone of his lineage, barely reaching a level that would be considered passable even among minor noble families. Had it only been his weak cultivation, perhaps he would have been pitted. But Bai Zihan had ensured that he was despised across the empire. A notorious troublemaker, he had spent his years bullying weaker cultivators, harassing women, and stirring up conflict wherever he went. He had no respect for elders, disregarded clan traditions, and acted as if the world revolved around him. There were countless rumors of him abusing his authority, using his father's name to get his way, and suppressing those who offended him. Though he had been surprisingly quiet today, those who knew him doubted he had changed. A leopard never changes its spots, after all. Meanwhile, Chu Zian, the star of the engagement, sat with a poised elegance. Dressed in a flowing purple gown embroidered with silver phoenixes, she exuded both grace and an untouchable coldness, her expression unreadable. She was constantly approached by both men and women offering words of encouragement, all with looks of pity. Chu Zian could only shake her head. She knew they were misunderstanding the situation. But given Bai Zihan's reputation, she understood why they pitted her. They all think that she is walking into the tiger's den, doomed to a life of suffering. One of the Bai clan's greatest rivals, the Li clan, was seated with stiff expressions, their presence heavy with hostility. Li Jianhong, their battle-hardened patriarch, had led his strongest elders to this event, each one an elite cultivator. They had also brought in some of their greatest geniuses of the clan. Seated among them was Li Feng, the heir and probably the most talented person of the clan. Unlike Bai Zihan, Li Feng had a solid reputation and was considered one of the most talented in the empire. Of course, even though he was talented, he was still nowhere near Bai Xueqing, who had already reached the nascent soul realm at the age of 16. Li Feng's sharp features and smug expression made it clear had not come to celebrate, but to ridicule. He had been eyeing Chu Zian with a lecherous gaze, his expression twisted with inappropriate intent. At the same time, he cast a look of disdain toward Bai Zihan, though he made a half-hearted attempt to conceal his contempt. Then next to the Li clan, there was the last of the three great clan of Desolate Heaven Empire. If the Li clan represented raw military strength, then the Zhao clan embodied political cunning. Their patriarch, Zhao Wutian, was a man of shrewd intellect and dangerous ambition. He sat with a relaxed arrogance, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he observed the unfolding event. Beside him were also some of the strongest elders of Zhao clan, along with their geniuses. The Zhao clan rarely acted openly, preferring to weave their influence through intrigue and sabotage. But it was one of the younger generation from the Zhao clan who had come to the forefront. Zhao Chun, the heir to the Zhao clan, a young man whose brilliance and ruthlessness were becoming well known throughout the empire, was seated beside Li Feng. Though still young, Zhao Chun exuded an intimidating presence. His eyes were sharp, calculating, and he exuded the same dangerous ambition his father did, though in a more subtle, backdoor manner. O lingura pistomacul gol arde no kilograme de gracime intro subtamina. Keto probiotics, Zhao Chun glanced at Li Feng, his lips curling into a faint smile. Leaning in, he whispered quietly, "It's time." Li Feng's eyes glinted with understanding. He nodded, his expression turning cold and calculating. Without missing a beat, he stood up and raised his voice for all to hear. "Oomph. The mighty Bai clan has truly fallen if they're forcing Lady Chu into marrying a good-for-nothing like Bai Zihan." Li Feng sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. His words were intentional loud enough to echo in the hall, meant to provoke. Li Feng was confident because, with the backing of both the Li and Zhao clans, he knew there would be no repercussions for his insults. The crowd erupted into murmurs. Some were surprised by Li Feng's audacity, while others wore expressions of expectation, knowing that something like this would likely happen. After all, how could the Zhao and Li clans quietly watch as their rival gained another powerful ally through marriage? It was no secret that the Zhao and Li clans had their own plans to embarrass the Bai clan. Even if they couldn't stop the engagement, it was clear they would do everything in their power to humiliate Bai Zihan. Chu Zian's expression darkened, while Bai Zihan clenched his fists under the table. "This bastard, I don't even want this engagement. And now I'm getting humiliated for it." Bai Zihan didn't care much about the insults hurled his way, but it was frustrating to hear people think he was the one forcing the marriage when, in reality, it was the other way around. And of course, he knew who the person making trouble was, Li Feng. This trash, Bai Zihan wasn't afraid, especially considering that Li Feng was no slouch a powerful and talented cultivator from the Li clan. He would have been more concerned if the opponent was a lower-ranked cultivator trying to stop the engagement and claim Chu Zian as his own. After all, that was the typical trope for the protagonist. But Li Feng insulting him? That was the plot of the villain, and Bai Zihan had no qualms about teaching him a lesson. But before Bai Zihan could respond, a cold voice sliced through the air like a blade. "Oh, since when did the Li clan have a say in my marriage?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop as Chu Zian's phoenix-like eyes locked onto Li Feng, her gaze filled with danger. Li Feng faltered for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. "I'm merely stating facts. Lady Chu, everyone knows Bai Zihan is a waste. Why not choose someone more fitting?" Li Feng was clearly insinuating himself as the better choice. And indeed, when compared to Bai Zihan, he considered himself a far more suitable candidate to marry Chu Zian. Bai Zihan rolled his eyes. This idiot wants to marry Chu Zian. Bai Zihan thought about how ridiculous the idea was. Though it might make him happy if Chu Zian agreed, he knew there was no chance of that happening. She was already against marrying someone other than him from the Bai clan, especially to avoid crossing Bai Xueqing. Marrying into the Li or Zhao clan would be an even worse betrayal, one that would alienate her from her family and make her enemies with the Bai clan, particularly Bai Xueqing. "Oh, then who is someone more fitting?" Chu Zian asked with a sneer, her voice laced with both curiosity and disdain. She already knew Li Feng was referring to himself, but she decided to ask him anyway. "Of course it's me," Li Feng said with a smirk. "Chu Zian, I've admired you for many years, and I can't hide my feelings for you any longer, especially when you're about to marry someone unworthy like Bai Zihan. You deserve better. Aplica será vez por crescut dimineața." Încearcă pentru 5 lei doar 5 lei pentru băutura care topește grăsimea abdominală. Chipul meu este din nou fără de încearcă crema cu 5 lei. Whether his feelings were genuine or not, Li Fen's intention was clear. He hoped to derive England. If trouble arose, the Li clan could always make excuses, claiming that the impetuousness of youth had driven him to rash decisions. Juzian Zetponde con Li. Young Master Li, you're thinking too highly of yourself. If you believe you can match my talent, then I'm sorry to be blunt, but you're still lacking. She shot back without hesitation, her words like a sharpened blade. Though Li Feng might have seemed a better match for her in terms of status, when it came to cultivation, he was still far behind. Chu Zian saw no need to sugarcoat it. After all, the Li clan had been a constant obstacle to the Chu clan's interests, and Li Feng had already shown his rudeness. There was no reason for her to hold back any longer. Li Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as Chu Zian's words hit their mark. His pride had taken a sharp blow, but he was not one to back down easily. His smirk faltered, replaced with a thinly veiled fury as he glared at Chu Zian. Li Feng scoffed, trying to regain some semblance of composure. You might think I'm lacking, but let me remind you, compared to Bai Zihan, I'm still 10 times the man he'll ever be. His voice was louder now, tinged with both arrogance and frustration, meant to be heard by all. He knows that he can't challenge Chu Zian, but he could take a shot at Bai Zihan, and that was his plan as well. He hadn't expected Chu Zian to become so protective of the engagement, though. Her words and actions had caught him off guard. But even though this wasn't part of his initial calculation, he wasn't about to back down now. He would press forward with his plan and find another way to provoke Bai Zihan. He looked directly at Bai Zihan, his eyes filled with disdain. Bai Zihan is nothing more than a disappointment, someone who has no place in the circle of true cultivators. You, Lady Chu, deserve better than this. Marrying him will only tarnish your own reputation. Li Feng paused, letting his words settle into the atmosphere. He wasn't done yet. With a mocking glance at Bai Zihan, he made his next move. I challenge you, Bai Zihan. If you think you're so worthy, then prove it. Let's settle this once and for all. A duel. If you win, I'll accept that you deserve Lady Chu's hand. But if I win, then the engagement ends, and Lady Chu will be free to choose someone far more deserving. The room grew tense as all eyes turned to Bai Zihan. The challenge had been thrown, and there was no going back now. The crowd murmured, waiting to see how Bai Zihan would respond. Would he accept, or would he walk away? Knowing Bai Zihan's strength, many thought that he would probably avoid the fight since he wouldn't win at all. Bai Zihan's fists tightened under the table. His jaw clenched. He wasn't surprised by Li Feng's challenge, but the audacity of the man still grated on his nerves. Li Feng might have thought he could humiliate him, but Bai Zihan wasn't going to let him get away with it so easily. Li Feng, who do you think you're going to make trouble in the Bai Clan? Bai Xueqing's voice rang out with an air of arrogance and dominance. Your opinion is irrelevant here. And if you want to challenge someone, how about I accompany you? Bai Xueqing said. Li Feng was flustered. He had never expected Chu Zian to be so against him breaking off an engagement with a waste like Bai Zihan, and now even Bai Xueqing was getting involved. His plan was simply to fight Bai Zihan, and knowing Bai Zihan's short temper, he was confident that he would succeed. But who could have predicted that before Bai Zihan even spoke a word, first Chu Zian and then Bai Xueqing would respond his threat? Him fighting Bai Xueqing? Cântărești mai mult de 80 de kilograme. Vei ajunge la 56 de kilograme. No teaser Reteta and Nano Slim, what was the difference between that and suicide? Even with his arrogance, he knew better than a challenge Bai Xueqing, who was already known as the strongest in their generation. Li Feng was caught off guard for a moment, but quickly turned to Zhao Chun, his expression practically begging for assistance. The Zhao clan usually preferred to operate from the shadows, but in this case, there was no need to. Everyone knew about the Zhao and Li family's alliance, and it was no secret that they opposed the Bai and Chu clan's engagement. Zhao Chun, who had been watching quietly, finally spoke, his voice calm and composed. Miss Bai, there's no need to escalate things. He smiled faintly, his tone ever so reasonable. Li Feng merely spoke from the heart. He has feelings for Lady Chu, strong ones, at that. Watching the woman he admires being engaged to another, especially someone he believes unworthy, is not an easy thing. His words were smooth and unhostile. They painted Li Feng as a man hopelessly in love rather than an arrogant troublemaker. He simply wishes for a chance. A duel. Nothing more, Zhao Chun continued, his tone gentle yet firm. If Bai Zihan wins, Li Feng will have no choice but to accept reality and move on. Surely, the great Bai Clan wouldn't be so petty as to deny a young man closure. The way he framed it put the Bai Clan in an awkward position. If they refused, it would look like they were too afraid to accept a fair challenge. Zhao Chen's words caused murmurs to ripple through the crowd. Some people even nodded in agreement. However, Bai Xueqing merely humphed, her cold eyes locking onto Zhao Chun. Enough with the flowery words. You're only saying this because you know how weak my brother is and want to bully him. Bai Xueqing wasn't one to mince words. Her piercing gaze remained on Zhao Chun. Do you think I'm stupid? Zhao Chun chuckled, unfazed. Of course not, Miss Bai. His smile widened slightly before he continued, his voice still as smooth as ever. But there's no bullying here. Li Feng will obviously lower his cultivation to match Bai Zihan's realm. Won't you, Li Feng? Zhao Chun asked. Of course. It's not like I enjoy bullying others, unlike someone, Li Feng answered. At those words, a new wave of murmurs spread through the hall. Zhao Chun is right. Love is heavier than Mount Tai. How can the Bai Clan be so heartless as to not give a man a chance to fight for it? If Bai Zihan is truly worthy, why not prove it? A duel is the perfect way to settle this fairly. Li Feng is showing sincerity. If Bai Zihan refuses, doesn't that mean he himself knows he isn't worthy of Lady Chu? Exactly. Li Feng is even willing to lower his cultivation to match that of young master Bai Zihan. All eyes turned toward Bai Zihan. Even Bai Xueqing couldn't say much, as Li Feng was willing to lower his cultivation. Although she knew that even if Li Feng's cultivation was the same as Bai Zihan's, Bai Zihan stood no chance. Be it body refinement or technique mastery, Bai Zihan was far inferior to Li Feng. Doar cinci lei pentru băutura care topește grăsimea abdominală, chipul meu este din nou fără riduri, încearcă crema cu 5 lei, aplică seara vezi părul crescut dimineața. In circa Pintru, 5 Romanian lei, however. If she interfered, it would only make it seem like the Bai Clan was afraid of Li Feng and subject them to public criticism. Now, all they could do was wait for Bai Zihan's response. Bai Zihan was simply watching the whole commotion as if it had nothing to do with him, despite being one of the main figures in this conflict. So, when everyone's attention shifted to him, he lazily looked at them and, in an irritated voice, asked, "What?" Bai Zihan spoke as if he had no idea why these people were looking at him. Zhao Chen's smile didn't waver, but there was a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he observed Bai Zihan's lazy and indifferent expression. With a light chuckle, he shook his head as if pitying Bai Zihan's ignorance. "Young Master Bai," Zhao Chun said, his tone calm, yet edged with subtle mockery. "It seems you weren't paying attention, but I suppose that's to be expected." He glanced around, ensuring the crowd was still focused on them before continuing. "Allow me to explain it to you again simply, so that even you can understand," Zhao Chun said, his voice dripping with condescension. "Li Feng has challenged you to a duel. A fair one. He will lower his cultivation to match yours, so there's no excuse of an unfair advantage. If you win, the engagement remains, and Li Feng will gracefully step aside." Zhao Chun continued. "But if you lose, well, then surely even you must agree that Lady Chu deserves better than to be tied to a man who can't even defend his own honor." Zhao Chen's words caused another round of murmurs from the crowd. "That's right. It's not even unfair anymore. What excuse does Bai Zihan have now? If he refuses, doesn't that just prove he's scared? Even his own sister can't protect him forever. Sooner or later, he has to stand up for himself." Zhao Chen smiled at the reaction, then turned his gaze back to Bai Zihan. "Well, young Master Bai, do you accept it?" His words were sharp, pushing Bai Zihan into a corner. The entire hall was waiting for his response. "Cool. Haha, you really think I care about your challenge?" The laughter that escaped Bai Zihan's lips was neither loud nor exaggerated, but it was enough to make the already tense atmosphere even more suffocating. His tone dripped with mockery, his expression one of utter disdain as he lazily leaned back in his seat. This left many people, including Zhao Chun and Li Feng, utterly baffled. They had expected Bai Zihan to be furious or at least offended, but instead, he was sitting there, laughing like a madman. "Ha!" He chuckled again, shaking his head as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. His sharp gaze swept across the room before landing on Zhao Chun. "Who do you think you are to tell me what to do?" His words immediately silenced the murmurs around him. Zhao Chen's smile stiffened for a fraction of a second before quickly regaining its usual elegance. Zhao Chun was the genius of the Zhao clan, and there wasn't anyone who didn't know him or dared to disrespect him the way Bai Zihan just had. Moreover, he had been carefully steering the conversation to pressure Bai Zihan into accepting the challenge, and hadn't expected Bai Zihan to turn the tables on him like this. Even Bai Xueqing struggled to counter Zhao Chen's eloquence. Yet Bai Zihan couldn't care less about appearances. Instead, he met Zhao Chen's words with outright hostility and rudeness. He, and those who were saying that I should accept the challenge step forward. "I promise I won't destroy your clan," Bai Zihan said, his tone carrying an unmistakable threat. It was clear that he wasn't pleased with those who dared to support Zhao Chun and his ideas. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Who would dare step forward now? Who could guarantee that Bai Zihan wouldn't follow through on his threat? Seeing Bai Zihan taking control of the situation and asserting his dominance, Zhao Chen stepped forward, attempting to steer the conversation back in his favor. "Young Master Bai, isn't it inappropriate for you to threaten others just because you don't like their opinion? Isn't that the very definition of tyranny?" Zhao Chen's voice was steady, his expression unreadable. Bai Zihan clicked his tongue and lazily rested his cheek on his palm. "Zhao Chun, do you really think I can't see through your little ploy? You must be even dumber than you look if you believe I'd play along." Even Zhao Chen's expression flickered slightly. "Young Master Bai Zihan, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Chun tried to feign ignorance. Bai Zihan scoffed. "You hide behind flowery words and pretend to be polite, but all you're doing is trying to pressure me into accepting this idiot's challenge." Zhao Chen's expression remained calm, but his eyes flashed dangerously. "Young Master Bai, I don't understand what you're trying to imply. This is merely a fair challenge." Bai Zihan interrupted, sneering. "Spare me the nonsense. Since when was it my responsibility to entertain a fool's delusions? He stretched lazily, making it seem like the entire situation bored him. Li Feng wants me to fight? And for what? Just because he's throwing a tantrum over an engagement that has nothing to do with him? Why the hell should I entertain his whims? A murmur rippled through the crowd again. Bai Zihan smirked. Oh, Li Feng, you really think you're the protagonist in some tragic love story, don't you? Oh, my love, I cannot bear to see you with another man. I must challenge him to prove my feelings. Bai Zihan placed a hand on his chest in mock sorrow before rolling his eyes. What a joke. Laughter erupted from a few people in the crowd, though they quickly quieted under the weight of the tension. Li Feng's face turned red with anger. You, being mocked so openly, Li Feng couldn't hold back his rage. His entire body trembled as he glared at Bai Zihan, pointing a shaking finger at him. Bai Zihan, don't go too far. Li Feng spat. Ah, too far? So you barging into my engagement and challenging me isn't going too far. Bai Zihan shot back, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Bai Zihan, I just want to get over my love for Miss Chu Zian. Or are you scared to fight me? Li Feng provoked, his frustration reaching its peak. Previously, he wanted to fight Bai Zihan because of his clan's orders, but now, he genuinely couldn't wait to beat him up. Haha, why should I dirty my hands fighting a sore loser? If you want to prove something so badly, why don't you go find a mirror and fight yourself? The hall fell into stunned silence. No one knew what kind of pill Bai Zihan had taken to give him the audacity to look down on both the geniuses of the Li and Zhao clans, especially when he was considered the greatest waste of the Bai Clan. Doar cinchlei pentru băutura care topește grăsimea abdominală, chipul meu este din nou fără riduri încearcă, crema cu 5 lei aplică seravis părul crescut dimineața. In circa Pintru, 5 Romanian lei, not only was Bai Zihan blatantly disregarding them, but he was also insulting them time and time again. Even Chu Zian was surprised by Bai Zihan's boldness. After all, even she had to be cautious with her words when speaking to them, yet Bai Zihan had no filter whatsoever. At least you have some guts. Chu Zian thought to herself. Her impression of Bai Zihan rose slightly, though he was still the same arrogant young master in her eyes. However, his arrogance didn't waver even in front of the giants of the desolate Heaven Empire. It was ironic. When Bai Zihan treated servants and weaker people with this same attitude, he was seen as a bully. But when he showed that same arrogance toward the 2 strongest clans and their most talented descendants, suddenly, he was no longer Taranthi, was a man of courage. Same behavior, different audience, yet the way people perceived him changed entirely, even though he treated everyone the same. Bai Zihan lazily leaned back, his gaze indifferent. And what's the reward for this fight? If I lose, I have to cancel the engagement, but if I win, I just get to keep it? He scoffed. Are you kidding me? Isn't this a complete loss-loss situation for me? Zhao Chun, you're not stupid enough to think this is a fair challenge, right? That being said, having his engagement canceled wasn't exactly a bad thing for him. But if it happened under these circumstances, it would cause problems for his clan, and while Bai Zihan didn't care much about his clan's troubles, he did care about how it would affect his own life. His father would make sure he suffered for losing. Besides, there was no way he was going to let the Li and Zhao clans achieve what they wanted so easily. Bai Zihan knew that even if his cultivation was suppressed to match Li Feng's, there was no way he would lose. But accepting the challenge, just like that? No. He had to squeeze every last bit of value out of Li Feng and Zhao Chun first. Knowing how desperate they were to humiliate him and force him into accepting the challenge along with their confidence that Li Feng would win Bai Zihan was certain they would offer a worthwhile reward to make him agree. I'm going to play along with your games, but it ain't going to be for free. Even the ever-composed Zhao Chun couldn't help but grow angrier each time he was insulted and called stupid. He was one of the brightest minds of the younger generation, someone destined to become the greatest scholar of the desolate Heaven Empire, yet Bai Zihan treated him like a complete fool. However, after calming himself down, Zhao Chun had to admit that Bai Zihan wasn't entirely unreasonable. Of course, he would demand a reward. He realized that honor and fame meant nothing to Bai Zihan. After all, his reputation was already at rock bottom, and he showed no interest in changing it. Even if others called him a coward or undeserving, Zhao Chun understood that Bai Zihan simply didn't care. Unlike him and the other young masters of prestigious clans, who would go to any lengths to protect their pride. I just need to bet something good enough for Bai Zihan to accept, no matter what the prize might be. Zhao Chun thought. Just as Bai Zihan had predicted, Zhao Chun had never even considered the possibility of Li Feng losing. Because of that, he was more than willing to offer a generous prize. With a subtle gesture, Zhao Chun signaled to Li Feng, who immediately understood what he had to do. Bai Zihan, since you think there's nothing for you to gain, how about this? If you win, you will receive an Earth-grade artifact from my Li clan. Li Feng's voice carried confidence, as if he were offering something incredibly generous. Gasps rippled through the crowd. An Earth-grade artifact was no small reward. It was a treasure that many cultivators could only dream of obtaining. A yellow-grade artifact was already enough to change a person's life. A profound-grade artifact was the highest most mid-tier clans could afford. But an Earth-grade artifact? That was something only a powerful clan possessed. Even some nascent Soul Realm cultivators might not have an Earth-grade artifact due to how rare and precious they were. So, the guests at the Bai Clan were shocked that Li Feng dared to bet such a treasure against Bai Zihan. However, after a moment of thought, they reasoned that since Li Feng would likely win, it didn't matter what he wagered. However, Bai Zihan merely raised an eyebrow before letting out a low chuckle. An Earth-grade artifact? His voice dripped with condescension, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. Li Feng, do you take me for a beggar? The hall fell silent. Bai Zihan scoffed and lazily propped his cheek against his palm. Let me get this straight, you want me to fight some nobody just so I can keep my engagement, and in return, all I get is an Earth-grade artifact? Do you really think my time is worth so little? Bai Zihan knew how precious an Earth-grade artifact was, but considering that his opponents were from the Li and Zhao clans, he was certain they could offer something better. Their overconfidence in Li Feng's strength only made it more obvious that they wouldn't hesitate to put up something even more valuable. Zhao Chen's smile stiffened slightly. Li Feng, on the other hand, was fuming. Bai Zihan, don't act so arrogant. An Earth-grade artifact is already more than generous. Do you even understand how precious? Bai Zihan cut him off with a smirk. Oh, it's precious, you say? Then let me ask you something. His sharp gaze locked onto Li Feng, eyes gleaming with amusement. If your love for Chu Zian is so strong that you're willing to challenge me over her, then tell me Yui is an Earth-grade artifact enough to prove it. Li Feng's expression darkened. Bai Zihan let out a mocking laugh. Or is your so-called love for Chu Zian only worth an Earth-grade artifact? Not much of a love story, huh? Bai Zihan leaned forward slightly, his voice laced with mockery. I mean, think about it. You came all this way, interrupted my engagement, and declared a challenge in front of everyone just for a woman. And you say you'll only bet an Earth-grade artifact. A cold smile played on Bai Zihan's lips. So tell me, Li Feng, is Chu Zian not worth more than that? Is she only worth an Earth-grade artifact? If that's the case, how about this? I'll give you an Earth-grade artifact, and you can take it and get the hell out of my sight. Li Feng's face turned red. Bai Zihan was completely looking down on him, treating him like a beggar. An Earth-grade artifact was incredibly powerful, yet in Bai Zihan's words, it sounded like a mere trinket, something he could toss away at will. Bai Zihan's words had backed him into a corner. If he refused, wouldn't that mean he didn't treasure Chu Zian enough? Moreover, it would make it seem as though the Li clan couldn't even afford to properly wager against the Bai clan. But if an Earth-grade artifact wasn't enough, was he really going to bet a Heaven-grade artifact? A Heaven-grade artifact? That was a treasure so rare that even the greatest clans in the Desolate Heaven Empire treated them as priceless heirlooms. Even the Li and Zhao clans only had a few, and only those who made great contributions to the clan would have a chance to obtain one. His mind was in turmoil. Seeing Li Feng hesitate, Zhao Chun subtly stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. Young Master Li, he said softly, his voice calm and reassuring. There's no need to hesitate. Li Feng turned toward him, his expression still stormy. Zhao Chun gave him a knowing smile. Do not forget there is no way you will lose. His words carried confidence, certainty. A spurs gata, a shimbat viata complete her beauty. Then, in a hushed tone, he leaned in closer and whispered, I will personally provide a Heaven-grade artifact from my Zhao clan. You do not need to bear the cost yourself. Li Feng's eyes widened. He didn't know what gave Zhao Chun the confidence to say that he would provide a Heaven-grade artifact, especially since Zhao Chun was of the younger generation just like him. But since Zhao Chun had made such a bold claim, Li Feng had no reason to hesitate. Besides, he was fighting Bai Zihan. There was no need to worry, was never going to lose. The Bai clan's greatest waste against one of the strongest geniuses of the younger generation? It was laughable. Li Feng took a deep breath before glaring at Bai Zihan. Fine, he said coldly. I'll wager a Heaven-grade artifact against you. The hall erupted in shock. Heaven-grade artifact? Really? Is Li Feng really going that far? Young Master Li Feng must truly love Miss Chu Zian. Otherwise, who would be willing to bet a Heaven-grade artifact? No matter what Li Feng bets, it doesn't matter. He's going to win anyway. Even Bai Xueqing, who had been watching from the side, frowned slightly. A Heaven-grade artifact, even for a powerful clan like the Li clan, that was no small price. The Li and Zhao clans would suffer greatly if Bai Zihan won, but their willingness to bet such a treasure only meant one thing. They were certain that Li Feng would win. Bai Xueqing worriedly looked at Bai Zihan, but Bai Zihan simply leaned back and smirked. Now, that's more like it. His eyes flashed with amusement. All right, Li Feng, I accept your challenge. Zhao Chun and Li Feng exchanged a glance. Finally, everything was going back exactly as they had planned. They had successfully goaded Bai Zihan into accepting the wager, and now all that remained was for Li Feng to crush him in front of everyone. Once that happened, not only would they stop the marriage alliance between the Bai clan and the Chu clan, but Bai Zihan would become the biggest laughingstock in the entire empire. Li Feng smirked, his confidence returning in full force. He stepped forward and swept his gaze over the hall. Since we've settled the wager, let's not waste any more time, he declared. His aura surged, sending a sharp pressure through the air. His battle intent burned like a flame, ready to erupt at any moment. Bai Zihan, let's begin. However, Bai Zihan didn't move. He remained seated, propping his cheek lazily against his palm, his expression relaxed, almost bored. Li Feng frowned. What's wrong? Have you changed your mind? His voice turned mocking. Don't tell me you're scared. However, Bai Zihan merely chuckled. Scared. His lips curled into a smirk as he tilted his head lazily. You think I'd be afraid of someone like you? Li Feng's expression darkened. It seemed like, in front of Bai Zihan, his reputation was useless. Bai Zihan has not been taking him seriously at all from the very beginning. Being disregarded by a waste was something he didn't like, but he endured it. He thought that soon he would make Bai Zihan regret this moment and etch into his memory just who he was. Then why aren't you coming here? Bai Zihan sighed, as if he were dealing with a bunch of fools. Then, he stretched his arms and leaned back in his chair. Before we start, I have a question. His voice was calm, almost lazy, yet it instantly silenced the hall. Where's the prize? Li Feng blinked. What? The heaven-grade artifact. Bai Zihan tapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair. Where is it? Li Feng's expression stiffened slightly before he scoffed. I'll give it to you after you win. Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you're saying I have to fight first, win, and then just trust that you'll hand it over? He let out a short laugh. Do I look that gullible to you? Bai Zihan's words made sense. No one in their right mind would bet something as valuable as a heaven-grade artifact without first seeing proof that the prize even existed. However, this was Li Feng, someone from the prestigious Li clan, and he had made the bet in front of all these people, including his own clan leader and the leaders of top clans in the desolate Heaven Empire. Unless Li Feng was a scammer or wanted Li clan's reputation to plummet, there was no way he would break his promise. But Bai Zihan didn't seem to consider any of that. He was treating Li Feng like a scammer. Li Feng frowned. Are you doubting my words? Bai Zihan smirked. Yes. Silence. Indeed, Bai Zihan was completely disregarding Li Feng's status and reputation. He didn't care about giving him any face at all. Call me cautious, but I can't just take your word for it. For all I know, you're just making empty promises. So, if the heaven-grade artifact isn't out in the open before the fight begins, he smiled coldly. I'll assume you were lying. Li Feng wanted nothing more than to smack the smirk off Bai Zihan's face, but he couldn't. Moreover, since he had never planned to lose, he had seen no need to take out the heaven-grade artifact. But now, without it, Bai Zihan clearly wasn't going to fight. He had no choice. He glanced at Zhao Chun, signaling his intent. Since Zhao Chun had promised to provide the heaven-grade artifact, it was now his decision to make. By now, Zhao Chun was furious, his emotions barely hidden behind his expression. This Bai Zihan was seriously irritating him beyond belief. To think that a mere weakling could force him into the situation. Zhao Chun had no choice. He reached into his storage ring and reluctantly pulled out an artifact. Although he knew he would get it back, he couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance as the heaven-grade artifact left his grasp. The moment Zhao Chun handed the artifact to Li Feng, a powerful energy fluctuation rippled through the hall. The crowd's eyes widened in shock. That's... A burst of hushed murmurs spread like wildfire. The artifact Li Feng now held was the celestial feather fan, a legendary heaven-grade treasure and one of the Zhao clan's most prized heirlooms. Even the most seasoned cultivators in the hall couldn't suppress their astonishment. The celestial feather fan, that's one of the Zhao clan's most powerful treasures. I heard it was refined using the feathers of a divine sky rock. It grants incredible wind-based abilities and can even summon storms. This proves how confident they are. Zhao Chun must be certain that Bai Zihan will lose, or he'd never risk it. The awe in their voices was undeniable. A heaven-grade artifact wasn't just power fuel, it was an inheritance-level treasure that most clans wouldn't part with under any circumstances. Even high-ranking elders of major clans wouldn't necessarily own one, yet Zhao Chun had actually taken one out for a mere wager. Moreover, it was incredible that a junior, although genius, had obtained a heaven-grade artifact. This just showed the incredible achievements and contributions Zhao Chun had made for the Zhao clan. Bai Zihan's expression didn't change, but his fingers tapped lazily against the armrest. Aspus gata, shisheskimbat viaza complet herbeauty chinat rishat primul. Afosta manta condamnata penedrept. Her beauty Zhao Chun clenched his fists, forcing himself to remain calm. His expression was dark, but he still managed to smile. There, you've seen the heaven-grade artifact. Li Feng held up the celestial feather fan with a cold smirk. Now, will you finally step forward? His voice carried arrogance, as if the result was already predetermined. Bai Zihan glanced at the fan, then back at Li Feng. His lips curled into a smirk. Give it to me. Li Feng's eyes widened. What? Bai Zihan's expression was utterly shameless. Think of it as advance payment. If you win, I'll give it back. You. Zhao Chun couldn't decide whether to be furious or admire Bai Zihan's audacity. He had never been forced this much in his life. Not only had he been made to wager one of his most prized possessions, but now Bai Zihan wanted the celestial feather fan in his hands before even fighting? Just how shameless could one person be? Li Feng didn't know what to do. Since the artifact wasn't his, it wasn't his decision to make. He simply waited for Zhao Chun's response. Zhao Chun exhaled sharply. He had already made too many concessions. Letting Bai Zihan hold the fan for a few minutes wouldn't make a difference. Give it to him, Zhao Chun said through gritted teeth. Li Feng hesitated but eventually walked up to Bai Zihan and handed over the celestial feather fan. "Here you go," he said with disdain. Bai Zihan smiled. "Good." Then, in front of everyone, he casually placed the celestial feather fan inside his storage ring as if it had belonged to him all along. Li Feng's expression twitched. "Now, can we fight?" he asked, his irritation barely concealed. Bai Zihan stretched lazily before finally rising to his feet. "Sure." His lips curled into a confident smirk. "Get ready to be trashed." The much-awaited fight was finally beginning. Excitement filled the air as every guest eagerly focused on the unfolding drama. However, the Bai Clan side was not in a very good mood. After all, they all knew the capabilities of their good-for-nothing heir, who only knew how to create trouble. They all thought that Bai Zihan wouldn't last even 3 moves against Li Feng. The one who was the most worried was Bai Zihan's father, Bai Tianheng. This stupid son, he could have just shamelessly refused the fight. Initially, he thought Bai Zihan was making excuses and trying his best to avoid fighting Li Feng, including when he asked to wager something better than an Earth-grade artifact. But in the end, Bai Zihan accepted, which confused and worried Bai Tianheng even more. He even began to speculate whether Bai Zihan was intentionally messing around to avoid the engagement, which in this case would only mean that Bai Zihan wanted to get beaten up. Of course, he didn't interfere and watch with others as he was in the presence of many guests. If he interfered when it was the juniors competing with each other, it could affect the Bai Clan's standing and reputation. So, like the Li and Zhao clan leaders, Bai Tianheng was also forced to stay and just watch the commotion. On the other hand, the Li and Zhao clans were filled with joy, and some were already smiling. After all, against Li Feng, they thought that even 10 Bai Zihans would stand no chance even if both of their cultivation levels were the same. They all speculated that the engagement would be cancelled, bringing utter humiliation to the Bai Clan. Other guests also thought the result was already predictable, with Li Feng winning easily. However, that didn't diminish the entertainment they felt from this, as they wanted to watch Bai Zihan's engagement fail, along with him being beaten up by Li Feng. The only people who weren't so certain about Li Feng's victory were those who had witnessed the confrontation between Bai Zihan and Bai Jian, such as Chu Zian. Chu Zian didn't necessarily think Bai Zihan would lose, especially if he showed the same strength as when confronting Bai Jian. Although she wasn't sure whether Bai Zihan could defeat Li Feng, she was certain that he wouldn't lose easily. Bai Xueqing also watched anxiously, but there was nothing that she or any other person could do. It was all in Bai Zihan's hand now. Bai Zihan walked down and stood before Li Feng. The Bai Clan's mansion was huge, and there was plenty of room for a spar. Porul crește din nou. Effects după transplantistii de CU. 5 Romanian lei, Tricor free the guests had already made enough space for the two to fight comfortably, though many thought it was unnecessary since the fight would end in a jiffy. "So, how are you going to decrease your cultivation level?" Bai Zihan asked. "Don't tell me you'll suppress it yourself and expect me to believe that you'll keep it that way." Li Feng smirked at Bai Zihan's words, but didn't let himself be provoked. Instead, he reached into his storage ring and retrieved a small, ancient-looking jade pendant. The pendant emitted a faint, golden glow, inscribed with mysterious runes that pulsed with spiritual energy. The crowd immediately recognized the item. "The spirit sealing pendant." Someone from the crowd exclaimed. "I heard that it can temporarily suppress one's cultivation by restricting the flow of spiritual energy in the Dantian," another murmured. "Once the spirit sealing pendant activates, it will lock my cultivation at the core formation stage for exactly 1 hour. During that time, I won't be able to access my golden core strength at all," Li Feng explained. "I hope this artifact can put your mind at ease," Li Feng remarked. "Good enough, I guess. Go ahead, then." Bai Zihan knew about this artifact and understood that it would be impossible for Li Feng to break out unless 1 hour had passed. That meant that even if he were beaten up like a dog, he still wouldn't be able to retaliate as long as he had this pendant on him. Bai Zihan watched as Li Feng activated the pendant. Golden light surged around Li Feng's body as the artifact worked its magic. The overwhelming pressure of his golden core realm cultivation rapidly faded, and soon, the aura surrounding him stabilized at the core formation stage. A moment later, the light from the pendant dimmed, its runes fading slightly. "It is done." Li Feng clenched his fist, testing his strength. His expression remained confident. Even if his cultivation was temporarily lowered, his combat techniques, battle experience, and physical strength remained superior to Bai Zihan's, so he believed. Bai Zihan simply smiled and looked at Li Feng as if he were a moth flying into a flame. "Humph. I hope you're satisfied now. Can we finally fight?" Li Feng asked. Sure. Let's not waste my time," Bai Zihan said, as if he hadn't been the one delaying the fight this entire time. With that, both fighters took their stances. The crowd held its breath, waiting for the battle to begin. Li Feng stood tall, his arms crossed over his chest, exuding supreme confidence. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Bai Zihan asked. "Humph. I don't want to bully you too much. You can have the first move," Li Feng said confidently. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but he believed that Bai Zihan was no match for him. He wanted to completely humiliate him by offering the first move and then defeating him easily. That way, Bai Zihan wouldn't be able to make excuses, and the Bai Clan would be thoroughly shamed. Bai Zihan's lips curled into a smirk. "All right," he said lazily. "I'll oblige." If some fool wanted to die faster, then who was he to refuse? Whoosh! Bai Zihan moved perhaps too fast for a core formation cultivator. Before Li Feng could even react, Bai Zihan was already in front of him. Li Feng couldn't dodge in time and could only rely on his defense, raising his arm to block Bai Zihan's attack. Bang! A single, casual-looking punch shot forward, aimed directly at Li Feng's raised arm. The impact struck like a thunderclap. The moment Bai Zihan's fist connected, a sickening crack echoed through the hall. Doar 5 lei pentru băutura care topește grăsimea abdominală, chipul meu este din nou fără riduri. Încearcă crema cu 5 lei, aplică seara, vezi părul crescut dimineața. Încearcă pentru 5 lei. Li Feng let out a pathetic, high-pitched scream that sounded nothing like the composed, arrogant genius from before. His entire arm bent at an unnatural angle, the bones visibly breaking apart under the sheer force of the punch. The crowd was stunned into silence. What has happened? One punch, and it caused this much damage. Li Feng had even blocked Bai Zihan's punch, completely, yet his arm still shattered. Li Feng stumbled back, clutching his broken arm, his face twisted in agony. Even with his cultivation suppressed, he never thought he wouldn't be able to defend against Bai Zihan's attack. Yet the punch had been so powerful that it penetrated his chi-protected arm and directly broke his bones. That level of strength was insane. It had completely surpassed his own. Li Feng's once confident demeanor shattered as he gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead. But Bai Zihan wasn't done. Before Li Feng could even stabilize himself, Bai Zihan stepped forward again. Bam! A knee to the gut sent Li Feng doubling over, his mouth opening in a silent gasp. His vision blurred as he felt all the air leave his lungs. But Bai Zihan still wasn't done. Smack! A palm strike to the face sent Li Feng spinning in the air before crashing into the ground like a rag doll. The once proud genius of the Li Clan was now writhing on the floor, his screams echoing through the hall as he trembled in pain. The crowd watched in stunned disbelief. This isn't possible. How is Bai Zihan this strong? Is Bai Zihan really this powerful? Or is Li Feng just too weak? Li Feng's cries filled the hall as the shocked bystanders watched Bai Zihan torment him. It was now clear as Li Feng stood no chance. The fight was already over. However, Bai Zihan didn't seem to want to end it just yet. Smack. Smack. Disregarding everything, Bai Zihan continued to beat up Li Feng. The faces of the Li Clan changed faster than lightning. One moment, they were gloating and smiling, and the next, their expressions turned devastated and grim. The Zhao clan wasn't faring much better, but at least it wasn't their clan that was being humiliated. Who could have ever thought that Bai Zihan was so powerful that he had defeated Li Feng with a single punch? Zhao Chen's face turned pale as he watched Li Feng get thrashed like a helpless child. Gritting his teeth, he finally stepped forward, but he knew that the moment he did, their plan had already failed. Now, all he could do was salvage the situation and make Li Feng suffer less, or else he might be implicated by the Li Clan for not helping when Li Feng was being humiliated. That's enough, Bai Zihan. He snapped, his aura surging. You've won. There's no need to continue. Oh. Bai Zihan interrupted, tilting his head. His smirk widened, eyes gleaming with amusement. But, Zhao Chun, didn't you just say that Li Feng is deeply in love with Chu Ziyan? Shouldn't he endure this pain for the sake of love? Zhao Chen's expression froze. Bai Zihan chuckled darkly. I don't think he will give up so easily. He should still be able to endure more for his love. He turned back to Li Feng, who was whimpering on the ground, his face swollen and bruised. This is nothing compared to the pain of unrequited love. With that, Bai Zihan raised his foot and stomped down hard. Yaha! Li Feng's scream pierced through the entire hall. Will you stop screaming like a little girl and take it like a man? Otherwise, you won't look good in front of Chu Ziyan. Punch. Ucigashul constipații găsic la București. Effect din prima zi. Unisure Mix, it seemed like despite Li Feng's condition being unable to fight back and already covered in injuries, Bai Zihan still had no intention of letting him go. Li Feng also wanted to give up and surrender, but whenever he tried, Bai Zihan would smack him in the face, making him unable to concede. Just as Bai Zihan was about to land another punch boom, a powerful surge of chi erupted from the Li clan's side, shaking the entire hall. Enough! A thunderous voice echoed like a storm rolling through the room. The guests shuddered as an overbearing aura descended upon them. Even the weaker cultivators felt suffocated under its immense pressure. A figure shot forward like a meteor. Li Jianhong, the patriarch of the Li clan and Li Feng's father. His expression was dark, eyes filled with seething rage. He had been watching in silence, enduring his son's humiliation for the sake of decorum. But Bai Zihan's relentless beating was the final straw. Without hesitation, Li Jianhong raised his palm, his chi surging violently as he struck toward Bai Zihan with the full force. The attack was ruthless, fast, and fierce, aiming to crush Bai Zihan instantly. The guests gasped. Li Jianhong is making a move. He's actually attacking a junior in front of everyone. Isn't he afraid of his reputation declining? A mere core formation stage cultivator couldn't possibly survive a strike from a void refinement stage expert. Many guests frowned upon Li Jianhong's behavior, but no one dared to interfere. This was a battle between the Bai and Li clans. However, boom. Before Li Jianhong's strike could reach Bai Zihan, a second burst of terrifying qi erupted. A figure materialized like a phantom, stepping in front of Bai Zihan. Bai Tianheng, the Bai Clan's patriarch. Bai Zihan's father had finally made his move. Clang! The moment Li Jianhong's palm strike came down, Bai Tianheng's hand shot forward, intercepting it with ease. A deafening shockwave spread across the hall, causing teacups to shatter and weaker cultivators to stagger backward. The two patriarchs stood locked in place, their qi colliding in a silent battle of dominance. The tension was suffocating as expected from a clash between two void refinement stage experts. This was a confrontation between the strongest figures in the desolate Heaven Empire. Bai Tianheng's gaze was calm, but sharp as he stared down Li Jianhong. Patriarchally, he spoke slowly, his voice laced with authority. Are you seriously making a move against a junior in front of all these esteemed guests? Li Jianhong's face was cold, his fury barely restrained. Bai Tianheng, your son has gone too far. There is a limit to everything. Do you expect me to just sit back and watch? Bai Tianheng didn't budge. His grip on Li Jianhong's palm remained firm, unyielding. And what of your son? Bai Tianheng asked coolly. Was it not he who challenged Bai Zihan? Why didn't you stop him then? He narrowed his eyes. Or are you telling me that the Li clan can dish out challenges but cannot accept the consequences? Li Jianhong's expression twisted. You! Bai Tianheng's qi flared subtly, exerting invisible pressure. If you insist on attacking my son, he said, his voice turning icy, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. The meaning was clear. If Li Jianhong attacked Bai Zihan, then Bai Tianheng would retaliate without holding back. Perhaps it could be the start of the war between the two clans. The entire hall turned deathly silent. The Zhao clan, who had been enjoying the spectacle moments ago, now watched anxiously. This was not part of the plan. Even if Li Feng had humiliated Bai Zihan, it should have been a fight between juniors, not something requiring the intervention of elders. However, what Li Jianhong was doing was essentially escalating the conflict and turning it into a much larger issue, something the Zhao clan did not want. Zhao Qin clenched his fists. With the involvement of the clan leaders, there was no place for a junior like him. Meanwhile, Bai Zihan casually dusted off his sleeves, looking completely unbothered. Chipelmeu este de nu fara reduriency arca cremasiu, 5 Romanian, lay visador free. He glanced at Li Feng, who was still groaning on the floor, and smirked. Patriarchally, he said lazily, are you sure you want to interfere? Do you truly want to be the one to destroy your son's love? Li Jianhong's fingers trembled with rage. That love story was just an excuse to interfere with the engagement, but Bai Zihan had been using that story to his advantage to keep attacking his son. He wanted nothing more than to crush this arrogant brat, but he knew Bai Tianheng wasn't an easy opponent. Moreover, although they had similar cultivation levels, Bai Tianheng had always been stronger, and the earlier confrontation proved that he was still superior. TCH. After a long silence, Li Jianhong withdrew his hand. Bai Tianheng released his grip as well, but his gaze remained sharp. You brat, you should know when to stop. Li Feng has already lost. Li Jianhong said angrily. Oh, so be it. I also don't have any interest in beating up weaklings. Bai Zihan said casually, further angering Li Jianhong. Li Jianhong gave Bai Zihan a final glare before turning to his son. Li Feng, he said coldly. Stand up. Li Feng, still in pain, trembled as he tried to push himself up. His legs were weak, his vision spun, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand. The once proud genius of the Li clan looked nothing like before. Defeated, humiliated, broken. The guests whispered among themselves. Li Feng lost so miserably. Who would have thought Bai Zihan was this strong? What a turn of events, Bai Zihan yawned, stretching his arms lazily. Li Feng's fists clenched, his nails digging into his palms. His shame burned hotter than his wounds. With one last glare at Bai Zihan, he turned and walked away, his steps unsteady. The fight was over, and the one who stood victorious was Bai Zihan. The entire hall remained in stunned silence, the tension still thick in the air. Though the fight had ended, the consequences of Bai Zihan's overwhelming victory rippled through the crowd. To think Bai Zihan was this strong all along. All the Bai clan servants, who had always seen Bai Zihan as an idle young master who only preyed on the weak, swallowed hard. The way Bai Zihan had beaten Li Feng was far worse than how he would treat them. At the very least, it was somewhat reassuring to know that Li Feng, the young master of the Li clan, had suffered more than them, mere servants. The Bai clan's elders, particularly Bai Feng, who had always looked down on Bai Zihan, wore expressions of disbelief. Of course, there were also those elders who didn't particularly side with Bai Feng, some of whom were pleasantly surprised and even happy that Bai Zihan, their heir, was strong. But most of them were different. If Bai Zihan wasn't weak, then, with his marriage to Chu Zian, removing him from the position of heir would become nearly impossible. How is this possible? Bai Feng muttered under his breath. All these years, Bai Zihan had been nothing but a troublemaker in his eyes, someone unworthy of inheriting the Bai clan's legacy. But now he had crushed Li Feng, one of the most promising young cultivators in the empire, with almost laughable ease. Although Bai Zihan had lowered his cultivation level to match Li Feng's, that still didn't change the fact that he had completely overwhelmed him. Even Bai Tianheng was pleasantly surprised and proud. At first, he had thought Bai Zihan was planning to lose on purpose to escape the engagement. Yet instead, he had thoroughly beaten Li Feng. This made him incredibly proud. However, one question remained: just how had Bai Zihan become this strong? As far as Bai Tianheng knew, Bai Zihan had an ordinary physique, perhaps even weaker than most, since he rarely trained seriously. On the other side of the hall, Bai Shueqing widened her eyes in disbelief. She had always thought Bai Zihan was arrogant for no reason, relying on his father's status rather than his own abilities. Yet, the reality before her was undeniable. How did he get so strong? Or was he hiding his strength all along? She had known Bai Zihan since the day he was born, and she was certain that the latter's sudden strength was impossible. If he had been hiding his power all along, he would have had to conceal it since childhood. Yet, the reality before her told a different story. His strength was undeniable, far beyond what was typical for someone at the core formation stage. 2 sekunde si durera termina. Ortopedi o ascenso multiple temp ostaflex within the same cultivation realm. He was much stronger than what was considered normal. Even she, the greatest genius of the Bai Clan, wouldn't claim she could defeat Li Feng as easily and decisively as Bai Zihan had, even if she suppressed her cultivation to Li Feng's level. Yet, her younger brother, who was always lazy in training and had shown no progress for years, had achieved exactly that. She couldn't help but feel as though everything she had believed about Bai Zihan had been turned upside down. And then, there was Chu Ziyan. Her suspicions had been correct. Since Bai Zihan's confrontation with Bai Jian, she had wondered if he was secretly hiding his true strength, if, in reality, his power was far greater than what everyone assumed. Now, the truth was laid bare for all to see. So you really were hiding it, Bai Zihan. A soft smile played on her lips, her eyes flashing with an unknown emotion. Then, let us proceed with the engagement ceremony. Bai Tianheng's authoritative voice cut through the murmurs. All eyes turned toward the main stage, where the engagement between Bai Zihan and Chu Ziyan was about to officially take place. The tension in the hall shifted. Though the fight had ended, the engagement was far from a simple formality. Now, every guest viewed Bai Zihan in a new light. The once dismissed young master had proven himself to be terrifyingly strong. Of course, that didn't mean his status had suddenly risen to that of a genius. His cultivation was still relatively low. After all, no matter how physically strong Bai Zihan was, without cultivation talent, he was still destined to be weak in the long run. The Li clan, still fuming from their humiliating loss, could only grit their teeth. Not only had their plan to ruin the engagement failed, but they had suffered a huge humiliation. And the Zhao clan, particularly Zhao Chun, was left frustrated. This was far from the outcome they had planned. Moreover, their heaven-grade artifact, Celestial Feather Fan, was also taken away by Bai Zihan. But regardless of anyone's thoughts, the engagement ceremony proceeded. The grand stage at the center of the hall was quickly rearranged. Golden lanterns lit up, casting a warm glow over the intricate decorations. Jade pillars lined the stage, bearing the Bai Clan's emblem, and an incense burner exuded a fragrant, calming mist. The guests, still whispering among themselves, turned their attention toward the main stage. Bai Zihan stepped forward lazily, as if he didn't care about the grand event unfolding before him. He adjusted his sleeves with a smirk, completely at ease despite the weight of countless gazes. Chu Ziyan walked toward the stage with measured steps. Her beauty was undeniable, elegant yet fierce, refined yet untamed. Her gaze flickered toward Bai Zihan, sharp and knowing. This man was going to be her fiancé from this moment forward. And perhaps somewhere in the future, she was going to marry him. As the two stood side by side, the officier, an elder of the Bai Clan, stepped forward. His voice rang clearly across the hall. Today, before the heavens and all esteemed guests, we witness the union of Bai Zihan, the heir of the Bai Clan, and Chu Ziyan, the cherished daughter of the Chu clan. This engagement marks the bond of two great clans, forging an alliance of prosperity and strength. Bai Zihan yawned. Let's get this over with. Despite being the one getting engaged to one of the most sought-after beauties of the desolate Heaven Empire's lack of interest was obvious. Any other man would be overjoyed. Marrying Chu Ziyan was not just about beauty. It was about power, influence, and prestige. The officiator continued. By exchanging these betrothal tokens, the engagement shall be sealed. A servant stepped forward, presenting two jade pendants engraved with the Bai Clan's insignia, the other with the Chu clan's. Chu Ziyan's fingers brushed over the jade. It was cold, yet oddly heavy. Without hesitation, she took Bai Zihan's pendant and fastened it onto her sash. Bai Zihan, still as lazy as ever, took Chu Ziyan's pendant with a casual flick of his wrist, stuffing it into his robe pocket. The officiator's mouth twitched. Ahem, at least pretend to be formal. The elder thought. It was a good thing that not many were paying attention to Bai Zihan's attitude, though perhaps with his already low reputation, they don't expect otherwise as well. Doar cinci pentru băutura care topește grăsimea abdominală, chipul meu este din nou fără riduri încearcă, crema cu 5 lei aplică, ser aveți părul crescut dimineața. In circa Pentru 5 Romanian, Lei Chu Ziyan turned to Bai Zihan, studying him closely. You're really good at hiding your strength. Huh, hiding? I never hid my strength, nor do I have to. Bai Zihan replied lazily. Of course, apart from him, who would believe that his newfound power had only been obtained a few days ago. As for hiding his strength, if anything, it was already impressive that he wasn't flaunting it. Chu Zian wondered whether he was telling the truth or not. But that was something she wouldn't know. So, what do you think about the engagement? She asked. Nothing. It's not like I could do anything about it. Bai Zihan answered lazily. He was already resigned to it. He didn't bother protesting, so he might as well go with the flow. Is that so? I wonder if you'll keep that attitude after we're married. For the first time, Bai Zihan's smirk faltered for a fraction of a second. Marriage? Oh, right. The engagement was just the first step. In the future, he would need to marry this woman. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. Seeing his reaction, Chu Zian let out a soft chuckle. The officiator, unaware of the subtle exchange, raised his hand. With this, the engagement is officially sealed. A round of applause erupted. Yet beneath the surface, unseen tensions continued to brew. Bai Zihan had stepped out of the shadows with an overwhelming display of strength, but now all eyes were on him. The Bai clan's internal politics, the Li clan's growing resentment, the Zhao clan's scheming ambitions, and protagonists lying around to claim his life. The engagement was complete. But for Bai Zihan, this was only the beginning. The morning sun barely peeked over the horizon, casting long shadows across the Bai clan's grand estate. The estate, usually a picture of serenity at this hour, was anything but peaceful today. Despite the early hour, the entire Bai clan was in an unusual state of activity. Servants rushed about, preparing for the departure of their young master, Bai Zihan. His admission to Heaven Sword Sect had been announced right after the engagement ceremony, and the designated day had finally arrived. Excitement buzzed in the air. For most of the Bai clan, Bai Zihan leaving for the Heaven Sword Sect was a joyous occasion. Many of the servants, who had suffered under his past arrogance and whims, whispered amongst themselves, secretly relieved that their young master would no longer be around to torment them. Finally, peace will return to the Bai clan. One of the servants muttered, exhaling as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Yeah, another agreed, nodding quickly. No more walking on eggshells, worrying about when young Master Zihan will throw another tantrum. A younger servant, who had only been working in the Bai clan for a short while, who didn't know much, asked, was he really that bad? An older servant scoffed. Huh, you weren't here when he used to order people around like we were ants. If you so much as spilled a drop of tea, you'd be trembling for days. Remember old Lu? Another servant chimed in. The poor guy got scolded for an entire hour, just because the soup was too salty. In the end, he got fired over this issue. But after what he did to Li Feng, I don't know. A maid interjected, frowning. Maybe he's changed. Changed? The older servant laughed bitterly. Maybe. But people like him don't just turn over a new leaf. He'll probably be causing trouble at the Heaven Sword Sect instead. The group chuckled, some nodding in agreement. Well, at least it won't be our problem anymore. One servant said with a relieved sigh. Let the Heaven Sword Sect deal with him. And with that, the tension that had loomed over the Bai clan for years seemed to lighten, at least for them. O lingura pistomacul gol arde no kilograme de gracime entro subtamuna. Keto probiotics, however, not everyone shared this sentiment. The kitchen staff weren't in a good mood, knowing that the food god, which was considered by Zihan, would no longer be cooking new dishes. But more than anyone else, Luo Qing, his personal maid, felt a deep unease. Luo Qing had served by Zihan since childhood. While she was often fearful of him and his unpredictable moods, she knew no other life. The thought of him leaving filled her with uncertainty. Bai Zihan stood at the center of the courtyard, arms crossed, his expression one of complete indifference. His long dark hair was tied back neatly, his white robes embroidered with the Bai clan's insignia. To an outsider, he appeared calm and composed, but in truth, his mind was busy with calculations. He had thought a lot about what awaited him at the Heaven Sword Sect. If his guesses were correct, he would inevitably run into a few protagonists. These so-called chosen ones, blessed by fate, always seemed to have ridiculous luck, endless trump cards, and an inexplicable ability to overcome obstacles. But Bai Zihan was no longer the same person he had once been. At the very least, he had ensured that he would have the ability to escape when necessary. He had taken numerous artifacts from the Bai clan's treasury, though none of them were heaven grade. Even so, they were valuable enough to provide a decent level of protection. More importantly, his recent fight with Li Feng had yielded unexpected rewards from the system. Unclaimed rewards available: ruined Li clan's plan. 10x cultivation speed card, 3 days. Ruined Zhao clan's plan. 10x cultivation speed card, 3 days. Defeated Li Feng. 2,000 points. Naturally, Bai Zihan had wasted no time in using these rewards. He had spent the days following the engagement ceremony in strict seclusion within his training chamber, pushing his cultivation to new heights. His efforts had paid off. Host info host, Bai Zihan age, 16 cultivation realm, core condensation, early, constitution, none martial arts, 9 shadows flowing light sword, minor mastery. With the 10x cultivation speed boost, the additional resources he received from the various clan as part of his engagement gifts, and his mastery of the myriad breathing technique, he had successfully broken through to the core condensation realm. This was a major step forward in his path of cultivation, but he was well aware that it was still not enough. Every disciple of the Heaven Sword sect was at least in the core condensation realm. Even those younger than him had reached this level, and for those his age, the golden core realm was the norm. Compared to them, he was still lagging behind. However, he had no intention of remaining at the bottom for long. He was catching up, and soon, he would surpass them all. Bai Tianheng, his father and the Bai Clan's patriarch, stood before him, arms clasped behind his back. His sharp eyes studied Bai Zihan, observing him in silence. In the past, Bai Tianheng would have taken this moment to warn his son, to remind him not to cause trouble, not to bring shame to the Bai Clan. However, after Bai Zihan's actions during the engagement ceremony, Bai Tianheng had begun to reassess his son's potential. Perhaps, at long last, Bai Zihan was starting to grow up. Rather than reprimanding him, Bai Tianheng chose instead to encourage him. You've proven that you are not as useless as others thought, Bai Tianheng said, his tone calm but firm. However, the Heaven Sword sect is no place for arrogance. Even among its outer disciples, you will find geniuses far beyond what you've encountered so far. Bai Zihan smirked. I know. Perhaps he understood better than anyone just how unfair the world was. There were those who struggled for years to grasp a single technique, while others could master it effortlessly with just a glance. There were those who would never see a heaven-grade artifact in their lifetime, while others seemed to obtain them at every step they took. He was not naive. Bai Tianheng nodded slightly. Good. Then I expect you to rise beyond them. He waved his hand, and a servant stepped forward, carrying a black storage ring. This contains resources for your cultivation elixirs, talismans, and a few protective artifacts. Use them wisely. Aspus gata, shishaskim viaza komplek herbuti kipul meu este din nou fără încearcă crema cu 5 lei vis refre Bai Zihan, tu dringend, kindness contentuisis spiritual sense. While nothing inside was of the heaven grade or grade 6 pills, there were still some high-tier treasures. At least you're sending me off properly, Bai Zihan muttered. Bai Tianheng ignored the remark and turned to Bai Xueqing and Chu Zian, who stood nearby. Xueqing, Zian, you are core disciples of the Heaven Sword sect. Help Zihan if he gets in trouble. Bai Xueqing scoffed at her father's comment. So, I'm expected to babysit him now. Chu Zian, his fiancée, merely smiled and replied, Uncle, don't worry. Zihan will be fine with me in the sect. Before they could depart, a hesitant figure approached from the side. It was Luo Qing. The timid maid stood near the courtyard's edge, clutching the hem of her dress. She seemed as though she wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. Bai Zihan noticed her and raised an eyebrow. What? Luo Qing flinched. She lowered her head. Young master, take care. There was a brief pause. Bai Zihan hadn't expected her to say that. He clicked his tongue. TCH, why are you acting like I'm never coming back? Don't be so dramatic. Bai Zihan let out a sigh and reached out, patting her head lightly. Just wait for me to return, he said, his tone unusually gentle. I'll be back before you know it. Luo Qing's eyes widened in surprise. It was Rorino, unheard of for him to be this gentle. She stared at him for a moment before quickly lowering her head, her fingers tightening around the fabric of her dress. Why yes, young master, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Bai Zihan withdrew his hand and turned away, stepping toward the grand flying carriage without another word. All right, let's depart. With that, the three of them boarded, and the carriage rose into the sky. As Bai Zihan gazed at the shrinking Bai Clan estate below, he couldn't help but feel a strange mix of relief and anticipation. The Heaven Sword sect awaited, and so did his next set of troubles. In the desolate Heaven Empire, whispers filled the air as news spread of Bai Zihan's unexpected victory over Li Feng, adding to the already incredible news of his engagement to Chu Zian. For days, the Empire had buzzed with rumors and speculation about the battle between the two heirs. Li Feng, once the pride of the Li Clan, had been humiliated by the infamous waste of the Bai Clan. He actually defeated Li Feng, the genius of the Li Clan. I heard Li Feng stood no chance and just begged for mercy. For Zihan to pull it off, it's astonishing. Damn, this trash, if only he had won. Mrs. Chu Zian wouldn't need to be engaged to someone like Bai Zihan. It seems like his reputation was all but a lie. Adding to the humiliation that Li Feng received from Bai Zihan, the people were angry at Li Feng because he could have prevented Chu Zian's engagement, but failed. Everyone thinks that Bai Zihan doesn't deserve Chu Zian, and that sentiment stayed true despite the news of Bai Zihan defeating Li Feng. After all, Bai Zihan was still in the core formation stage, and his misdeeds were known to everyone. They thought that a girl like Chu Zian would suffer under Bai Zihan's hand, not knowing that it was just the opposite. I also heard that Bai Zihan is going to be admitted to the Heaven Sword sect as their disciple. What? How can that be? With his talent, it is impossible for him to be qualified to enter the Heaven Sword sect. Damn, this Bai Clan must have bribed some elders of the Heaven Sword sect. Looks like chaos is going to befall the Heaven Sword sect. I don't think their disciples are going to appreciate this. And indeed, as many thought, the news had also spread to the Heaven Sword sect, and many were not happy about it. The sect disciples, most of whom had been diligently training for years to gain recognition, were increasingly frustrated by the announcement that Bai Zihan would be admitted. Not only admitted, but also immediately accepted as an inner disciple rather than starting as an outer disciple. Can you believe it? That waste by Zihan is being made an inner disciple. On what basis? Even a 14-year-old has a higher cultivation level than him. He's barely entered the core condensation realm, and yet he is already an inner disciple. What about us? We've been slogging away here for years, having entered the core condensation realm, but still an outer disciple. Now, some random kid gets to leap over us just because he has a good background? Where's the integrity of Heaven's Sword sect? I'm going to protest. The group of disciples who gathered in the courtyard exchanged disgruntled looks. Most of them had entered the sect at a young age, training tirelessly. They could easily be considered geniuses anywhere else, but here, they were just outer disciples. The news of Bai Zihan's sudden admission as an inner disciple struck a nerve with them. And more than that, they were angry at another fact. And this trash dares to be engaged to Senior Sister Chu. I can't believe Senior Sister Chu would willingly be engaged to someone like Bai Zihan. She must have been forced. With Chu Xian's beauty and talent, there was no end to her admirers and pursuers in Heaven Sword sect, almost equivalent to that of Bai Xueqing. Of course, those male disciples couldn't help but be jealous and angry at Bai Zihan for his engagement to Chu Xian as well. I heard Senior Brother Lu Tian is furious about this. Senior Brother Lu Tian? The one who has pursued Senior Sister Chu for years? If that's true, Bai Zihan won't have a peaceful day the moment he steps into the sect. Not just Senior Brother Lu Tian. There are hundreds of disciples angry about this. Some because of his engagement, others because of his ridiculous admission as an inner disciple. Senior Brother Lu Tian even declared that he would challenge Bai Zihan the moment he steps into the Heaven Sword sect. Challenge? More like humiliate him. But he is the brother of Senior Sister Bai Xueqing and fiancé of Chu Xian. Won't they stop them? He must accept the challenge. Otherwise, no one will accept him as an inner disciple unless he proves himself in front of everyone. We should go as well. If enough of us protest, the sect elders will have to reconsider. With that, a restless energy spread among the disciples. Bai Zihan hadn't even stepped into the Heaven Sword sect yet, but already a storm was brewing, waiting for his arrival. Bai Zihan, on the other hand, was comfortably resting in the grand carriage, which was about to land at the Heaven Sword sect. The grand flying carriage soared through the sky, cutting across a sea of rolling clouds as it neared the Heaven Sword sect. Bai Zihan leaned back against the cushioned seat, arms crossed, his expression one of feigned indifference. Yet his eyes occasionally flickered toward the window, taking in the scenery below. The landscape beneath them was breathtaking. Towering mountain ranges stretched into the horizon, their peaks crowned with mist. Rivers of crystalline water cut through the valleys, their surfaces shimmering under the golden rays of the morning sun. Verdant forests, dense and ancient, sprawled across the land like a vast emerald carpet. And then, emerging through the mist, stood the Heaven Sword sect. Perched atop the highest peaks of the Azure Sky mountain range, the sect resembled a celestial fortress. Grand temples and pagodas, their roofs adorned with golden tiles, gleamed under the sunlight. A colossal stone gate marked the entrance to the sect, its surface etched with the words Heaven Sword Sect in bold, flowing script. The aura surrounding the place was profound, the very air thick with spiritual energy. It was a land where only the strong could stay. As Bai Zihan took in the sight, Bai Xueqing spoke up from beside him, her tone cool and instructive. Listen up, Bai Zihan. Since you're going to be an inner disciple, you should at least know the basic rules of the Heaven Sword sect. Bai Zihan sighed dramatically, tilting his head toward her with an exasperated look. Bai Xueqing continued to explain all the rules. Big or small, but Bai Zihan wasn't listening at all. Finally, the carriage reached the Heaven Sword sect. As the carriage descended, Bai Zihan's expression shifted slightly as he noticed the massive gathering below. Hundreds no, thousands of disciples had assembled in the grand courtyard at the sect's entrance. They stood in clusters, their gazes locked onto the descending carriage. The atmosphere was tense, whispers and murmurs spreading like wildfire. Bai Zihan stepped forward, peering down at the gathering with a lazy smirk. I didn't think I was so popular at Heaven Sword sect. Bai Zihan remarked arrogantly, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. He could easily tell that these disciples were here for him, though not to welcome him, judging by their expressions. But did he care about what others thought of him? Since they had gathered because of him anyway, calling himself popular wasn't exactly wrong, even if it wasn't in a positive sense. Bai Xueqing sighed, rubbing her temples. Popular? More like hated, she said bluntly. Don't be an idiot. They're not here to welcome you. Indeed, the expressions among the disciples varied, some filled with disdain, others with barely concealed fury. Many were glaring at Bai Zihan as if he were a pest that needed to be removed. Bai Zihan chuckled, unfazed. Hate and admiration aren't so different. Either way, they're here for me. The carriage landed smoothly, the sect's disciples watching with expressions ranging from disdain to outright hostility. The moment Bai Zihan stepped out, a wave of hushed murmurs spread through the crowd like wildfire. There he is, the so-called inner disciple. Trash like him doesn't belong here. Despite the venomous words, Bai Zihan remained composed, his smile never leaving his face. He leisurely scanned the crowd, as if appraising a group of insignificant insects. Then, a voice boomed from the center of the crowd. Bai Zihan. A tall figure stepped forward, his aura domineering. Lu Tian, dressed in the traditional white and blue robes of the Heaven Sword sect, he exuded an aura of sharpness, like an unsheathed sword ready to cut down anything in its path. His gaze was piercing, and his expression was anything but welcoming. You dare to step into the Heaven Sword sect so shamelessly. Aplica sera vis porul crescut dimineața. In circa Pentru, 5 Romanian lay tricor, free Lu Tian's voice carried authority. His cold eyes locked onto Bai Zihan. An inner disciple? You don't deserve it. And worse, you forced Chu Zian into an engagement. A murmur of agreement spread through the crowd. Bai Zihan tilted his head, amused. Oh, he placed a hand on his chin. Anyone could tell that Lu Tian had an agenda against him, and Bai Zihan could easily figure out why just from that last remark. This guy must be one of Chu Zian's pursuers. Bai Zihan thought. He had already anticipated that some lovesick fool would crawl out to cause trouble for him, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon right when he had just arrived at the Heaven Sword sect. Moreover, with the Bai Clan backing him, what gave Lu Tian the guts to confront him so openly? There were many who would openly challenge him, even if they wanted to. Who are you? Bai Zihan tilted his head as he asked. I am Lu Tian. Lu Tian spoke arrogantly. His name was well known, and he expected Bai Zihan to recognize him immediately after giving his name. However, how could Bai Zihan, the arrogant young master of the Bai Clan, bother remembering someone like Lu Tian? He genuinely had no idea who this man was. Lu Tian's aura flared, his eyes narrowing dangerously. He thought Bai Zihan was deliberately pretending not to know him. After all, Lu Tian was no mere bystander. His Lu clan might not be as powerful as the Bai Clan, but it was comparable to the Chu clan. Moreover, he himself was a genius acknowledged by the Heaven Sword sect. Though his cultivation talent wasn't as high as Chu Zian or Bai Xueqing, he possessed a rare physique called the sword body trait that granted him extraordinary affinity with sword intent, allowing him to comprehend sword techniques at an incredible pace. Within the Heaven Sword sect, Lu Tian was regarded as one of the top sword geniuses of his generation. Not only within the sect, but throughout the desolate Heaven Empire, his swordsmanship was renowned. Yet, despite all his achievements, the woman he had pursued for years, Chu Zian, had never been interested in him and had rejected him countless times. And now, instead of a genius like him, she was engaged to a waste like Bai Zihan. The sheer injustice of it burned within him. Moreover, this arrogant bastard had the gall to pretend he didn't even know who he was. Lu Tian clenched his fists, his sword trembling in its sheath as his aura flared even further. The disciples watching could feel the pressure exuding from him, sharp and cutting, like an invisible blade. Bai Zihan, Lu Tian growled, his voice filled with suppressed fury. Enough of your arrogance. If you have any dignity, fight me right now. If you do, I will at least acknowledge your courage. Bai Zihan let out a lazy yawn, stretching his arms as if Lu Tian's challenge was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. You sure are noisy, Bai Zihan muttered, shaking his head. First, you cry about my engagement. Now, you want to fight me? What's next? Are you going to beg me to call off the engagement? Lu Tian's expression twisted with rage. His sword finally left its sheath, gleaming under the sunlight. The moment it was drawn, a chilling sword aura spread through the courtyard, forcing several weaker disciples to instinctively step back. If you have any pride as a cultivator, then fight me. Or are you afraid to prove that you're nothing but a waste hiding behind your clan's name? Lu Tian roared. Bai Zihan chuckled. So, let's say I am. What is your problem? Bai Zihan said. He wasn't some shallow fool who did everything for the sake of fame or saving face. In the end, those things didn't matter much. Chipul meu este din nou fără riduri încearcă crema cu 5 lei visadore free aplică sera vis părul crescut dimineața. In circa Pentru, 5 Romanian lay tricor free, a spurs gata asai, a shimbat viata, complet her beauty, as the saying went. Only the poor use morality to act superior because they have nothing else. It was the same here. Lu Tian had no real justification for his anger and could only resort to slander as an excuse to challenge Bai Zihan. Lu Tian's patience snapped. Against Bai Zihan, who seemed completely indifferent to his reputation, there was little Lu Tian could downless. He was willing to attack first and force a fight. But that would mean making an enemy of the Bai Clan, and who knew what kind of trouble that would bring to his own family. Moreover, with Bai Xueqing present, any attempt at an attack would be futile. She would intercept him effortlessly and likely beat him to a pulp. That's enough. Chu Zian stepped forward, stopping the conflict from growing further. Lu Tian, you have no right to challenge Bai Zihan. Chu Zian declared. A stunned silence fell over the courtyard. Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow, smirking slightly. Well, looks like my fiancé is quite protective of me, Bai Zihan intentionally said, further angering Lu Tian and other boys who pursue Chu Zian. Lu Tian clenched his jaw. His crush was here in front of him, defending another boy. How could he not be hurt by this? Junior sister Chu. Chu Zian's gaze sharpened. Do I need to repeat myself? Lu Tian trembled with frustration, but knew he couldn't go against her. With a deep breath, he withdrew his sword and took a step back. This isn't over, he muttered darkly. Chu Ziyan ignored him and turned to Bai Zihan. You, come with me. Bai Zihan's smirk widened. So eager to be alone with me? How bold. Chu Ziyan's eye twitched. Shut up and move. As the two walked away, the crowd could only stare in shock. Bai Zihan, while accompanying Chu Ziyan, was feeling a bit nervous. Did I play too much? He thought that his earlier words, which were meant to anger Lu Tian and the others by sounding affectionate with Chu Ziyan, had somewhat angered her as well. However, thinking about his new body, he realized that even if Chu Ziyan beat him up, he wouldn't feel any pain. Though, it would be a different case if she were to seriously attack him using her nascent soul realm cultivation. Contrary to what he had expected, Chu Ziyan immediately bowed and apologized. This is happening because of me. Chu Ziyan hapolig vitli sok Bai Zihan. He almost jumped up in surprise, suspecting that she was scheming something. However, after a long silence, it seemed like Chu Ziyan was just seriously apologizing. Don't worry, this is nothing. Not knowing what to say to the apologetic Chu Ziyan, he could only express his honest thoughts. Really, he hadn't thought much about what had happened. Even if he weren't engaged to Chu Ziyan, as long as he was the one who came to the Heaven Sword sect, those disciples would have troubled him anyway. The only reason they thought they could act this way was that they all believed he was unworthy of joining the Heaven Sword sect and of being Chu Ziyan's fiancé. He didn't care either way. Perhaps, more than that, he found it amusing. After all, most of the people in the Bai Clan feared him and never retaliated against him. Making these disciples submit could be a new source of entertainment for him at least. That was what Bai Zihan was feeling. In the end, I am a villain, Bai Zihan thought, while self-reflecting on his perspective of the situation. He never considered compromising or trying to be friendly with those people. His first instinct was to toy with them and make them realize who they were messing with. Haha, indeed. Something like this wouldn't affect young Master Bai, who is famous for making trouble everywhere. Juzian Lauget. Hey, TSK. One moment you pretend to be apologetic, and the next, you make fun of me. Bai Zihan thought. Then, let's go to the admission office. We need to register you as an inner disciple of the Heaven Sword sect. Xueqing should be waiting for us. With that, the two of them made their way to the admission office. During that time, many people were looking at them, probably drawn to Chu Ziyan. But there were also those glaring at Bai Zihan with expressions completely opposite to those admiring Chu Ziyan. Bai Zihan could really feel that he wasn't welcomed by these disciples of the Heaven Sword sect. Soon, they reached the admission office, where Chu Ziyan spotted Bai Xueqing and immediately made her way toward her. The admission office of the Heaven Sword sect was located within a grand hall, its architecture exuding an aura of prestige and authority. As Bai Zihan and Chu Ziyan stepped inside, the air grew tense. The disciples present immediately took notice, whispering among themselves. At the front of the hall, Bai Xueqing was already waiting, her arms crossed, her face carrying an expression of mild annoyance. She had been handling Bai Zihan's admission process while waiting for him to arrive. However, judging from her irritated gaze, things weren't going smoothly. As Chu Ziyan approached, Bai Xueqing sighed and shook her head. They're refusing his admission, she said flatly. Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow, his amusement growing. Oh, on what grounds? Wasn't it already agreed that Bai Zihan would be admitted as a disciple? Bai Xueqing gestured toward an elder sitting behind a large desk, his expression one of cold disapproval. He was Elder Lu, one of the elders in charge of sect affairs. From the way he looked at Bai Zihan, it was clear he wanted nothing to do with him. The Bai Clan might be powerful, but that doesn't mean we'll blindly accept just anyone as an inner disciple, Elder Lu said, his tone sharp. The Heaven Sword sect has its standards. Juzian, thou win. Elder Lu, Bai Zihan's admittance was already approved by my master and the sect higher-ups. Why are you making things difficult now? Elder Lu sneered. Even if there was approval, the final admission process requires the acknowledgement of the elder in charge. As an elder, I have the authority to deny anyone who does not meet the standards of our sect. Bai Zihan chuckled. Interesting, so despite the decision being made by those above you, you think you have the authority to overturn it? Truly ignorant. Elder Lu's face darkened. You, dor cinchlei pentru băutura care topește grăsimea abdominală, chipul meu este din nou fără riduri în cearcă, crema cu 5 lei aplică seara vezi părul crescut dimineața. In circa pentru 5 Romanian lei, Bai Zihan. Can't you keep your mouth shut for a second? Bai Xueqing reprimanded him. Although Elder Lu was making things difficult, he was still an elder of the Heaven Sword sect and should be respected. But alas, as expected of Bai Zihan, he didn't care and even called the elder ignorant. Before Elder Lu could continue, a voice suddenly cut through the hall. Well, if it isn't young Master Bai. A tall figure entered, his steps confident as he approached the group. It was Shen Liang. The man's eyes glowed with amusement as he looked at Bai Zihan, clearly enjoying the situation. What a surprise. I heard that you were joining the Heaven Sword sect, senior brother Shen Liang said, smirking. Bai Zihan looked at Shen Liang for a second and asked, who? Bai Zihan intentionally asked. Unlike when he genuinely didn't know who Lu Tian was, how could he not recognize Shen Liang, whom he had recently humiliated? However, he didn't want to give him the satisfaction of thinking that he was worthy of being remembered. Moreover, Considering the timing of his appearance, Bai Zihan could already tell that it must have been him interfering with his admission. Shen Liang was taken aback by the question, but quickly regained his composure. Ah, it seems like young master by his memory problems. I was at the Bai Clan a few weeks ago and even had a conversation with you. Shen Liang said sarcastically. Oh, Bai Zihan suddenly smacked his palm against his other hand, as if just remembering. You're that troublemaker who dared to cause a scene in the Bai Clan and refused to apologize even though you were in the wrong. Bai Zihan continued his act. I see. You must be colluding with this elder to make trouble for me. Bai Zihan openly exposed Shen Liang's scheme. Shen Liang couldn't help but get angry. He had been falsely accused of the Bai Clan and even got slapped without justice, and now he was being defamed again by Bai Zihan. Though this time, it was true that it was all his scheme. Bai Zihan's accusation had already caught the attention of the surrounding disciples, who were eagerly watching the commotion. Does senior brother Shen have a problem with Bai Zihan? What's this about senior brother Shen causing trouble in the Bai Clan? Did he really do it, or was Bai Zihan falsely accusing him? Senior brother Shen has a good relationship with Bai Xueqing. You shouldn't make things too difficult for Bai Zihan, or she might hate him. After all, blood is thicker than water. The conflict between Bai Zihan and Shen Liang had drawn quite the audience, which was already growing bigger because of the presence of Bai Zihan, Chu Ziyan, and Bai Xueqing. It was unexpected since everyone knew that Shen Liang was pursuing Bai Xueqing, and he wouldn't want to get on the bad side of her family if he wished to win her heart. Moreover, Bai Zihan's first accusation might have been questionable, but the second one was quite plausible. After all, the head of the admission office was Elder Shen Liang's uncle. It wouldn't be difficult for him to instruct Elder Lu to block Bai Zihan's admission using his uncle's name. Perhaps, at another time, the disciples might have criticized Bai Zihan for making such accusations. But instead, they were pleased after all. It meant he couldn't enter the Heaven Sword sect. Bai Zihan, stop with your false accusations. I was just curious about why so many disciples were gathered here and happened to stumble upon you. Shen Liang gave a reasonable excuse. He then immediately looked at Bai Xueqing, wanting to see what kind of expression she had and whether she believed Bai Zihan's words. However, her expression remained unreadable, though there was a mild annoyance on her face. Junior sister, please believe me. I don't know why your brother hates me, but he has been targeting me since we met at the Bai Clan. You can't believe him. Bai Xueqing, meanwhile, remained indifferent. She glanced at Bai Zihan, who looked completely unbothered, then turned to Shen Liang, her tone flat. Senior brother, let's not waste time with unnecessary words. If you truly have nothing to do with this, then don't interfere. I need to quickly register his name as a disciple of Heaven Sword sect. Shen Liang felt a chill at her distant response. For a moment, frustration flickered in his eyes. He had spent so much effort trying to get closer to Bai Xueqing, yet she remained cold toward him. He even felt that she was more distant than before her engagement was cancelled. Suppressing his emotions, Shen Liang let out a forced chuckle. Of course, junior sister. I simply thought there might be something I could do to help you. Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow. Oh, Shen Liang nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. This situation with Elder Lu, if I vouch for you, he might reconsider. Shen Liang continued. But for that to happen, Bai Zihan, you need to show some sincerity. Bai Zihan smirked. He had been waiting for this. And what kind of sincerity are you asking for, Shen Liang? Shen Liang smiled, his eyes sharp. It's simple, he said, stepping closer. You just need to admit that you falsely accused me back at the Bai Clan, that you were the one who harassed my junior sisters. His voice was calm, but his intent was clear. Apologize for your mistake, and I will personally ensure your admission goes smoothly. Silence fell upon the hall. The surrounding disciples watched intently. Some whispered, already assuming Bai Zihan would refuse. Others, who disliked him, smirked, hoping to see him humiliated just like Lu Tian, who was thinking about how unlucky Bai Zihan was to have gotten on Shen Liang's bad side. Unlike him, Shen Liang was of the nascent soul realm. Even in the presence of Chu Ziyan or Bai Xueqing, there was no need for him to be scared. Bai Zihan stared at Shen Liang for a moment. Then, suddenly, ha ha ha, he burst into laughter. His laugh echoed through the hall, filled with amusement and mockery. The disciples of Heaven Sword sect frowned upon seeing him laugh, as if he were mocking them. Shen Liang's expression darkened. Bai Zihan, but Bai Zihan raised a hand, cutting him off. Shen Liang, let me get this straight. His lips curled into a smirk. You want me to admit to something I didn't do, bow my head to you, and then you'll help me? Shen Liang didn't respond immediately, but his silence was already an answer. Moreover, he wanted to curse at Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan was acting as if he truly hadn't done anything while, in reality, he had, but time and again, he accused him instead, making it seem like Shen Liang was the one fabricating everything. Bai Zihan's eyes gleamed with amusement. I'll ask this question again. Who do you think you are? His words were light, but the sharpness behind them was undeniable. Bai Zihan's eyes shifted from playful mockery to a cold, piercing gaze, one that carried the weight of absolute superiority, as if he were looking down at an insignificant ant. Dor cinchlei pentru băutura care topește grăsimea abdominală, chipul meu este din nou fără riduri încearcă. Crema cu 5 lei aplică seara vezi crescut dimineața. Insert a pin true, 5 Romanian lei, sorry, but I don't need your help. Shun Liang's jaw clenched. Bai Zihan took a leisurely step forward, now standing face to face with him. In fact, he continued, his tone playful. I don't even know why you dare to show your face here. One gets slapped again. Shun Liang's hand twitched. This bastard. Senior brother was slapped? I heard rumors, but I didn't think they were true. No wonder he's making trouble for Bai Zihan. How could he let go of such hatred? He could feel the eyes of everyone in the hall on him. While some were surprised by Zihan's words, others felt like laughing. After all, the respected and admired senior brother had been slapped by the so-called waste of the Bai Clan. Wasn't that too funny? Shun Liang wanted nothing more than to shut Bai Zihan's mouth, but Bai Xueqing was watching. Shun Liang gritted his teeth. You dare mention this? Elder Lu, who had been silent, now stepped forward, his voice cold. Since Bai Zihan refuses to show sincerity, then there is nothing more to discuss. He looked at Bai Zihan with disdain. The Heaven Sword sect does not accept arrogant, dishonorable individuals. Bai Zihan chuckled. Ah, so now I'm dishonorable for refusing to bow to someone's petty ego? Seems like you aren't even hiding the fact that you're being ordered around by Shun Liang. Now, who is the dishonorable one? Elder Lu's face twisted with anger. Shun Liang, feeling the moment slipping out of his control, spoke again. Bai Zihan, this is your last chance. But Bai Zihan simply smirked. TSK, I don't take orders from losers. Shun Liang's expression turned cold, his hands clenched into fists. A flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. No matter how much he wanted to slap Bai Zihan across the face, he couldn't afford to act recklessly not when other disciples were present. After all, this was his territory, and he believed he could get justice for what he had suffered unfairly at the Bai Clan. Bai Zihan, on the other hand, remained utterly relaxed, even tilting his head slightly as if daring Shun Liang to make a move. Elder Lu, unwilling to let this mockery continue, spoke again. Enough. His voice boomed through the hall. Bai Zihan, since you don't want to compromise, your admission to the Heaven Sword sect is denied. You are not welcome here. A silence fell over the disciples. For many, this was exactly what they wanted to see Bai Zihan get kicked out. But instead of looking concerned, Bai Zihan simply raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Bai Zihan said, almost happily. If that was really the case, Bai Zihan couldn't help but feel happier. After all, he wasn't interested in joining the Heaven Sword sect to begin with. He could quietly grow stronger at home without needing anyone else's help, only the system. He turned to Chu Zian and Bai Xueqing, as if checking whether they had anything to say. Bai Zihan wasn't going to take any initiative to enter the Heaven Sword sect, but he needed to see what Bai Xueqing and Chu Zian would do. Aplica será vez por crescut dimineața. Încharcă pentru 5 lei tricure frecu Zian fronad. Elder Lu, you do not have the authority to reject his admission like this. My master already agreed, Elder Lu snorted. The decision has already been made. If you want to challenge it, take it up with your master. Bai Xueqing sighed and shook her head. Fine. Seems like I'll have to bring my master. If Elder Lu didn't want to register Bai Zihan, then she couldn't do anything except complain to her master. Just as she was about to turn, no need. A clear, calm voice echoed from the entrance. Everyone turned their heads sharply, and then she appeared. A graceful figure in flowing azure robes descended from the sky, landing silently at the entrance to the hall. Her presence alone silenced the crowd. Every step she took carried the weight of authority and elegance. In that moment, even the arrogant Elder Lu froze, as if struck by lightning. Top! Top! The sound of light footsteps echoed as the woman entered. She wore flowing azure robes, her long black hair trailing behind her like a silken stream. Her eyes were sharp like polished jade, radiating a calm intensity that could silence storms. Even her simple stance exuded natural elegance like a sword in its sheath, hidden but deadly. Master! Chu Zian and Bai Xueqing called out in unison, quickly stepping aside with respect. Peak Master Qinglan. The disciples immediately lowered their heads and clasped their fists in deep respect. Elder Qinglan, a name known throughout the Heaven Sword sect and even across the desolate Heaven Empire. Once a prodigy of the sect, she had reached the peak of the nascent soul realm before the age of 18 and was rumored to be undefeated in her generation. She was also one of the few cultivators personally recognized by the sect leader. Years ago, she had single-handedly repelled a demonic invasion at the southern frontier. I heard there was an issue with my new disciple. Bai Zihan looked at the approaching woman who declared herself his new master, something he expected, as inner disciples needed to choose a master and join a peak. His default master was Chu Zian and Bai Xueqing's master who had already accepted him. Elder Qinglan's gaze swept across the hall before landing on Bai Zihan. So, this is the heir of the Bai Clan and my new disciple. She could identify him easily by his clothing and, more notably, because he was the only disciple who hadn't greeted her. Indeed, with Bai Zihan's personality, it was impossible for him to display humble manners. The way he carried himself was arrogant even in front of the elders of the Heaven Sword sect, including the renowned Elder Qinglan, his future master. However, she didn't seem to mind his lack of courtesy or care about such displays, unlike some people who become offended when not properly greeted or acknowledged. Those with power often demanded deference. But Elder Qinglan appeared indifferent to such things, which was fortunate for Bai Zihan, who didn't know anything about respecting others. Elder Qinglan turned to Elder Lu. Aplica será vez porul crescut dimineața. Încearcă pentru 5 lei, doar 5 lei pentru băutura care topește grăsimea abdominală. Chipul meu este din nou fără reduri, încearcă crema cu 5 lei. Explain to me on Jose authority, did you reject Bai Zihan's admission? Elder Lu tried to maintain composure. Tu simply judged his character unfit. He even dared to insult me, an elder of the Heaven Sword sect. That is your excuse? Elder Qinglan cut him off, her tone serene but laced with unmistakable pressure. Before her, Elder Lu was nothing. Their positions were worlds apart. As a peak master, Elder Qinglan held far more authority than Elder Lu. Only someone like Elder Shen, the head of the admission office, was her equal in the sect's hierarchy. His recommendation was approved by me and personally acknowledged by the sect leader. If you believe he is unfit, then you are questioning the sect leader's judgment. Do you intend to take responsibility for those words, Elder Lu? The hall fell into dead silence. Elder Lu's lips quivered. I didn't know. He tried to offer an excuse. But he had been warned. Both Chu Zian and Bai Xueqing had informed him. Yet he remained adamant about rejecting Bai Zihan. He intended to cause trouble on Shen Liang's behalf. After that, he wouldn't need to do anything more. Elder Shen would handle the rest. But no one had expected Elder Qinglan to personally appear while he was deliberately making things difficult for Bai Zihan. Even Shen Liang could only keep his head down, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I don't want to waste my time. Quickly register him as inner disciple under my mystic moon peak. Elder Lu's legs nearly gave out beneath him. He lowered his head. I understand. He breathed a sigh of relief that Elder Qinglan wasn't taking further action. Indeed, Elder Qinglan didn't usually involve herself in matters that didn't concern her, especially sect politics. She was a person focused primarily on cultivation and guiding her disciples. Elder Lu took no time to register Bai Zihan as a disciple of the Heaven Sword sect under the angered looks of the surrounding disciples. However, the disciples knew better than to protest in front of Elder Qinglan, who had even made Elder Lu afraid. Even Shen Liang quietly stayed in his place without interfering. He consoled himself that Bai Zihan would remain in the Heaven Sword sect, where he was the influential one and could take revenge anytime he wanted. Other disciples also had similar thoughts that they could make Bai Zihan's life difficult within the sect and force him to quit voluntarily. Elder Qinglan turned to Chu Zian and Bai Xueqing, then to Bai Zihan. We're leaving, Elder Qinglan declared. Yes, master, they said in unison, following Elder Qinglan. Bai Zihan did the same, though he didn't forget to flash a triumphant expression toward Shen Liang and the others. Obviously, this angered Shen Liang and the rest. But there was nothing that they could do with Elder Qinglan by Zihan's side. As they left, Elder Qinglan walked beside Bai Zihan. She placed a hand on his shoulder and then said, You're not as simple as you seem. Bai Zihan tilted his head. Neither are you, he replied arrogantly, as if he was powerful enough to comment about Elder Qinglan. She let out a soft laugh. Maybe. That makes two of us. It was the first time she had taken such an interesting disciple as Bai Zihan. Her other disciples were very respectful and would never utter such words to her. Initially, she had only agreed to accept Bai Zihan as a disciple of her peak because the sect leader had asked her. And the reason the sect leader chose to accept Bai Zihan into the sect in the first place seemed to stem from some sort of promise made with the Bai Clan. The reason for choosing her peak was because Bai Zihan was Bai Xueqing's brother and Chu Zian's fiancé, both of whom were her disciples. It would be convenient for Bai Zihan to stay on the same peak as his fiancé and sister. Moreover, Mystic Moon Peak had the fewest disciples among the various peaks. Elder Qinglan agreed, since it was the sect leader's request, but she was not someone who would accept a disciple easily. All the disciples she chose were either very talented or worked extremely hard. If Bai Zihan displayed either trait, she wouldn't mind. But if he showed neither, she was planning to expel him within a year. She had recently heard that Bai Zihan managed to defeat Li Feng, a well-known genius, which suggested Bai Zihan wasn't as hopeless as many believed. Now that she had seen him with her own eyes, she reaffirmed that he wasn't what others said about him. Earlier, when she placed her hand on Bai Zihan, she had used at least mid-golden core stage power, yet Bai Zihan showed no signs of discomfort. This revealed that his physique was stronger than most cultivators, at least at the level of golden core stage. That alone indicated that he possessed some form of extraordinary talent. Though his cultivation wasn't too high, she had already checked that as well. Your core condensation cultivation is too low for being a disciple of Mystic Moon Peak. I hope you don't slack off in your cultivation and try to reach the golden core stage as soon as possible, Qinglan said as she handed over the disciple token to Bai Zihan. I have something to do. Chu Zian and Bai Xueqing would show you around Mystic Moon Peak and help you, she said, disappearing quickly before Bai Zihan. Chu Zian and Bai Xueqing, who were behind, widened their eyes in shock. First of all, the fact that their master said he wasn't too bad suggested that Bai Zihan was somewhat talented. How could they who knew all too well about Bai Zihan's lack of talent not be surprised by that? And although they found it hard to believe, they also knew that their master must have seen something they couldn't. Thus, it was still difficult to imagine, considering the person in question was Bai Zihan. After recovering from the shock, Bai Shiueching immediately smacked the back of Bai Zihan's head. Ouch! Bai Zihan exclaimed, clutching his head where his sister had struck him. Why did you do that? Bai Zihan asked with a pained voice. You, Bai Shiueching, with anger on her face, continued. Who do you think you're to comment on master strength? Neither are you. Can't you keep your arrogance shut for 1 second? Bai Shiueching reprimanded. Although she was well aware of her master's personality and knew she wouldn't mind, it would be different if it were any other elder. Such words could easily offend someone. And while they wouldn't act against Bai Zihan because he was from the Bai Clan, they would definitely hold a grudge. What did I do wrong? I just told her honestly what I thought. I was praising. Bai Zihan said. This boy, Bai Shiueching, didn't know whether he was being serious or not. Bai Zihan, remember this. Elder Qinglan is our master, and you need to show respect and speak respectfully. Don't talk to her like that. Bai Shiueching said. Even though Master Qinglan didn't mind, that didn't mean she herself didn't mind. To her, it was only right to show respect to their esteemed master. Moreover, while Qinglan was just a peak master, her strength was not beneath that of the sect leader and was even said to be equal or greater. The only reason the sect leader held that position was because he was her senior and she had no interest in managing the sect. Otherwise, it was said that Qinglan could very well have become the sect leader of the Heaven Sword sect. That was also why so many disciples wished to become her disciples, but due to her harsh criteria, not many could join. Hey, Xian, say something to this idiot as well. I don't know what kind of trouble he'll get into with this attitude and mouth of his. Bai Shiueching asked for Chu Xian's help. Now that Chu Xian was her brother's fiancé, she figured the burden should be shared. But Chu Xian seemed lost in thought. Sure, but before that, Bai Zihan, when did you reach the core condensation stage? It is publicly known that Bai Zihan is only in the early stage of the core formation stage and has yet to reach the core condensation stage. Judging by his current speed, many speculate that Bai Zihan would take nearly 3 years to break through to the core condensation stage, which is also why he is called a waste. After all, with the resources of the Bai Clan, even a cultivator with poor talent would have reached the core condensation stage by his age. However, Bai Zihan couldn't even do that. Truly a waste of resources poured into him by the Bai Clan and his parents. Although Bai Zihan is believed to still be in the core formation stage by everyone, Elder Qinglan mentioned that he was already in the core condensation stage and that he needs to work hard to reach the golden core stage. Judging by those words, it was easy to conclude that Bai Zihan was indeed in the core condensation stage. There was no reason to doubt Elder Qinglan's words. Although it was unknown exactly when or how she found out, Elder Qinglan wouldn't make a mistake in detecting someone's cultivation level, especially if the person were as weak as Bai Zihan. That meant Bai Zihan had reached the core condensation stage, and Chu Xian couldn't help but ask when he broke through to that realm. Although the core condensation stage wasn't anything significant in her eyes, it was a different matter if the one who reached it was Bai Zihan. After all, it hadn't even been a year since Bai Zihan entered the core formation stage. The speed was impressive. Even with Bai Shiueching's talent, it had taken her more than a year to go from the core formation stage to the core condensation stage. Of course, by Bai Zihan's age, Bai Shiueching had already reached the golden core stag at its peak, no less. Bai Shiueching also turned her head toward Bai Zihan with the same curiosity, perhaps even more. She knew more than anyone about Bai Zihan and understood that he wasn't hiding his cultivation like some people might assume. It wasn't that he had broken through earlier and was concealing it. That simply wasn't how Bai Zihan operated. If anything, it would be good if he didn't flex his weak strength. Bai Zihan looked at Chu Xian and Bai Shiueching without any worry. It wasn't like he was trying to hide his cultivation level like those secretive protagonists. He just didn't feel the need to announce it. Just a few days ago, you remember, I went into seclusion after the engagement, right? I broke through then. Bai Zihan answered truthfully. A few days ago, Chu Xian muttered. Indeed, she remembered Bai Zihan had said he was going into seclusion after their engagement, though she had assumed that was just an excuse to avoid her. She didn't expect that Bai Zihan was really cultivating. Bai Shiueching had a similar thought. She also assumed his so-called seclusion was just laziness, and that just a week-long session wouldn't yield any results. But it turned out she was wrong. In just that 1 week period, her brother had broken through to the core condensation stage. Although still not impressive for someone of his background, at least it was enough to stop people from calling him a complete waste. And with his powerful physique, both of them started to think that perhaps their master wasn't as simple as he seemed. After Bai Zihan gave his answer, both girls fell into an eerie silence. Not only did they stop talking, they stopped moving altogether. Shouldn't we go to Mystic Moon Peak? I want to check out my room. Bai Zihan finally said, once his patience wore thin. He didn't want to interrupt and risk angering his sister, but at this rate, they'd be standing there all day. Follow me, Bai Shiueching said, snapping out her thoughts. She gave Bai Zihan a strange look before turning her head. Is this stupid brother really hiding something from everyone? Thinking back on Bai Zihan's past actions, she refused to believe he had the capability to hide his abilities. She also didn't think he had worked hard to cultivate, though recently he had trained more than before. He was also visibly less irritated and even made eye contact with the other party when speaking, though it still felt as if he were looking down on them. Still, she didn't believe it mattered much. Bai Zihan was still that same brat with his arrogance in the sky despite all those positive changes. Chipul meu este din nou fără riduri încearcă crema cu 5 lei, doar 5 lei pentru băutura care topește grăsimea abdominală aplică sera vezi părul crescut dimineața. In circa Pentru 5 Romanian, lei, still causing trouble and making enemies wherever he went. Bai Xueqing decided she would show Bai Zihan to his room, then the important locations of Mystic Moon Peak, and return to cultivating. With everything going on, she felt like she was already falling behind and needed to make up for the time she had lost. Chu Zian stayed silent as she followed Bai Xueqing up the winding mountain path. The higher they went, the more ethereal the scenery became. Mystic Moon Peak truly lived up to its name. Mist floated lazily through the air. Sunlight filtered down through ancient, towering trees, and the distant sound of flowing water made everything feel serene. Here, Bai Xueqing stopped in front of a refined courtyard. A shimmering formation glowed faintly at its gate. This is your residence. Bai Zihan looked around. A bit small. He complained the moment he saw the house. While it was refined and well-kept, compared to what he was used to, this felt more like a hut. Bai Xueqing's eyes twitched. The residence was the same as she had, but Bai Zihan had a gall to insult it. The outer disciples didn't have the luxury of a private courtyard like Bai Zihan. In fact, they often had to share cramped rooms with others. But Bai Zihan showed no sign of appreciation, likely because he never experienced the hardships of an outer disciple. But it'll do, Bai Zihan quickly added after seeing Bai Xueqing's expression. You should settle in first, Chu Zian said. Tomorrow, we'll take you around Mystic Moon Peak so you can get familiar with the place. The courtyard was protected by some kind of formation and reacted when he approached with his disciple token. Bai Zihan stepped past the shimmering barrier into his new residence, taking a moment to scan the surroundings. The courtyard was modest, yet elegant. The air was thick with qi, clearly enhanced by the formation inscribed around the perimeter. Although he would like to praise the formation, its efficiency was almost 10 times lower than what he had in the Bai Clan. So rather than being an upgrade, it was actually a downgrade for him, though perhaps those from poorer backgrounds might see it differently. Inside, the residence was divided into 3 sections: a bedroom, a meditation chamber, and a bathroom. The furnishings were simple, but of good quality: a sturdy wooden bed with soft cushions, and a meditation mat placed directly beneath a small skylight for natural illumination. Bai Zihan walked to the center of the room, running his fingers along the wooden table. Though smaller than his lavish quarters in the Bai Clan, this place carried a unique tranquility, a quiet solitude that he found acceptable. Sitting down on the meditation mat, he leaned back slightly, gazing at the ceiling as thoughts swirled in his mind. What now? If he could peacefully cultivate without needing to worry about other matters, then perhaps becoming a disciple of the Heaven Sword sect wasn't too bad. However, Bai Zihan knew the Heaven Sword sect was far from peaceful. Not to mention the disciples dissatisfied with his enrollment as an inner disciple, and as the fiancé of Chu Zian, he also had to be cautious of his sister's enemies. Given how high-profile Bai Xueqing was, there were undoubtedly people who disliked her, and they would likely target him instead, the easier prey. There was already an ex-fiancé of Bai Xueqing, but Bai Zihan believed there would still be time before that person sought revenge. But there might be others in Heaven Sword sect who wouldn't need to wait. There was already Shan Liang, who was making things difficult. And the only saving grace was that he hadn't tried to take revenge directly, likely to save face, and because he was still pursuing Bai Xueqing. If it were someone like Bai Zihan himself, he wouldn't bother with elaborate schemes. If the other party was weaker, he'd simply crush them head on. Still, Bai Zihan knew he needed to be wary of Shan Liang. There was also Lu Tian. While Bai Zihan didn't consider him a threat, he was still a potential problem, clearly dissatisfied and bitter with his crush's engagement. Anyway, I need more information about the Heaven Sword sect and its different factions, Bai Zihan muttered. Should I seek out the other Bai Clan members? He recalled that, apart from himself and Bai Xueqing, several other Bai Clan members had joined the Heaven Sword sect. He could have them run errands and gather information for him. But where are they? Normally, they should have come to receive him. But earlier, there was no sign of them. Not a single Bai Clan member showed up. Of course, knowing Bai Zihan was coming, how could they possibly show up just to act as his lackeys? As soon as they heard the news of his admission to the Heaven Sword sect, many of them went into seclusion or took long-term missions. I should try to figure out their whereabouts tomorrow. Bai Zihan, still unaware of the truth, assumed he'd find them eventually. The next day, Chu Zian appeared the next morning to show Bai Zihan around Mystic Moon Peak and other important places in the Heaven Sword sect. It seemed Bai Xueqing had decided her presence was unnecessary since Chu Zian was already taking care of things, and instead went into cultivation. Bai Zihan didn't care actually, he preferred it. She wouldn't be around to annoy him. The tour began at the Central Plaza, where disciples often gathered for announcements, sparring sessions, and tasks. This is where you'll see most disciples during the day. Don't go causing trouble, or the senior disciples will put you in your place, Chu Zian warned, half serious and half joking. Most disciples of Mystic Moon Peak were well-behaved, but with Bai Zihan's arrogant attitude, she doubted they'd be able to deal with him calmly. After all, if someone could remain calm even when dealing with Bai Zihan, they had to be a saint. Along the way, They met various disciples from Mystic Moon Peak, who cheerfully greeted Chu Zian but frowned upon seeing Bai Zihan. Still, their attitudes were much better than the ones he encountered the previous day. Some didn't seem to care about him at all, which Bai Zihan didn't mind. Next, they arrived at the Spirit Spring Pavilion, where disciples cultivated using natural qi gathered by formation arrays. A faint blue mist lingered in the air, and the space buzzed with concentrated qi. Each disciple gets an hour here every 3 days. Unless you impress the master, don't expect anything extra, Chu Zian explained. They continued on to the alchemy hall, the weapon forging yard, and the task board where disciples accepted missions in exchange for contribution points. Tasks range from herb gathering and escort missions to demon subjugation for higher-ranked disciples. When they visited areas outside of Mystic Moon Peak, Bai Zihan realized how few disciples the peak actually had. What's more, the disciples in those other areas were far more hostile, some even hurled insults at him. Most of these were outer disciples, clearly resentful that Bai Zihan had entered as an inner disciple thanks to connections, while they had struggled for years with no such luck. However, with Chu Zian beside him, no one dared act rashly. Moreover, news had already spread about what happened the day before, and how Elder Qinglan had personally accepted Bai Zihan as her disciple. By the time the tour ended, the sun had begun to set. I think that's it. There are other places, but they're not that important. You'll learn about them gradually, Chu Zian said. Bai Zihan didn't mind. Although he still hadn't seen any of the other Bai Clan members during the tour, he didn't think much of it. He had no idea they were intentionally avoiding him, and assumed he'd meet them sooner or later. Just when he thought the tour had ended and he could return to his residence, a system notification appeared. Heaven chosen detected. Heaven chosen detected. The golden text flashed in Bai Zihan's vision like a divine decree from the heavens. His steps halted midway, eyes narrowing as another line followed. Scanning heaven chosen profile unlocked. Name, Lin Xian. Age, 17. Fate grade, 3 stars. Cultivation base, core formation mid, destiny. Lin Xian possesses an unnatural talent for learning that far surpasses the limits of ordinary mortals. His mind is like a vast, open field that effortlessly absorbs knowledge, be it martial arts, alchemy, formation crafting, or the most ancient and profound secrets of the world. In addition to his prodigious learning ability, Lin Xian's soul is immensely powerful, naturally resistant to any form of mental manipulation or illusion. His mind cannot be easily swayed or corrupted, and he is almost immune to mind attacks, spiritual coercion, and soul-damaging techniques. Lin Xian. Bai Zihan muttered his name under his breath. He turned his head slightly, trying to remain subtle, but his eyes darted across the square, scanning the crowd like a hunter spotting his first prey. So the system could do this? Bai Zihan blinked, stunned for a moment. He hadn't known the system possessed this functionality until now. This was a game changer. He had always assumed he'd need to rely on instinct, caution, and careful maneuvering to avoid getting tangled with those protagonists. That was also why he had never been afraid of people like Lu Tian or Shen Liang, individuals who flaunted their strength and ambition in an overt and flashy way. That kind of behavior was too high profile, too loud, to be the style of a true protagonist. But the unassuming ones, those who lurked in the shadows, unnoticed hats who he feared more. And now he didn't need to rely on instincts alone. Not anymore. The system could detect heaven chosen and reveal their destinies. Not only that, it told him what kind of protagonist they were. This was huge. Still, it was his first encounter with a confirmed protagonist. A part of him was wary. Would this Lin Xian suddenly fly into rage, assume he was an enemy, and try to fight him? But it didn't seem like there was any hostility. Bai Zihan's gaze swept the training grounds once more. Disciples practiced sword forms, sparred, meditated. Dozens of them, all in the same robes. Yet none stood out, at least, not a glance. But the name was already etched into his memory. Lin Xian. He repeated it silently, letting the system's golden words echo again in his mind. There was no divine aura, no shimmering glow, no destiny mark hovering above his head. The system didn't highlight him with a red arrow or paint a target on his back. Bai Zihan turned to Chu Zian, who was preparing to leave. Hey, he said casually, do you know anyone around here named Lin Xian? Chu Zian blinked, clearly caught off guard by the sudden question. Lin Xian, she repeated, her brows furrowing slightly. Why are you asking about him? Jackpot. Judging by her reaction, Chu Zian clearly knew who he was. Just overheard someone talking about him. Sounded interesting. Bai Zihan replied smoothly. Chu Zian didn't seem entirely convinced, but after a brief pause, she responded anyway. After all, it wasn't like it was some kind of secret, and Bai Zihan could easily find the information from other disciples anyways. He's not someone you'd normally notice, she said slowly. He's not even an outer disciple. Officially, he's just a servant. A handyman. That definitely caught Bai Zihan's attention. Not even an outer disciple? Then what's a mid-core formation cultivator doing as a servant? No wonder people used to call him a waste. Even a Han Dimonin, the Heaven Sword sect, had higher cultivation than he did before his memories returned. Moreover, he had more resources, status, and connections than Lin Xian, and yet Lin Xian's cultivation is higher than his before he had regained his memories. Chu Zian continued. He was picked up by the master about 10 years ago during a sweep in the Eastern Front. A demonic cult attacked a small village. She arrived too late. Everyone was dead, except for him, as expected of a protagonist. Even when powerless, doomed, and left to die, a protagonist survives. Their tragedies shape their destiny. Otherwise, how is it not weird that a whole village is ruined, but only one person remained alive? Just from the backstory alone, Lin Xian screamed main character. And his current status as a servant? Temporary for sure. Bai Zihan was certain that soon enough, Lin Xian would rise. He'd be accepted as a disciple, then soar like a dragon and have his name spread throughout the Azure Sky Empire. So he was taken in out of pity? Bai Zihan asked, feigning casual interest. Chu Zian nodded. Pretty much. He's quiet, keeps to himself, does odd jobs around the sect, cleans, delivers things, that sort of stuff. Bai Zihan glanced toward the far side of the courtyard. And you're sure he's not a disciple of Heaven Sword sect? Chu Zian shot him a sideways glance. Not yet. He doesn't have the talent or the backing, apparently. But a few elders have taken notice. There are rumors he might be brought in as a formal disciple if he passes the next examination. Bai Zihan stayed quiet for a moment, letting her words settle. So that's how it begins. The cliché so familiar, yet always dangerous. A tragic past. A humble servant, looked down upon, stepped over. But one day, he would rise from the mud, sword in hand, and shake the heavens. That was his fate. Bai Zihan's lips curled into a slow, intrigued smirk. Interesting. Chu Zian, still eyeing him, narrowed her gaze slightly. Why do you care about him anyway? Bai Zihan turned to her with a calm expression and a faint smile. No reason, he said softly. I'm just curious about all my fellow sect members. She didn't look convinced. The rumors surrounding Bai Zihan that he didn't even treat his own servants as people weren't exactly baseless. Though it can be argued that it wasn't just limited to the servants and pretty much every person. Anyways, this sudden curiosity, which was out of nowhere, made Chu Zian think about just how Lin Xian caught Bai Zihan's eyes. Still, she didn't press him. Don't cause trouble for him, she warned. He's already had a rough life. Bai Zihan let out a low chuckle, his gaze drifting toward the shadowed edges of the mountain path. Don't worry, he said quietly, voice unreadable. Perhaps being noticed by me would be his fortune. Chu Zian frowned slightly, not understanding what he meant. Dorcinch lei pentru băutura care topește grăsimea abdominală, chipul meu este din nou fără riduri încearcă, crema cu 5 lei aplică, ser aveți părul crescut dimineața. In circa Pintru, 5 Romanian lei, she turned and left for her residence. Bai Zihan stood alone in the courtyard, his eyes locked on a figure in the distance. Lin Xian. He was there as expected, performing the lowliest tasks around the outer courtyard. A few disciples gathered nearby, clearly treating him as nothing more than a tool. They tossed chores at him without a shred of respect. And yet, Lin Xian never resisted. He accepted each task in silence, whether it was mopping the floor, lifting heavy barrels of water, or scrubbing stone tiles. His expression remained calm, stoic, and unreadable. No resentment, no anger, just quiet diligence. Despite the grime covering his clothes and the dirt smudging his face, Bai Zihan noticed something strange. Lin Xian was handsome, strikingly so. Even covered in dust and sweat, he had refined features and a natural presence. His black hair matted against his forehead, his jaw sharp, his eyes steady and unwavering. That must have been why some of the other male disciples treated him so harshly. Envy. They saw how some of the female disciples were kind to him, treating him gently, occasionally sparing him kind words or a smile. The jealousy was clear in how they treated him worse than servants and even ordered him in harsh words. Still, Lin Xian never flinched, never retaliated. He just endured. Bai Zihan observed silently, taking it all in. Though Lin Xian's situation was pitiful, Bai Zihan couldn't help but feel pleased because his suffering meant there was a chance to offer help and bind him with a debt of gratitude. Right now, he's vulnerable, looked down on, overlooked. If I approach him now, befriend him, show him kindness, I might be able to control him. It was a rare opportunity. Without another thought, Bai Zihan began to walk across the courtyard. He didn't rush. His steps were slow, deliberate, and filled with silent authority. The moment he began moving through the square, murmurs spread. Hey, look, it's Bai Zihan. TCH, look at that arrogance. Thinks he's something special just because he got accepted as an inner disciple with connections. Oomph. I'd never respect someone like him. Wait, is he heading toward Lin Xian? Yeah, he is. What's going on? Did Lin Xian offend him? Whispers spread like wildfire as Bai Zihan strode through the crowd. Even Lin Xian paused in his task, lifting his head slightly to watch the infamous Bai Zihan approach. Everyone was watching, curious, cautious, anxious. Bai Zihan finally came to a stop before Lin Xian. He said nothing. He simply stood there, staring at him.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.